The ICC Men's Champions Trophy, brought to you by the BBC.
Welcome to the Dubai International Stadium. It's a big one. It's the semi-final of the Champions Trophy, and it is a repeat of the World Cup final in Ahmedabad just, 16 months or so ago. It's Australia versus India. And the winners of this game, obviously they go through to the final, but we don't know where that final will be. If it's India, then the whole jamboree will stay here, and Pakistan's Champions Trophy will have a final in the United Arab Emirates. If Australia were to win in their quest to hold every single trophy known to man and woman, which they could yet do, then we're off to Lahore for the final. Why don't we head straight out to the toss? Ravi Shastri was with the captains, Steve Smith and Rohit Sharma.
It's Dubai once again. It's semi-final time. It's ready to start up and crank up the engines, folks. It's two champion teams of the modern era going head-to-head to the finish line. It's India versus Australia. It's the Champions Trophy, and it's coming to you live from the United Arab Emirates. It's coming up to toss time for the Blues. Coming out, firing on all cylinders, is the veteran, Rohit Sharma for India. For the Yellows, ready to take off at the rate of knots, it's the old warhorse, Stephen Smith. And the match referee for today, ready to raise the flag if needed, is Andy Pycroft from South Africa. Francis, the toss rep. Rohit will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. What's it, Andy?
It is a head.
We'll have a bat.
Well, Stephen, what have you decided? You won the toss?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat. It looks a pretty dry surface, pretty dry square. So, yeah, I'd like to get some runs on the board.
Quick turnaround between matches. You were in Pakistan just a day here. Have you had time to acclimatize?
Yeah, the guys had a session, or a couple of sessions out at the academy. So, now ready to go. Should be a good contest.
Is this pitch anywhere different from the ones in Pakistan?
Looks a lot drier. I think it should take probably a little bit more turns. So, yeah, reason behind batting first, try and put some runs on the board, and then put some pressure on later on.
When you look at the history between these two sides, there's nothing to give, not an inch given, not an inch taken, and it will be competitive.
Oh, of course, yeah. Very good side, India, and we like coming up against them. So, yeah, it should be a really good contest, and we're looking forward to it.
And your combination for today's game on the surface?
Yeah, we got two changes. So Cooper Connolly comes in for Matt Short, who is injured, and Tanveer Sangha comes in for Spencer Johnson.
Have a good one, Steve.
Good luck, mate. Good luck, buddy.
Rohit, what would you have done winning the toss?
I was prepared to do both, to be honest. The wickets here have played very differently. And when you are in two minds, it's better to lose the toss.
But when you look at your side and the combinations you have, you've got most bases covered, you have plenty of options. And seeing this pitch, it's been on the slower side, it's turned, and you've got plenty of spin.
Yeah, look, like I said, we've played 3 games here, and each time we played, it had something different in it. So you can't really say that this is how the pitch is going to play. The pitch keeps changing its nature, and sorry. And yeah, look, at the end of the day, you have to play good cricket, and that is what we are focused on. All 3 games that we played here, we played really good cricket, whether we batted first, we bowled first, and that is what we would look to do here again now.
Interesting you mentioned that, because you must have played on most pitches on this square. Are they different, pitch by pitch?
Yeah, look, there are 4 or 5 surfaces here, and each one has its own way of looking at how the pitch is going to play. But look, every time we've come here, you know that it is going to be challenging, and the slower bowlers have come into play a lot, and that is why we've gone with the same team. We're playing with four spinners and 2 spinners.
And just the turnaround one day between matches, boys, okay with that?
Yeah, very much okay with that. I mean, you need to have that sort of momentum with you. We played a couple of days back here, and we want to continue from where we left. We want to play a good game of cricket, whether it's with the bat or with the ball. Now that we know we're bowling first, we have to come out and bowl well and try and restrict them as less as possible.
Well, have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's Australia who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
So today it was nautical metaphors from Ravi Shastri. Start your engines, crank them up, go at a rate of knots. It's going to be that kind of a game. And the very first thing that strikes me, well, I guess the very first thing that strikes me is that it's not a particularly hot day, and we've got quite high clouds, and we've yet to get a crowd in. That will happen as the day goes by. But the first substantive thing that hits me is Australia have chosen to bat first. Now, in the World Cup final in Ahmedabad, they chased. There's a general theory about Indian cricket that you're better off chasing against India because they might sometimes not reach the stellar heights they can get to with the bat when they're setting a target, but there's really almost no ceiling to that batting lineup, and they can hunt down pretty much whatever you set them, especially with the likes of Virat Kohli in that lineup, a great chaser. And other things to look at here. Australia have made 2 changes, one of them enforced. Matt Short is out with injury, brings in Cooper Connolly, who can bowl a little bit of left arm spin, might well open the batting, that's what we're hearing. But Spencer Johnson, express paced left armour, against who Rohit Sharma would struggle, we are led to believe, given the matchups. Well, he's out. Ben Dwarshuis keeps his place, and Tanvir Sangha, the 23-year-old, who's only played 3 one-day internationals, the leggy, Birmingham Phoenix's leggy, if you're into the 100, he's in. So, very, very clearly, Steve Smith thinks that this pitch is very dry, and it's going to deteriorate, and it's going to be about spin. World Cup winner Alex Harley is alongside me. Eyebrows were raised at that toss. Talk me through the logic.
Yeah, I mean, the logic is the fact that he's expecting the ball to turn. He's expecting the pitch to deteriorate as we go on throughout the day. So I've not been down myself this morning, but apparently it's really, really dry. It's cracked, and it looks like it will break up. So that will be the reason why that they've chosen to bat first. For me, I think Australia are a great chase inside. Unbelievable chase inside. I feel like whatever target would be set, they would back themselves to chase down, but I think it's just conditions that have stopped them from chasing today.
Artem Nawaz alongside me will be throughout the day. Are you as surprised as I was? I got the feeling that Australia wanted to chase.
Yeah, it's astounding, really, to be honest with you, just because if you look at the stats, here particularly at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, in the last 8 ODIs, teams that won the toss decided to chase 6 times. So, you know, 3/4 of the time, teams are choosing to chase. Incidentally, 3/4 of the time, the teams that decided to chase won the match. So
Won the match?
So if you're winning the toss and you're deciding to chase, you're likely to win. So it blows my mind, frankly, that Australia have opted to go in this direction. However, it is worth noting that, I mean, for any Australian people out there that are hoping to back their team, India lost the toss in all 12 ODIs they've played since the 2023 World Cup, and 3 of the 4 times when India didn't win, 2 losses and a tie, India were batting second. So there's hope.
Right. Oh, well, there's always hope, and especially here at the Dubai International Stadium, because this square has taken quite a hammering. There's been a lot of cricket played on here, and what we saw the other day when India played against New Zealand was that the pitch turned more and more and more as the day progressed. Now, sometimes it's quite hard to tell whether that's the pitch deteriorating or just the sheer quality of the 4-pronged spin attack that India have. The likes of Akshar Patel, Ravindra Jadeja, they bowl quick and into the pitch. They've got Varun Chakravarti, who took 5 wickets, all supplemented by Kuldeep Yadav. It's the full package. So is it turning more because the spinners are better? Is it turning more because the pitch is getting drier? Australia don't have that firepower. They've got Adam Zampa, they've brought in a specialist spinner in Tanvir Sangha, and then it's really make do and mend with the likes of Maxwell, Connolly, Labuschagne, Head, Smith. There's a lot of variety, a lot of options. The players have now come out with their mascots. The flags are out, and we are about to get the national anthems. land girt by sea. And next up, it'll be India.
शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
Anthems done. Which of those two anthems will we be hearing again, and where will we be hearing it? These are the questions that will be resolved today as the flags are unfurled up and taken off the outfield. The mascots make their way away, and yeah, we will get a large crowd today. I'm pretty confident of that. But one of the things we've noticed during this tournament is that we start with quite a sparse crowd. 100 overs seems to be not for everybody. We tend to get about I don't know what, about a sixth of the crowd turns up right at the very beginning, and then by most of the way through the first innings it's full.
Yeah.
And part of that will be the heat of the day, part of that will be people working, part of that will be just trying to get into the ground. Now look, I'm still reeling from the selection decisions, and I want to go back to Spencer Johnson being left out, because when you're looking at a side that both of them are lining up basically with the same notion, 2 seamers, 4 spinners, don't you have your point of difference seamer rather than Ben Dwarshuis? Spencer Johnson is rapid, and they've chosen to leave him out and keep Dwarshuis in. My eyebrows are so far raised, they're going off the top of my head.
Slow balls, cutters, back of the hand, you know, you're expecting this pitch to do something, so those deliveries become more important, don't they? So they'll be expecting to be, or they'll be wanting, sorry, to be able to take pace off the ball, run your fingers down the seam, get something out the surface, and not outfox somebody with the pace and bowling 90 miles an hour, but with the change-ups.
I'll see if you agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think. Thanks, Alex. I think it's all about those variations and just keeping the batters on their toes, particularly early doors for Australia. This is just really, really fascinating, just watching this Australian team who are, you think about who's playing for them, how they've ended up in the situation. What an opportunity to make a name for yourself, though. I mean, Cooper Connolly, Travis Head, go out there and, you've got sort of license to play as well as you possibly can. Oh, my goodness, Varun Chakravarti is doing some press-ups on the edge of the
it's all happening. I'm going to make way for Henry Moran. Just a little observation, though. This pitch, it looks fairly pristine. Every other pitch does not. I don't know whether they're going to play the final, because this looks like the best pitch of the lot. If India win. Thoughts from you on that, Alex? You're staying with us. Artif's making way, and then Henry's going to pick up commentary.
Well, if the final is here, they're playing on the centre pitch. That's what we do now. So they'll play in the middle, because bang in the middle of the surface, bang in the middle of the ground for the TVs and whatnot, and just a lot more aesthetically pleasing, isn't it? But yeah, we're talking about Australia winning the toss and batting, and how maybe they should have bowled and chased, but if the pitch is as bad or as crumbled as what they're expecting, then I think it makes sense.
Also, I remember that 50-over World Cup final. Hello, by the way.
Hello, Henry.
Hello. And that 50-over World Cup final in Ahmedabad, when the coin went up and Pat Cummins elected to have a bowl first. Everybody, pretty much, in the commentary box. What are they doing? This is crazy. They haven't got a clue. This is madness. This is absolutely handing the trophy to India. And look what happened. On that day, it totally was the right call. Pat Cummins got it right. So, we don't know what the outcome is going to be. It's going to be one of those where it will add a fascinating element and dimension to this. Here comes Mohammed Shami then, starting things off with an opening partnership of Travis Head, who scored that match-winning and extraordinary 100 at Ahmedabad in that game, almost 18 months or so ago. And alongside Cooper Connolly, who I think if you were given the name that will be opening in the semi-final that long ago, if you see what I mean. I think we wouldn't have...
Well, wasn't in the squad, he was just travelling reserve, wasn't he?
Well, indeed. But he gets his opportunity, Western Australia, and he's a talented boy, youngster, who's got a lot of power, a lot of skill, as does Travis Head. Here comes Mohamed Shami. First ball of the semi-final is wide, very wide, chased by Head. Didn't get anything on it. And umpire Illingworth, behind that silvery beard, will stretch the arms out, and Australia are one without loss. What do you think could be a decent score? 250?
Oh, God. I don't know. Honestly, at this stage of the game, we don't know how the pitch is going to play.
Well, no, but given what we expect
well,
it to...
300s always gives you something,
Okay.
doesn't it? Probably here slightly less. 290.
Shami comes in, straighter. Oh, back towards the bowler and dropped. Leading edge. It was a chance.
Yeah, it really was from Shami. But one of those as a bowler, they either stick or they don't. But it looped back to it. Didn't come back quickly. Travis Head just looking to hit the ball into the leg side. Thick outside edge. And
he's got to
you
take
would
it.
think that he's got to take that, yeah, Henry.
Oh dear, what a moment. How big could that be? First legitimate ball of the game. Australia one without loss, and Head gets alive. Here comes Shami again, running in past the umpire, round the wicket, and there'll be a little tap towards the leg side. Hardik Pandya fields, and there is no run available.
So in answer to your question, Henry, 250 obviously won the other day because New Zealand were 205 all out. But India bowled fantastically well. I don't think New Zealand necessarily adapted to the conditions as quick as they should have. But if you get 280, I think that's going to be a decent score.
Yeah. Shami at the end of his mark. Bustling in once again, round the wicket to bowl a ball to Travis Head, the left-hander, who's driving crisp through the offside. Good diving save. That's a good stop from Shubman Gill, who managed to prevent 4 runs. The crowd like that, those that are in. Supporters in blue arriving all the time.
It's not as busy as I thought it was going to be, though, to be completely honest, for a semi-final.
No, not at the moment. It will pick up. And there's some good... I mean, I think we're slightly misled by the fact a lot of fans are in this end of the ground. It's just the top tier pretty much entirely is lacking in spectators, apart from straight on behind the bowler's arm. So Cooper Connolly then on strike for the first time. And this is some moment for a 21-year-old. In comes Mohamed Shami to bowl to Connolly, who plays that very confidently towards backward point, and there's no run. So somebody that has played Test cricket, all 3 formats, but a total of just 6 matches in total in his international career. So he's not exactly somebody who is blessed with a huge amount of international experience, but what he's got is the bold, brave, brash youth on his side, and the backing of an Australian side that have him opening in a major world event semi-final. Shami it is. Moving in again. 5th ball of the semi-final is a straight delivery, which is on middle stump, and Connolly will defend into the onside. He's got rid of one of the worst haircuts in cricket, Cooper Connolly.
Has he got rid of it?
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed it. He's got, so what's he rocking now? Just a normal lid?
Ish. It's still, there are still elements of the mullet.
Yep.
But it is no longer shaved round the sides entirely, and then a sort of floppy mullet at the back.
Oh, okay.
And I think probably from a style point of view, for me, but then what do I know? I'm not 21 yet. 2 without loss. Here's Shami, bowls, oh, swing and a miss. Big booming drive from Cooper Connolly. The over comes to an end, 2 without loss. And Travis Head getting a life, dropped from the first legitimate ball that was bowled. That's the crucial moment of this opening over. Could be the crucial moment of the game. We'll wait and see. Hello to our listeners in Australia, by the way, on ABC Grandstand Digital. Lovely to have you with us, and wherever you might be around the world as well, on the ICC app. If you want to get in touch, TMS at bbc.co.uk. Our live text commentary service is up and running on the BBC Sport website. And there you'll be able to join the conversation, watch in-play highlights as well. Elizabeth Bott should be looking after things there. We're going to see Hardik Pandya, who is never a man that is overly hurried when it comes to bowling his opening overs.
No, he doesn't strike me as a man that's hurried in life either.
No.
Very laid back.
You can imagine he's probably quite a fan of a snooze.
Yeah.
A little nap.
Yeah.
2 without loss. Here comes Hardik Pandya to bowl to Travis Head. I'll give you the field in a moment. Here is Hardik, and down the leg side it goes. So wide to start both of the opening overs. We've got a fine leg and a deep third. So we know that Travis Head is somebody that likes to smash the ball through the offside.
But he's also needs to get in on this surface because it's such a hard surface to just come in and strike the ball from ball 1.
Well, it is 3 without loss, the score, and so much of the battle is going to be who can manage to play that knock that others can bat around, who can just hang about. In comes Hardik Pandya, slip in place. This is chipped up into the leg side it goes, and had there been a short leg in place, you wouldn't see one in a one-day international second over, but it would have looped rather gently towards that fielder. Instead, it goes to the man inside the circle at square leg, and he's one hand off the bat. It was not a controlled stroke towards Akshay Patel, it has to be said.
Well, what we saw the other day with the surface, they're not on the same one, but it was quite two-paced, wasn't it? So it was quite stoppy, quite sticky, especially with when the seamers were bowling.
Far end of the ground, Hardik Pandya bowling from a different end actually from where we were watching him motor in from a couple of days ago. In comes Hardik Pandya, and a mistimed pull from Head, who's looking to try and smash it through the leg side. Doesn't get hold of it at all.
Comes straight off the toe of his bat. Travis Head is looking to heave that into the leg side. He just looks at his bat and he's like, how have I done that?
Yeah, so far we've seen a leading edge, one hand off the bat popping towards short leg, and one off the toe end of the bat. Doesn't necessarily scream that it's a surface that is going to suit those that like to trust the bounce and trust the surface. Hardik Pandya, end of his mark, is waving, gesticulating to the fielder down there, Mohammad Shami, to go just a little bit wider at fine leg. Shami deep in conversation with a member of the India training staff in a rather fetching beige t-shirt. 3 without loss. Here comes Hardik Pandya again, bowling to Head. It goes right through him, and there's half an appeal from initially Rohit Sharma at slip, then KL Rahul, and some say, well, what did that hit? Because it came whistling on through, cut him in half. But I don't think there was any bat.
No, complete fresh air for me, that. And Travis Head again looking to pull the ball, gets cut in half. It's a seam-up delivery from Pandya, the wobble ball, and it does just nip back towards him. So already we've seen this surface just offering a bit to the bowlers.
Yeah.
Not even seen the spinners yet.
Ultra Edge just tells us there was clean air, as you say. Moving in once more. There's Hardik Pandya sprinting towards us over the wicket, and Head will drop the ball into the offside. There's no run there. And I don't think actually Australia will be overly concerned about a slow start in the power play. I don't think this is necessarily where the game's won and lost. It's middle overs for me.
Yeah, and I think that's with the chase that we saw New Zealand against India just the other day. Yes, it was a so-called dead rubber because they knew where they were playing, but for me it was just, there was no urgency about the run chase, was there?
No. As Matt Henry, our BBC colleague, as opposed to the New Zealand bowler, so rightly called early on, the danger is if you hang about and don't put pressure on the bowlers, you can see that run rate just climbing, and it gets very tricky very quickly. That's what India will have to be aware of when they chase later on. 3 without loss. Hardik Pandya at the end of his mark again is going to come scuttling in towards us, past the umpire now, and Head will look for a run into the leg side, can't find it. 3 without loss to score, 1 ball left of the over.
Yeah, you've got to put pressure back on the bowlers on surfaces like this, but you can't be reckless, so there is a fine line of trying to put pressure back on the bowler, but also not getting yourself in a bit of a pickle.
You don't want to get yourself in a pickle. Not early on.
Not in a semi-final.
No. Hello to Hafiz, by the way. He's listening from America. I need more detail than that, Hafiz. Come on. It's a big place.
Where are you? What you up to?
North America? South America?
Where are you listening?
Gulf of America? 3 without loss. 1 ball left of the second over. Here comes Hardik Pandya. Oh, it's a mistimed cut from Travis Head that goes gently towards Jadeja. And this over has told us it is not a surface that is going to be easy to score runs on.
Absolutely not. It's so unlike Travis Head, isn't it, to just be 1 off 9 balls. But it's in the nature of that being cut up, one cutting him in half. He's missed a couple of pull shots. He's had a leading edge. And he's just patted one to backward point.
Well, he's having a little look at that bat. I don't think it's the bat that's the issue. I think it's going to just be difficult. It's going to be hard going, but it'll be hard going for both sides, and arguably harder for India, because the pitch will be crumbling and getting more and more tired and baked under a sun that is not quite as brutal. Well, the temperature's higher, but it is a little...
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Doesn't feel it, though, does it?
Do you not think?
I wasn't outside for very long, to be fair.
Clouds overhead, though. Shami's going to bowl to Cooper Connolly. It's a slip in place still. Fine leg deep third. Shami bowls, swing and a miss from Connolly, and it goes through to KL Rahul, the India wicket keeper.
I'd love to see Mohammad Shami's back.
Yes.
Because he got hit, didn't he, in the last game on the shoulder blade, and I want to see how big that bruise is on his back.
Well, it was a really painful one, because he was running in to make his ground when batting, and we could see it exactly from our position up here. The throw came in from the deep, and it was just in a line with him. You could see it coming from 2 or 3 seconds away, and it just landed square in the back. Really sore one. Here comes Shami, round the wicket to bowl to Cooper Connolly, swing and a miss, goes through to the keeper. Half an appeal as Rohit Sharma in a familiar fashion raises his left arm as if to ask half a question of umpire Illingworth. Australia still 3 without loss. Shami walks back towards us. Hair a little bit fuller than it perhaps was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's amazing, actually. Hair growth.
We've got field remaining the same, with he's not at mid-wicket inside the circle. Just a fielder in front of square on the leg side. And a mid-on. Here is Shami, swing and a miss. That might be wide. Yeah, just about. So another onto the total for Australia, who are 4 without loss.
Well, this is so strange, isn't it? There's been a few balls wide outside the off-stump and neither batters can get away.
Yeah, can't get bat on it at the moment. We've got a deep third, fine leg, slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a fielder just in front of square on the leg side. And Shami down below us in the sunshine, sun almost directly above us, with Shami barely casting a shadow. Number 11 on his back in the blue of India. He's running in now. Past the umpire he goes, round the wicket, and that beats the edge again. And Connolly's feet going nowhere, and India causing problems.
It's a little bit of a nothing shot, that, but from what I've seen in the first 3 overs of this game, there must have been more play and misses from Australia than the whole tournament for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Everything has been almost play and a miss, and not being able to get anything on it.
Yeah, some holes in the bat.
It's very, very rare that you see that from this Australia side.
We're only in the 3rd over, midway through it. Already we've been out there 13 minutes. It's not a power play in terms of pace, I would say. Ollie's in touch from Somerset, TMS at bbc.co.uk. Here comes Shami, swing and a miss. Cooper Connolly gave it the full beans, but gets nothing on it. It's a funny old watch, this.
Matt Henry needs to get the stats for us, please, on so far in the first 3 overs, what percentage of balls have been played and missed?
False shots, yeah, lots of them. Ollie says... He says...
Sorry, Ollie, come on, let us know what you're saying.
He says, love listening to the tournament whilst I clean the windows. Never thought I'd be wanting an Aussie victory today, but a home nation host deserves to be hosting the final, whether in it or not. And that is another element of today. If India win, the final will be here on Sunday in Dubai. If Australia win, well, they will head to Lahore to take on either New Zealand or South Africa. Do you think Ollie cleaning his windows during the whole tournament is because he's a window cleaner or he's got a massive house?
That's what I thought. I thought, how many times he's cleaning his windows? And I thought, window cleaner.
Shami with 2 slips in place now, and a swing and a miss. And he's looking, and behind that beard is an expression of some frustration, I think it's fair to say. There's another big booming heave through the offside, and
he is moving his feet though, isn't he? He's trying to get in line with the ball. He's obviously backing his hands and backing his ability to hit the ball through the covers by not, you know, classically getting into the ball, but everything here has been a play and a miss.
Hafiz is in Philadelphia, by the way, just gone 4 a.m. Daughter Emma lives in London.
4 a.m.
Good effort that from Hafiz,
isn't it?
Shami to conclude the 3rd over. Oh, is that an edge? Well, I heard a little noise, and they're celebrating. Cooper Connolly's going nowhere, and now Shami, who initially wasn't that enthusiastic, is turning to his teammates and saying, well, if you're sure, let's go upstairs, and they're going to do that. And if Connolly's got bat on this, and he's looking a little guilty, I have to say, then he'll be on his way. But he swung hard. And the question is there a toe end? And then the second question is, has it carried?
Well, I heard a noise.
I heard, and it's not anything else, is it?
Not out. It's a fair delivery.
I think it's hit right at the bottom of the bat,
It's very close to the bat. So can I have Ultra Edge when available, please?
The Hartlepool tones of Michael Goff. Yep.
So just take it back one for him.
There's an edge.
Through again, please. Yeah, three's it down. Okay, we've got a spike on Ultra Edge, and the ball is next to the bat. Can we walk through to the catch, please? Just want to see the completion.
And it's a clean catch. So there's a wicket. All the pressure eventually tells. And the score stands at 4 for 1. Cooper Connolly's promotion into the side, and then to the top of the order.
Very slowly, please.
Well, they're just checking this, but that's out now.
Yeah, that's carried as well.
Yeah, the ball is clearly carried. Clearly carried. Richard, please reverse your decision from not out to out.
Well, there we go. It's been given out, and we heard the edge. It was very strange. I don't know how it wasn't given out at the time.
Didn't, because he didn't really appeal.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But then he did turn around and was like, well, obviously it's out. So a very peculiar, very strange start to this game of cricket, to be completely honest. Australia won the toss, elected to bat their 4 for 1 after 3, which you just wouldn't think is possible. It's Australia.
Well, this is the key man for me. Steve Smith coming to the middle, because if anyone can negotiate a surface like this, it's going to be him. He and Marnus Labuschagne, who saw earlier on today as the team were waiting to head to the ground. And Matt Henry asked rather cheekily, opening today, Marnus? And he wasn't giving anything away. He wasn't going to tell us that. But he gave us a very polite good morning, Matthew and I, as we returned we went for a little team run this morning.
Did you?
You must have gone before us.
Did you go outside or inside?
Outside.
Nice.
Very early. In comes...
just missed you.
Must have missed us. Here comes Hardik Pandya, swaying out of the way as Travis Head. And that is not going to be... It is going to be signalled wide. So we've seen this so many times in this game already. And Pandya looks bemused, as if to say, are you having a laugh?
How many runs have come off the bat, and how many have been wide?
Well, one off the bat. It was Connolly was out, by the way, for a 9-ball duck.
Yeah.
That's not gone quite to plan, that experiment for the Aussies.
Very strange innings, because there were so many player misses. Did he even get bat on ball?
Well, he did eventually. Just the toe end of it.
Yeah.
Not the part that he wanted to. One bat, barely used. 5 for 1 as Travis Head waits for Hardik Pandya from the far end of the ground. He's running in now, and that's angled towards backward point with a little more timing on that occasion from Travis Head. 5 for 1 is the score in the 4th over of the game. Australia winning the toss and batting. Ollie's back in touch.
Yes.
To say, I'd love to say I had a massive house. It's taken me the entirety of the Champions Trophy to clean the windows on. Unfortunately, not the case. I'm a window cleaner.
It's sadly obvious, that one, wasn't it?
Well,
I would have loved him to be like, well, I am rich.
But I still clean my own windows.
Or maybe I just love cleaning windows. So I clean my windows every day because I like to see out of them.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'd say it's probably a... How often do you clean windows? Once a year job? I don't know.
Well, some window cleaners would be out of a job if it was once a year.
Hardik Pandya bowls to Travis Head, who's startled by the bounce and plays it into the offside. No run. No, I think once a year.
No, window cleaners. We used to have a window cleaner come round maybe once every 3-4 weeks.
What?
Yeah, my flat windows probably get cleaned at least twice a year. But then I sometimes have to do them myself because they get really dirty. But it's really satisfying. I went and bought a proper window cleaner, squeegee and everything.
Did you?
Yeah. So satisfying. You do they've got like that big cloth.
Yeah.
It's all very... So, you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. The sound effects really added to it for me. 5 for 1. Travis Head is 1 from 11, and he waits now for Hardik Pandya down the leg side. That'll be wide. Goodness me, this game has not started terribly quickly. 5 wides out of Australia's 6 for 1 from 3.2 overs. Simon is in touch. Morning, team. Enjoying the game. Perfect for slogging the massive oak panels attached. Here we go. So
love it when people attach photos.
Wow, wood carving. There we go.
That's cool.
Isn't
What
it?
a job.
How often do you do a bit of wood carving? Do you ever do that as a job? You'd like the window cleaning, not the wood carving?
No, I
think you'd be good at that.
I'd try anything once.
I think it looks very satisfying, that sort of work.
Yeah.
I always think it's such a craft, isn't it? Here is Hardik Pandya bowling to Travis Head. It's in the air, but past the fielder at mid-off. Rohit Sharma throws his hands away in frustration. Travis Head finally gets hold of one, and Australia are 10 for 1. It was pulverised up towards the India opener, but he couldn't get anything on it. I thought for a second it was looping rather gently towards him, but is that the moment things perhaps changed just a little?
Couldn't get anything on it, or didn't try and get anything on it?
I think he was a bit flat-footed, actually.
Yeah, I don't think he moved very well there, to be completely honest.
He was more Shubman Still than Shubman Gill. He could have just been on his toes a little, I fancy. He was a bit straighter now. In comes Hardik Pandya. 10 for 1. Oh, and there we go, in the air, into the leg side for 6. Well, maybe he's starting to read this pitch a little better. It's the 106th of the tournament, and suddenly Australia are 16 for 1. And the energy around the ground has changed just a little.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Cricket's a real strange game. You play and miss, you play and miss, you can't get the ball away. You get one that you just club down the ground and then you feel like you're into your stride, and that's taken off his pads beautifully into the leg side. I've got the Connolly stats.
Oh, yeah, I've just seen it.
I'll let you read it out.
All right. 3.4 overs gone, 16 for 1. Don't forget, Travis Head was dropped on naught. Return chance put down by Shami. Played away off the body into the offside. Jadeja with the pick-up and throw, and it hit. He was gone. Oh, it was close. Travis Head very nearly run out, and Jadeja is not a man you want to take that chance to.
That was so close, and there's nothing Travis Head can do but laugh, to be completely honest. It was a quick single, and he knew if that had hit, he'd have been gone. He'd have been out. However, he's not, and he turned around, apologised to his mate, and smiled.
Oh, it's thrilling. Just feels like every run has such value on a pitch like this. And for me, I know that some will say, oh, well, you want to see run scoring, you want to see boundaries, but there's something about a game where every single element of it feels like a struggle that just adds something to it.
It's been an expensive over, this one.
Yeah.
13 off it.
Well, we've seen 2 wides in there. Hardik Pandya the end of his mark.
13 off it. Sorry, the score's only 17. Just
17 for 1, so relatively very expensive. Steve Smith is on strike for the first time. Australia skipper Hardik Pandya bowls to him, and it is defended back up the track. So expensive over, as we say. 4 gone, 17 for 1 Australia. Winner of this semi-final will play against South Africa or New Zealand, who play tomorrow in Lahore. We'll be live for that, 8:45. Now, as the stats for Cooper Connolly's innings, described by our friends at Crick Viz. That was a horror knock. He played and missed 6 times before nicking off, the most in a sub-10 ball innings since records began in 2006.
Yeah.
Not great, that.
But there was a lot of playing misses.
There we go. Sue says, I've got 2 window cleaners. Long story. They're meant to come once a month, and I had them spaced 2 weeks apart. However, with weather and other circumstances, their timing slipped. I've actually had them cleaned twice within the hour once. They must have passed each other on the road. Thank you, Sue. In comes Shami to bowl to Travis Head. He's got bat on that, slapped towards Jadeja at backward point.
Is that now Sue just feels like she can't get rid of one window cleaner because they've been coming secretly without the other knowing for so long, I imagine?
I wonder if you get a bit like people stay with a hairdresser.
Yeah,
you feel,
so you feel loyalty. Yeah, absolutely. We had the same window cleaner for years.
Yeah.
But you can't feel like you can't
But also,
sack a
once every
window
2
cleaner.
weeks, Sue. That is a lot.
I'd have to be throwing stuff at my windows to make them dirty to make it worthwhile paying the window cleaner.
Maybe if you live sort of by the coast, you get a lot of sea spray, maybe. I don't know. 17 for 1 is the score. Travis Head is waiting on 12. There's a slip in place. Square leg and deep third are out. And Head pulls towards that leg side and will get a couple of runs because the ball's gone into space. They'll turn easily for 2. And move to 19 for 1. Travis Head dropped on 0. He's now there at 14 off 16. And let's not forget that knock he played in the World Cup final of 2023. It was one of the great innings. It was a spectacular performance in that run chase, chasing down 241. He scored 137 off 120. And shocked not just Ahmedabad, but well over 1 billion people who I think expected India to win that. Expect them to win today, but I don't know. Shami running into bowl to Travis Head, who's hitting that crisply through the offside for 4. Sat up invitingly, and he plonked it away through the covers to pick up a boundary. So 23 for 1, that's a nice shot.
Well, India had got away with a few short wide ones in the first 3 overs of this game. Now Travis Head seems to be seeing the ball a little bit better. It was short, wide, outside the off stump, and he's played beautifully off the back foot, but it's a big old heave into that offside, isn't it?
It is, but he's got back. He's not timed it perfectly, actually, but he's given it everything. And moves to 18 off 17. And, you know, it could be that a quick 50 can win this game. That's the thing. 23 for 1. Shami at the end of his mark. It's a good sign in the crowd. I'll tell you about it in a moment. He nearly plays on. Very nearly plays on, but gets 4 down through fine leg. And in that way that Travis Head does, he doesn't even look at where the ball's gone, just comes down, pats the surface, and thanks to his lucky stars that he's got a little bit of luck. 27 for 1. That sign reading from an India supporter. Hope we don't get a headache today. Head capitalised. He's got lucky there, though.
That's a good sign.
So it's rather pleasing to see it printed out as well.
The head was in capitals and red as well.
Yeah, just to, you know, in case we didn't get it.
Yeah.
Didn't underline it, could have done that.
I did have to double take when I saw the sign.
Flurry of runs in the last few balls. Shami bowling to Head, who's going to get more there, smashing it away. Off the back through the offside, 31 for 1, and this is suddenly just getting a little awkward for India.
What a shot that is from Matt Henry's just tapped me on the shoulder. A really wrong time. What a shot. Crunched it through the offside, off the back foot. It's not actually that short either. So he just, there's no foot movement. He rocks back and carves it past backward point.
Alex is going to have a little break. Matt's going to jump in. We'll be hearing from Aaron Finch and Sunil Gavaskar as well today. 14 from this over. Last few balls have been very profitable for Australia. 31 for 1. Here is Shami, and defended into the offside. A change of angle over the wicket. And the over comes to an end. I'd give this to Australia first up, Matt. The start to the game, having won the toss, batting first. They lost a wicket at Connolly without scoring, but Travis Head is 26 from 20. Right, I'm getting out of the way. Atif Nawaz is going to join you.
Yep, as ever, Travis Head is crucial whenever Australia play in white ball cricket. He will allow them the space to be able to knock the spinners around later on, because if Head gets off to a quick start, that means you can just knock it around a bit easier, as I've said, and that just pushes up the score that Australia could possibly get to.
Yeah, it did look a bit like ball was stopping a bit, very hard to play the ball on a good length outside the off stump. We saw Cooper Connolly play and miss a bunch. That's a great stat you pulled out there, Matt, by the way. That was outstanding.
Can't take all the credit. But
since records began?
Yes.
2006. It's extraordinary, the things that we keep track of. Now here's something that's quite surprising in the 6th over of a one-day international, although perhaps not in Dubai. Spin! It's Kuldeep Yadav into the attack. And he comes to Steve Smith with a slip in place, full, and Steve Smith whips this down towards long on for a single. That gets him off the mark off his second delivery. Australia move to 32 for 1, or 5.1. It feels to me like there's a little bit of rolls being taken up. Travis Head, as he inevitably does, and goes a little bit hard and heavy up top. Almost the role that Rohit Sharma plays, but with more of an expectation of batting through, perhaps, and Steve Smith, he's there to face 120, 130 balls and get you 100 runs. That's what Australia do. Here's Kuldeep into Travis Head. Slightly short, Head punches it off the back foot. Well fielded at cover by Virat Kohli. There is no run. It's a very intriguing move, this, Matt, to throw the ball to Kuldeep this early. I mean, we knew we'd see a lot of spin today, expecting a fantastic over rate. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I was just jumping into the stats to try and work out what the thinking was.
Here's Kuldeep into Travis Head again, who gets forward and clips this ball out towards just wide of mid-on. They'll run through for a single, 33 for 1 or 5.3. What have you found?
Well, not a lot, really, which makes it interesting, I guess. I can tell you that Kuldeep Yadav in ODIs has bowled to Steve Smith 9 times. He's dismissed him twice, but it's not like such a record that you think that it really jumps out. There's
Yadav into Steve Smith again, and he shuffles across his crease, plays with soft hands just in front of square leg, and they get through for a single.
He hasn't dismissed Travis Head in ODIs. I've not got the T20 record to hand, which could be, maybe that's where it is. But I can tell you in ODIs he hasn't. So it's not one of those initial matchups if you even see, because I can tell you that Adam Zampa's got Rohit Sharma out 5 times, so that's something we could see later on, definitely. But not this matchup.
Kuldeep into Travis Head, who comes down the track and again flicks this ball out towards mid-wicket. They take a single. They don't take on the arm of Jadeja, who just reminds them how good his arm is with a little throw over the stumps. He whips the ball back in. And with certain fielders played at that pace, there would have been 2 there, but they were happy to take the single. 35 for 1 Australia off 5.5. Kuldeep Yadav. Couple of steps, and he comes, fly to delivery. Steve Smith drives past a diving Kuldeep Yadav and is followed through down towards long on for another single. So gentle accumulation in that Kuldeep Yadav over. 36 for 1 Australia after 6 overs. Quite remarkably, they're going at a run a ball now. I mean, there was 2 really profitable overs there, the 4th and the 5th. The first 3 looked like we could be looking at a really low-scoring game, and now they're back up at a run a ball. What are you thinking, Matt?
Yeah, well, 1 run off the bat in the first 3 overs. I can tell you that, and then the wickets quite quickly after. And yeah, now they're up at run a ball. So it just shows you how quickly things can change, doesn't it? And I often wonder why teams don't do this more regularly, because it just changes the feel of a pack. Well, instantly you think, when a spinner's on, it's about knocking it around, isn't it? But that's not what you want to do in the power play. You want to be going for the bigger shots, but it's just in your brain, doesn't it? When you bring them on in a power play, you saw Smith there just knocking the ball to long on. That's not quite what he would be doing. Maybe Smith would, but not what Australia would want to be doing in a power play.
Here's Hardik Pandya into Steve Smith, who works this ball to backward point. There is no run. I saw Travis Head last night at the hotel. He was getting some takeout delivered. And I didn't bother him, he's grabbing a bite, so I didn't want to, I thought about going over and saying good luck or something, but I thought I should leave him to it. He's getting his food. You don't want to disturb somebody when they're getting their food. But I did sort of mentally, in my cab ride, sort of speculate as to what you'd want to eat the night before a semi-final.
Carbs, I assume.
You think so?
I assume so, but I don't know.
Do you reckon he got like a bolognese, maybe?
Yeah, a lot of pasta.
Yeah, spaghetti bolognese is the one, innit? Night before a semi. Maybe we'll get to ask him later. Here's Hardik Pandya into Steve Smith, who's gone after this one. out towards square leg. It's a vacant region, so a safe shot. It was aerial. It's trickling towards the boundary. Fielder running around from fine leg, cannot get there. Even the speed of Akshar Patel, not enough to cut off that boundary. It's Steve Smith's first. Australia 40 for 1 after 6.2.
Yeah, it's quite a Steve Smith shot, isn't it? He's just quick on the length, and because his hands come through quite wide, it means he's quite easy to swing the ball away to leg and get right the way around it. Yeah, he's not middled it though, has he? He's got nowhere near the middle of that, and it's, like you said, trickled to the boundary. Well, just shows that the timing's a bit out, maybe.
I thought it might have taken, for a second, it sort of slowed up so much, I thought it might have taken a little bit of the spider cam cable, but it's managed to evade that. It's remarkable that doesn't happen more often, isn't it? That people don't hit the spider cam cable. But I've been told it's very fine, very, very fine, like a spider's web.
Yeah, if you imagine the percentage that wire is covering in the full ground, it is, yeah, not very much, is it?
Hardik runs in and Steve Smith pulls out of the way, maybe distracted by spider cam. Yeah, it was just floating around, and Steve Smith gestures as well. Get it out of my face, and the spider cam runs away up into the air, a bit like a fly being buzzed away.
I was just about to say, when you were mentioning that if there's one batter you don't want on strike when you're controlling spider cam, it's probably Steve Smith, because he notices everything, doesn't he?
It's a very observant fellow, Steve Smith. Spider cam's parked itself sort of just over square leg, maybe backward square leg. So well out of the line of sight of Steve Smith, who now awaits as Hardik Pandya runs in towards him, full, driven nicely by Steve Smith into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And they'll allow them to get through for a single. It probably would have just been picked up by mid-off or mid-on had it not hit the stumps, but they do get through for a single. 41 for 1 off 6.3. It's really a staple of this Australian team. They don't really panic too much. They always look quite self-assured, even though they sort of, you look at their lineup and they sort of have no right to be, in terms of the chopping and changing and the personnel that was available to them, the opposition who they're playing, their lack of familiarity with these conditions, and yet they just sort of very business-like turn up and just do their job.
Yeah, well, you go back to that World Cup which they won in 2023. They lost their first 2 games, didn't they? They were almost out of the tournament. They were struggling in the 3rd game, which would have effectively knocked them out. They managed to turn it around from there and go all the way. It was remarkable, really.
Here's Hardik into Travis Head now, who flicks this ball off his pads out towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's going to be another 4. Terrific shot that. He really didn't have a ton of room, really manufactured a little bit of space, the smallest of angles to get his bat through it, but he manages to pick up another boundary. Travis Head absolutely flying here. 32 off 24. Australia 45 for 1.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the Indian fielder's body language as well, I'd say, because that ball's trickled to the boundary. There's no applause early. There's lots of standing around. It's very early to kind of be looking too much into that, isn't it? But Travis Head has obviously done this to them before in that World Cup final. They will be wary of him. He's smashed the ball around in the IPL as well. And you just wonder whether he's got a bit of something over some of these players.
A little mental edge. The ghost of Travis Head. Here's Hardik into Travis Head, who tries to cut this ball away. Gets a little under edge on it as it bounces on its way through to KL Rahul, and there is no run. Head pounds the crease with his bat in frustration. Well, he's going quite well here. 32 off 25. He's managed to hit sort of 5 boundaries, 5 4s and 1 6, without really middling anything just yet. It's not like he's found his fluency, and yet he's finding the boundary on a regular basis.
Yeah, he's annoyed he hasn't found that gap there, isn't, where there's a very sort of it's like a kind of a short third man, a gully. He's not really in a catching position, he's a bit too deep to catch.
Like a fly slip almost.
Yeah, not deep enough to be a fly slip, but not close enough to be a gully. Yeah.
Sort of in between, on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Here's Hardik Pandya, and again, this is short and slow, and Travis Head tried to chase it, couldn't get near it. It's been signalled a wide by the umpire. No protest from Hardik Pandya. I think he accepts that one. It was a good idea. I don't mind the idea of a slow bouncer, but just lost control of it a little bit. And again, it's another profitable over already for Australia. 10 runs off it with a ball to come. Oh, I feel like the first 7 overs of this game has felt quite absorbing. Like, it feels more like sort of I've seen 17 overs of a game or 70 overs of a game, just in the little passages that have already happened.
Yeah, well, almost 40 minutes for 7 overs, so
that's probably why.
Yeah.
Right, Hardik Pandya at the top of his run turns, and he's in to Travis Head. This is another short ball. It's a slower ball. which Head does get a little bit of bat on, but a nice stop from Kuldeep Yadav. Short fine legger up inside the circle, prevents the boundary. They do get through for a single. So 11 off the 7th over of this Australian innings, 47 for 1, with Travis Head on 33 off 26 and Steve Smith on 8 off 7. This is the semi-final, the first semi-final of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 between Australia and India here in Dubai. Tomorrow, second semi-final time. It's New Zealand versus South Africa. That'll be in Lahore from the Gaddafi Stadium. All of it, of course, you can listen to here on Test Match Special on the BBC Sounds app, the BBC Sport website and app. And also, if you're in other parts of the world, perhaps, you can use the ICC app. It's the English commentary option. You can listen to us on there as well. 3 very exciting games to cover, including this one. Tomorrow will be a cracker in Lahore as well. You got a chance to see the games up close in Lahore. What did you make of that pitch? Lots of runs in it, I imagine.
Flat. Very, very flat, yeah. And
it's a good place to do some ironing.
Yeah, and neither South Africa or New Zealand have played there, but they did meet in that tri-series, which Pakistan were also involved in just before, weren't they? And New Zealand chased down just over 300 to win that game. I'm looking at you, Ati, for confirmation. I think that's right.
There were a couple of failed 300 totals from South Africa in that tournament. Here's Kuldeep Yadav for a second over into Travis Head, who makes a little bit of room outside off and punches the ball only as far as cover. Virat Kohli fields. There is no run.
Yeah, the South Africa team is much different. That was kind of when they still had their fringe players playing, wasn't it? Because they hadn't got over to Pakistan yet, and they've got a much stronger team now. So me and Alex have been discussing this.
I'll hear more as Kuldeep Yadav is in. Down the track comes Travis Head and hammers this ball high and handsome over the side screen for a monster 6. Terrific shot that from Travis Head. Lined it up and executed it. And with that 6, they bring up their 50 to Australia, 53 for 1 off 7.2 overs.
Yeah, it's sensible stuff from Travis Head, really, because the pitch hasn't broken up yet. Obviously, the ball's still hard. And that means if you can middle the spinners, they're going to be a lot easier to hit now. And Rohit's gone early with one of his spin options, but it's a lot easier to hit it now. So go after them while you can when it's not turning as much.
98 metres. Virat Kohli enjoyed that one as well. Sort of like, wow, it's a good hit, Travis.
Interesting little face there, he pulled, just going back to what I said earlier. It was almost like he's saying eek to himself, but when that's gone smashed over the top.
Kuldeep into Travis Head again, at this time just gets forward and pushes the ball almost tentatively to point. There is no run. Closing in on the 50 partnership, these two, 49 of 30 deliveries. Travis Head, one of the stars of this game. I thought Virat Kohli might have been looking at that 6 thinking, which IPL team does this guy play for again? I just want to remember. Here's Kuldeep Yadav into Travis Head again, who defends the ball from his crease. It was a little bit quicker from Kuldeep Yadav, cramping Head for room, and there is no run. Good comeback from Kuldeep after that. 6, a couple of dots. Travis Head just always looks so untroubled. Even when he plays his false shots, barely registers on his face. He doesn't really give too much away. He's not one of those over-expressive players. Just sort of gets on with it. I could tell by the way he picked up his takeout yesterday. Here's Kuldeep. Into Travis Head again. Again, cramps him for room. Nearly gets an under edge. Through to the keeper. Rohit Sharma was just asking, how close was that really? Do we need to review this? But they move past that thought very quickly. Kuldeep Yadav is headed back to his run-up. But a really good delivery. Just cut the batter in half and nearly took a little inside edge through to the keeper. Well taken as well by KL Rahul at that speed.
Yeah, the umpire, Chris Gaffney's just a little word with Rohit there. I'm not entirely sure what about. I don't know. We saw a lot of the umpires getting twitchy about India's players running down the pitch in the chase against New Zealand the other day, and I wonder whether that was something again.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav, and again, beautiful angle once again. It's been a terrific comeback after getting hit for that 6. Just made it impossible for Travis Head to get the ball off the square. Another dot ball to finish that over. 53 for 1 after 8 overs, Australia, with Head on 39 off 32 and Smith on 8 of 7. They're just taking a little look at it. There was no inside edge. It just took a little bit of... It took the knee roll of the pad on its way through to KL Rahul, the chance, and it was a very smart take behind the stumps. KL Rahul, very impressive, has to be said. Right, I think we're going to have double spin now. I think we are, yeah. Varun Chakravarti's got the ball in his hand. He's about to come in. Took a 5-wicket haul against New Zealand in the final group game. He finished with the figures of 5 for 42 from his 10. and at times was unplayable on this surface. So intriguing to see how he does here today on, as you say, Matt, a harder wicket, slightly harder wicket, baked under the sun, no crumbles, no dust, not yet. So different kind of challenge this for Varun Chakravarti, who's already had a very inspiring career trajectory. Brought into the Indian side off the back of a terrific IPL, made his debut back in 2021 for India and had a chastening experience in that T20 World Cup. Well, here he is, fresh off a fifer. In he comes to Steve Smith, who bowls a full delivery, driven down to long off handsomely by Steve Smith for a single. Steve Smith's got the baseball cap on now. Just to push some of that heat away from your head. It makes sense, doesn't it? Just wear a little cap while he can. Baseball cap. Travis Head still with helmet on. Has a little look around at the field. Long off has gone back for Travis Head. There's a deep mid-wicket in place as well. Slip. Rohit Sharma patrolling. And everybody else inside the circle. Here's Varun Chakravarti into Travis Head, who gets forward. He's gone after it. He's gone up in the air. This is a chance for long on, who comes in and takes the catch. It's Shubman Gill, and what a breakthrough for India. It's Travis Head, who was looking so dangerous for Australia, and it's Varun Chakravarti, that man who can't stop taking wickets in Dubai. 5 wickets in the previous game, and the big wicket of Travis Head here now. 54 for 2 off 8.2 overs. India roaring back into the semi-final.
Yeah, the architect turned match winner, isn't he? You can see how much that means to India. The celebrations down here as long off, who's taken the catch, runs towards mid-on. The fielders all mob over to Chakravarti in the middle. They know what that means. They know how crucial that wicket is. And for a lad who was, like you say, Atif, was hit out of the team as recently in this tournament here, wasn't it, in Dubai in 2021? He's gone away. He's worked on this overspin delivery rather than leg spin, and that may well be what has actually just done the trick there, because Head didn't quite get to the ball. It's meant he skewed it up in the air, and Shubman Gill, I think it was, has run round and take a pretty comfortable catch. Well, he's made it look easy because he did have to cover a few yards, and I was a little worried he wasn't going to get there because he was looking so casual, but he's taken it very safely. And then the celebrations begin. You could probably hear in the background the DJ revving up the crowd. I'm not sure they'd have got that with a semi-final in Lahore rather than Dubai, Matty. If you could tell me I was wrong.
Oh, definitely you're wrong. They would have had a wonderful time there, but we can only speculate, really. Great atmosphere in some of those. I mean, you were at Lahore. It was a
brilliant
atmosphere, wasn't it?
Yeah, brilliant atmosphere.
Great fun. But terrific from Varun Chakravarti, striking with his second ball. And Australia under a bit of pressure, although they do have their most experienced pair out in the middle now. Steve Smith on 9 off 8. He's now joined by Marnus Labuschagne, who feels like he's played thousands of games. He's only played 56 one-day internationals, but he feels like someone who's been such a mainstay in this Australian team. He's just ever present, and he's coming out there under a little bit of pressure now. Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith have a bit of negotiating to do. Now, Varun Chakravarti has 2 slips, a leg slip and a conventional slip in place, as in he comes to Marnus Labuschagne, who defends the ball outside the off stump, and goodness me, tentative isn't the word. It wasn't very convincing, but it's a dot ball, 54 for 2.
Yeah, I'll have to check the stats as to how many times. You can see that what we were saying earlier, Head's just not got to the pitch at that, has he? Because it's dipped on at the last minute, and yeah, that's where the catch comes, or where the misplaced shot comes.
Here's Varun in again. This time Labuschagne able to work the ball down to long off for a single. He's off the mark. 55 for 2 now, Australia. It's always such a deflating wicket for Australia, Travis Head, because he scores so quickly, dominates the game, takes on the bowlers, puts the opposition under pressure. He's such an X-factor player that when he goes, it does sort of take the wind out of his sails a bit for Australia. Here's Varun into Smith again, who waits on this one. He's going across him. He plays it out towards square leg. This time they'll get back for 2. Field is slightly sluggish in the deep there, and he apologises as well.
That there
Akshar Patel.
What these two are going to have to do more, because then Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne are not going to hit boundaries in the same way that Travis Head is. But if they can find the twos just to keep the scoreboard going, because the gaps are obviously there in the power play still, but it's almost it's like 2 wasted overs, isn't it, of power play overs when you haven't got Travis Head there. It just means that the rebuild starts early.
Varun into Smith again, so low full toss, which Smith bunts down to long off for a single, and finishes the over. It was 5 runs off that over, but the big wicket of Travis Head, Varun Chakravarti will be very pleased with himself. As I say, can't stop taking wickets here in Dubai. 58 for 2 Australia after 9 overs. Alex Hartley back in alongside me. I mean, we're talking about Varun Chakravarti. It's really impressive to me. Like Alex, a player who has to reinvent themselves a little bit, who faces that adversity earlier in their international career. They get brought in with hype. They get smashed out of the team. You know, criticised. You know, like Indian cricket fans, like a lot of fans in the subcontinent. They don't hold back. He had to listen to a lot of stuff. He's not India worthy, he's not ready for the national team. To work hard, get yourself back into that side and put in a performance like he did against New Zealand and has done throughout this tournament, it's very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. To be brought in for your first game and start with a 5 for, you're almost undroppable then, aren't you? As you say, he's gone through a lot in his life, but a brilliant bowler, and it helps that the pitches are the way they are here.
Right, 5th bowler being used by India now. It's Akshar Patel, who starts with a loosish ball, which Smith hammers to extra cover. There is no run. Listen, I'm just checking. Yeah, it is. It's the 5th bowler for India inside the first 10 overs of a 50-over game. So Rohit Sharma is keeping everybody guessing. Akshar Patel in once again. Down the track comes Steve Smith. He's taken him on straight away, and he's done so beautifully. Lifts the ball over mid-on. Couple of bounces into the long-on fence for 4. And Steve Smith, he moves on to 16 off 12. Australia 62 for 2 off 9.2 overs.
Trying to put a bit of pressure back on here.
Here's Akshar in once more. This time Smith gets forward, pushes. Can't beat Virat Kohli extra cover. And just for a little bit of a token, he gets the throw in as well, just to keep him honest. Well, it's a bit of a back and forth game already. Counter punch after counter punch. We're only 9.5 overs in. Akshar Patel in once more. Back of a length, and Smith happy to work it to cover for no run.
I think we're going to see a lot of spin now.
Yeah, I've seen, what is this, the 4th over of spin? The 4th over of spin in the first 10 overs. I've had 1 from Varun, 2 from Kuldeep, and this is the first from Akshar. This is Fuller and driven to extra cover. There is no run. It's not a surprise, I suppose, but it's still quite remarkable, really, isn't it, to see 5 bowlers used in the first 10 of an ODI.
Yeah, and 3 spinners.
I don't think couldn't have happened too many times before. Here's Akshar Patel in once more as that ball's been punched down towards long off for a single. They will jog it, and that will complete the 10th over. So Australia are 63 for 2 after 10 overs. I wish Andy Zolzman was there. Maybe I'll text him. I wonder if he's awake. I'd like to text him and find out if that's how often that's happened before. Maybe Phil Long will be about. I could ask him as well. Anyway, Alex, your thoughts on what you've seen, an absorbing first 10 overs of this game. Who's ahead? Give us your thoughts, and then Daniel Norcross is going to join you on commentary.
Oh, I don't think I can say anyone's ahead after 10 overs of the game, but what I do know is this wicket isn't the best. You know, both teams picking a lot of spinners. Travis Head was on the counter-attack, but he was the key for me, the absolute key for this Australia side.
So Varun Chakravarti is going to continue. He didn't play the first couple of games in this tournament for India, but he came in against New Zealand on a dry pitch, took 5 for. He's in now to the crouching Smith, who goes back into his crease and pushes up past the right hand of the bowler, along the ground, up to long on. And they'll take a single. Shubman Gill tidying up. 64 for 2. The general consensus here is that the pitch is dry and awkward. There's slight concerns, though, that there may be a bit of dew today because it's a hotter day. It's been fairly, I was going to say chilly. That's ridiculous.
It has, though.
Anybody listening in England will be poo-pooing that notion, but it's been sort of 24 degrees by day, and then in the evening it's got down to about 14, 15, which for this neck of the woods is surprisingly brisk. There have been strong breezes as well. There's not so much of that today as Chakravarti is in and moving across his crease is Labuschagne, and he works the ball out to the deep square leg for a single. 65 for 2. So if we do get up to the predicted sort of 29, 30, it feels noticeably hotter today. But there may be a bit of dew with the contrast in night temperatures, which could make it more awkward for Australia's bowlers. Chakravarti's in again, and rather crabbily. Smith defends a full ball back to the bowler. No run, but what Australia are gambling on here, they've brought in Tanvir Sangha, they've got Adam Zampa, they've got Labuschagne, who can, well, bowls all sorts, they've got Maxwell, they've even got Steve Smith, they've got Travis Head. So they have a number of spin options, and they may well look to rotate those, just as India are doing here. Just a couple of over spells here and there. It's been a feature of Rohit's captaincy in this tournament, as Smith just plays around his front pad and works the ball to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Kohli tidies up. So it's an absorbing contest at the moment. We're trying to just see if the ball's going to turn a great deal. I haven't seen it do too much yet. Nothing like the extravagant movement we got the other day, especially from Jadeja and Akshar. There's a faster Yorker length delivery dug out by Smith into the onside. KL Rahul has to tidy up. Chakravarti is billed as a leg spinner. He's not a leg spinner. Occasionally he bowls the odd ball that goes away from the right-hander, but he bowls swingers, he bowls out of the side of the hand, he bowls offies, he bowls carom balls, he bowls a lot of very different balls, as Smith punches a slightly shorter, flatter ball up to long on, where Shubman Gill moves to his left to field. One more to the total, 3 singles from it, 66 for 2, 11 gone. Labuschagne 2, Smith 19.
Yeah, he's a mystery spinner, isn't he? He's got all the variations, but he does get turn off the surface, but he also skids the ball on as well. He's incredible, a canny bowler, sorry. And then you've got Axar Patel, who brilliant left-arm spinner, but you know he's going to bowl wide outside the off-stump, so he bowls wider than anybody else or any left-arm spinners in this competition, because he pitches the ball on off-stump or outside off-stump and skids it through, and obviously sometimes gets the ball to turn, but very rarely does he bowl at the stumps.
Akshar's in now, and worth having a look just to see if he's going to get any turn here. He's into Smith, and it's a gentle turn to a shortish ball that's worked square of the wicket on the offside of the back foot, out towards the sweeper. Flings the ball in. Certain degree of furiousness. Mohammed Shami out there. Gets one more at 67 for 2. We're in that phase. You can't imagine two more perfectly suited players for the middle overs on an awkward pitch against a battery of spinners than Labuschagne and Smith, when in form, I should say.
Yep.
And they'll just be looking to work it around for the next 20 overs or so. Smith defends, pushes it to the offside, and does that thing with his bat. It's a strange relationship I have with Steve Smith's batting, which is that I'm absorbed by it as Patel is in. Akshar Patel defended on the front foot again to short extra cover, no run. And for the first half an hour, I'm just fascinated by his fidgets, his movements, his weird demonstrations of where he thinks the ball's gone. Akshar in again. He goes back into his crease, finds the gap. There's Labuschagne out towards Shami again on the offside boundary, 68 for 2. And then after about an hour of it,
You get fed up.
I get fed up.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the matter with me?
Well,
I don't know what it is. Well, yeah, don't answer that question. So, Smith again finds that gap. It's the gap that's been left between point and extra cover, and these two are just waiting for any shortness in length at all.
Well, the ball's there to be hit there, isn't it? He's got the field set. He's got a wide, long off and a deep cover and bowls outside the off stump, but he knows he's only going to get hit for one. And
there's a slip in place if you get it slightly wrong and it turns a touch. So Rohit's there. Should it just turn and bounce? Akshar comes around the wicket, and this is it just gently glided away off a thick outside half of the bat to backward point. No run. So 3 singles off that over, 3 singles off the last over. 69 for 2 from 12. We ask these questions of our summarisers, Alex, and I think they're always a bit unfair about where we feel the par score is.
Yeah, I don't like that question, so I'm not going to answer it.
Well, I'm going to try and suggest a feeling. I have a feeling that 260, 270 could be challenging as the day progresses.
I think 280 is going to be a very good score on this surface.
And I think that these two, the reason it's worth just examining, it's to just try to understand how Australia are going to go about getting to that total. And I don't think they'll feel any urgency at the moment. We are very much in the sort of cat and mouse game. Chakravarti starts a new over. It's driven quite nicely by Smith into space out towards deep extra cover. They'll just take one. 70 for 2. So if this was a time for you to, you know, do any ironing and listen to us while it's happening, safe in the knowledge that I don't think a great deal is going to change. I mean, obviously, the ball might suddenly start turning and things could get really awkward, but that is the phase that we're in. Chakravarti is in. This is clipped into the onside short fine leg, and there's no run. So as a result, I am going to set our listeners a quiz. I don't want you to answer it.
Okay.
Because a very lovely man in our hotel was serving us Diet Cokes. The other drinks are available, soft drinks, outside. And he's a very, very keen cricket fan. He's Indian, but he's a West Indian supporter, West Indies supporter. And he clocked that we were talking about the cricket, and he came to talk to me and Matt, Henry, and Henry. And as he was talking, he set us a conundrum. It's a fiendish conundrum, which I'm going to set listeners of Test Match Special, and wherever you may be listening to us right now, full, actually taken on the full, and just worked on the ground up to long on for a single. Now, I don't want you to answer this question on Twitter, because if you get it right, people will see. So I'd rather you emailed us, which is TMS at bbc.co.uk. And I'm going to set you up with what this conundrum is. Chakravarti's in, wide of the off-stump attempter, which is slapped out to deep cover for a single. So, imagine you've got two batters on at the crease. One is on 96 and one is on 98. There are 3 balls left, and they want to end on exactly 100 runs each. Chakravarti is in, forward in defence. Comes Labuschagne, back to the bowler, no run. So, you got this. You got one batter on 98, one batter on 96. 3 balls left, and they've had a conflab, and they've said, right, let's both be 100 not out, exactly 100 not out at the close of play. Now, you'll see already that there's a problem with 3 balls left. Chakravarti is in, goes across his stumps this time. As Labuschagne works the short mid-wicket, no run. The 3rd consecutive over containing 3 singles, 72 for 2. How do they get to have each batter on exactly 100 not out with 3 balls left? I'm going to ask Aaron Finch this as well. I don't want him to answer it, I just want him to read it.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. You said you don't want me to answer it, so I literally haven't listened.
Do you know, you can walk and talk, Alex. So, right.
But it's for the listeners.
This is for our listeners, right? TMS at bbc.co.uk. 2 batters are in. One's on 96, one's on 98. 3 balls left in the day. As Akshar Patel starts the 14th over, forward in defence comes Smith, pushes it to short extra cover, no run. In those 3 balls, they've each got to finish the day 100 not out. Now, you will already have worked out that there is a problem, as Smith is in, goes back into his crease and pushes it square of the wicket, and there's no run.
I haven't worked out there's a problem.
Well, you should have done, because there's 3 balls, they're both on an even number, and they've both got to finish on an even number. Exactly no, 100.
What?
Driven back to the bowler, no run. So how do you think they'd do it? What, hit a 4, and then
just
hit 1?
Run.
No. Well, what do you mean, just run?
Oh, I get it now.
Oh,
right.
You get it, do you?
Yeah,
right.
not really.
Akshar is in, forward in defence comes Smith, back to the bowler, no run. This was a conundrum set to us by Fonzie. His name was Fonzie. It still is Fonzie, I believe. Phonsy was our man who set this conundrum. Akshar's in again, back into his crease goes Smith, and he glides the short fine leg. Thinks of a single, it's not there, and a little fumble, short fine leg by Varun Chakravarti means that they are not going to be in any danger of being out. Smith turned it to that short fine leg, wanted the run, then was sent back by Labuschagne, and he's gesticulating wildly. Why do you run? Akshar in again. Oh,
it hit the stumps.
Ball is that?
I'm pretty sure it hit the stumps.
It has hit the stumps. He's gazing at the stumps, so it's gone under the bat. rolled back towards the stumps. We'll see this again. It completes a maiden over, incidentally, from Aksha. 72 for 2 off 14. Let's have a look at this again. It's really full, almost, well, into the pad, back onto the base of off stump. It trickled a bit, but it has not dislodged the bail. Let's see if the bail even lightens up.
No.
Oh, it bounced. The bail just did a little bounce and went back into its groove. Well, a bit of drama there. You'll be able to check that out on the BBC Sport or website, and at where we have highlights of all the major moments in the game as it happens throughout the day, as well as text commentary from our team. Alex Hartley's going to take a break.
I'm listening to your conundrum.
Try and work it out. Try and work it out at the back of the box. How you get... I'm going to give it to Aaron as well, as it's played off the back foot. Start of a new over from Jadeja, the 6th bowler used. Another left arm spinner. He'll bowl a little bit quicker, 92 kilometres an hour. So did you hear my conundrum, Aaron?
I did hear it.
Don't give the answer if you know it, but it's a tricky one. 3 balls left, don't forget, in this particular conundrum. Jadeja in, forward in defence. Comes Labuschagne back to the bowler, no run. One batter on 96, one on 98. Doesn't matter which way round they start. I don't mind which way round you have them starting, but you've got to finish them both on exactly 100, not out. Worked into the onside, out towards deep square leg. They get a single. They're coming back for a second, and they will get home. What I also need to tell you is you cannot have any extras. There are no wides, there are no balls, there are no leg buys, there are no buys. Okay?
Yeah, right.
So, I'm sorry to tell you that, Carl Bates. Absolutely no extras are permitted. Forward again, defending Labuschagne, back to the bowler, no run. No leg buys. You can't have a leg buy and you can't have a buy. Oh, now a little edge on that maybe. And they're going to get through for a run. It's bounced, I think, off the keeper, KL Rahul, and run down to short, fine leg. They've taken the single, 75 for 2. We're in a claggy phase here. These two just trying to stay away. It's an inside edge, onto the boot, and it's gone past the left hand of the keeper to that short, fine leg. Just getting a bit awkward here, Aaron.
It is at the moment, yeah. We knew that India going in with 4 spinners, they were definitely going to turn to them early.
Jadeja ring back into his crease goes Smith, and he gets it past the bowler who got in a tangle with Labuschagne at the non-striker's end. And they'll take the single. 76 for 2, 15 overs gone. Just a reminder, with this conundrum, no extras. There are no extras. 96 and 98. I'm going to get out of the way. Aaron Finch, feels to me that we're very much in a kind of cat and mouse, have a look kind of stage. Could be like this for the next 15 overs. More thoughts from you, and then it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, it's just that stage of the game where as the ball starts to wear slightly, starts gripping in the surface more and more, and this is where India have the advantage of having played 3 games previously in this venue, that they're able to structure up their side exactly how they want to.
But you'd have taken this, would you?
Absolutely. Australia would definitely take this. Obviously, you get a bit greedy when you see Travis Head get 39 off 33. You want him to go longer.
Akshay Patel, first ball to Steve Smith of this 16th over, whip to the leg side for a single. Christopher Hancock, no, there's extras involved there. Same for you, says Jason in Cambridge. Easy, you say. Afraid not. Extras again. Nope. Kieran. Andy Holliman's got it. There's a few that have. Akshay Patel bowls, and Labuschagne just taps it into the leg side. My feeling with this, don't give away the answer.
Oh, yes.
But you got it? Okay. And as a Simon Dancer, you've got it correct. Yeah, John, spot on. Not extras, Neil, I'm afraid.
Come on, Neil.
Come on, Neil. Steve Smith drives down the ground, just ticking it over one. I mean, if they can do this for 10 overs, 6 and over, they're gonna. If they can go at 6 and over during this innings, from here, they're going to get around 280, and I think that'd be a really good score.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And I think India would have in their mind the 250 number.
This is work towards the bowler, who's going to get in a bit of a tangle with Smith, and though they do run a single, it was a little bit risky, and Akshay Patel is holding his neck as if he's in a bit of pain there. It's 80 for 2, 2 balls left of the 16th.
Yeah, he got tangled up with Steve Smith at the non-strikers end. As Marnus Labuschagne pushed one back to him, and he's in some serious trouble here. Akshay Patel is still down. He set off after the tangle with Smith, and as he throws, he slips.
And he bangs his head. It looks as though as he slips to throw the ball to try and affect the run out, he lands painfully on that left shoulder, which is not the shoulder you want as a left-arm spinner. And this could be he's being manipulated by the India physio, who's holding the top of his head between a thumb and forefinger.
Just getting a shoulder massage now, isn't he?
Gives us time to give you some more of these suggestions. So, batter 1 on 96, batter 2 on 98. No, leg buys, Jack, not allowed, Jack rule.
That's where my mind went to straight away.
Same for you, Mark. Leg buys not allowed. No, no buys for you. Rahil, I'm afraid. Again with Tim and Ben, you've both gone for the same thing. Correct, Stephen O'Callaghan. No, Dominic Furlong. Yeah, Leon's got it as well. We will give you the answer quite soon. But thank you for all of your suggestions. The conundrum of a batter on 96, batter on 98. Both have to finish on 100 with 3 balls left. And 3 to win. 80 for 2 is the score. 2 balls left of the 16th over. It's the semi-final from here in Dubai, where we're watching Australia in a reasonable position, having won the toss and elected to bat. Were you surprised at that call?
Not at all. Just with how dry the wicket is, there's not a blade of grass on it. The curator I was chatting to before the game, and he said there's quite a bit of moisture underneath, so he expects it to hold together reasonably well. But it's just that top layer. It was so dry. As soon as the spikes start getting involved, it'll start churning that up. So I wasn't surprised at all. I think that's Australia's best bet. When you try and come up against India and you're looking at their best strengths, it's obviously spin. They've picked 4 spinners today. They're unchanged from the previous game that they played, and it's so hard to chase runs in a situation against 2 left-arm spinners. Varun Chakravarti, the leg spinner, Kuldeep Yadav, left-arm wrist spin.
The suggestion was that to beat India, they normally leave a few runs out there. Whether they sort of just don't anticipate they're going to need as many, whether they're a little bit cautious, whether a player might be needed. A milestone has been one accusation that sometimes when Virat Kohli is on 90, maybe they'll try and shepherd him to 100, which is, you know, unprovable and something that, you know, certainly I think in a semi-final situation, every team's just going to try and get as many as they can, but they can sometimes not quite go through the full repertoire and range of runs that would be possible. So that was one thought.
Yeah, and I mean, they're a great team, India. I see 2 sides of that argument when you're talking about batters coming up to milestones. There's a run chase when it's all in front of you. I think you can do whatever you please. In the first innings of a game, you've just got to put that to one side and try and maximise any advantage you might have.
It was a tortuous start to the game for Cooper Connolly. 9-ball duck. He played and missed 6 times since records began. For someone who's been dismissed having faced fewer than 10 balls, that was the least successful, least controlled innings, apparently.
Is that right?
Yeah. Which is not exactly what you want, really.
No, it's an unfamiliar position for him as well, and I was surprised that they went with Cooper Connolly. I thought Jake Fraser-McGurk could have been a straight swap for Matt Short, try and get at the top of the order and take on the Indians' left and right hand combination, but they went with the extra left-hander. So when they did decide Cooper Connolly was the right way to go, I expected him to bat at number 7.
Yeah.
Maybe Josh Inglis would have went to the top, and by doing that, you're providing another left-hander at India. Well, you're throwing another punch at them. All the spinners turning into, well, 3 of the 4 spinners turning into the bat of the left-hander.
We're ready to go again. Akshay Patel's been looked after. Didn't look terribly comfortable bowling that ball that Steve Smith pushes into the offside to deep cover for 1 more. Just 1 ball left of the 16th over to get through for Aksha, who will then have a bit more time to rest. Drinks have been taken, by the way. Still to come for Australia. Inglis, Carey, Maxwell, so plenty of firepower. 81 for 2 in the 16th is the score. Aksha not bowling freely at all.
He's not moving freely either. That was an inside edge from Marnus Labuschagne down to long on. And generally, he's like a cat. He's diving around all over the place, but on this occasion, he's just jogged through. Now he will go off the field and get some more treatment.
Gets a punch of the gloves, as it were, though he's not wearing them. You know what I mean, though, from Steve Smith, just to say, hope you're all right, mate, which is
very Australian.
Nice to see.
Always looking out for the opposition.
I know, it's always so nice to see that, isn't it? And you think about Ashes series from years gone by and that thoughtful, caring side you see between the two teams.
That's it.
Always. 82 for 2. Aksha Patel's off the field. We're going to see Jadeja. Sunglasses, beard, bushy hair. I imagine it'll be Washington Sundar that's come on the field as the replacement fielder. Round the wicket comes Jadeja, angled towards backward point. What would you take here as a total for Australia?
Anything above 260.
Yeah.
So that current run rate, 5.07. They're looking around that 253 mark.
Deep in the crease and looking for a run is Labuschagne. Won't find it there. He's on 10 from 21. Smith 27 from 35. It's 82 for 2.
I think if you get above 260, you've got a bit of margin for error there as well. Obviously, we know Rohit Sharma will come out all guns blazing. Shubman Gill will be a little bit more conservative.
Here's Jadeja, deep in the crease, defending. Labuschagne very watchful. 3 dots to start this 17th.
10 from 22 deliveries now, Marnus Labuschagne. It just feels as though the pressure's building on him. There's no intent to play a big shot.
And again, he defends, and Jadeja does well. I think it's quite significant in terms of Labuschagne's innings. When you look at that final in 23, he does go a little harder this time. Clips down the ground towards the fielder in the shadows at long on for a single. When he played that foil to Travis Head, him just sticking around was fine.
Yeah, it was, because the ball was going around.
Yeah.
Swing and seam early on from Shami, Bumrah.
And Travis Head was scoring quick.
Yeah, he was.
Smith nicely angles the ball into the leg side. Lovely batting from Steve Smith. And keeps the strike. 2 from the over. 17 gone. It's 84 for 2. Yeah, it's just having 2 players bogged down.
Yeah, and I mean, that's probably the criticism at times when you look down at the Australian batting lineup. You think, what happens if the wicket does slow up and Smith and Labuschagne get out into the middle together? Do we have the firepower to be able to put pressure back on the opposition? But I think, like you said, Inglis, Carey, Maxwell to still come. This is a period of the game where Australia can maybe knock it around for 4 and over, for example, and then you start to load up with some real aggression towards the back end.
Well, Aksha Patel's back out there and having a bowl.
Unheard of.
Did not expect that. Smith, nicely off the back foot into the offside. It goes towards deep backward point. 85 for 2. Well, that's the thing. Wickets in hand is going to be big, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But you don't want to leave yourself too much to do at the back end. If you start putting a lot of pressure on Maxwell and Carey.
Aksha bowls and work down the ground. And could be quite significant, by the way, that Aksha's not able to field off his own bowling straight, because they can just nudge it around.
Almost play risk-free cricket for this period. 6 and over from here gets Australia to 280.
This feels a good score. Smith comes forward, works the ball to mid-wicket, straight to the hands of Rohit Sharma, and there's no run. Score predictor currently 272. Not an exact science, but again, that feels a good would be a good score.
Yeah, Australia snap your hand off for that at the moment, I think. Going in with the 2 leg spinners, Tanveer Sangha coming in for Spencer Johnson. So then you immediately look up front. Ben Dorshus, Nathan Ellis.
Aksha, tall figure, bowls to Smith, looking for a run. He'll get that run as well. Finds the gap that is created by Aksha's inability really to move that quickly to his left, having cricked his neck, it seemed like, trying to field off and effect a run out of his own bowling. 87 for 2. Kohli a live wire in the field. We've got a deep backward point, long off, long on. Deep backward square, and that's a lovely little dab down towards deep third. It's going to bring 4 runs, I fancy, and fielder in pursuit won't stop it. It was played so late by Marnus Labuschagne, and a little stroke of the beard from Rohit Sharma. That's a brilliant shot, 91 for 2.
Yeah, almost took it out of the keeper's gloves. It was just wide of off stump. Would have been regulation had a first slip been in play. It's good game awareness, understanding it is difficult to hit the ball in front of the wicket with any kind of power on a surface like this, especially with catchers in front of the wicket, catching cover, catching mid-wicket waiting.
91 for 2. Akshar Patel creeping in, bowling a ball that Labuschagne will look for a single to, and he's not going to get it because the throw that comes in is a rapid one from Jadeja. Rahul has the bails off quickly, and the over comes to an end with 7 from it. Australia's over. You look each over as it goes by and think, well, who's won that one? That one very much Australia's. The Akshar Patel situation overs wise, by the way. Well, he's bowled 5 now, so of the India spinners, he has got through the halfway point of his workload, has reached the halfway point, so with that injury it's not quite as problematic had it been someone that's bowled 2 overs.
Yeah, that's right. The fact that he was into the game so early as well with the ball in hand just gives you so much flexibility with the bowling attack. Hardik Pandya, the second quick that India have got today, he's bowling 3 overs up front. Travis Head took a liking to him.
We're going to see Jadeja again. What's the conversation taking place between umpire Illingworth and Ravindra Jadeja? Something to do with the strapping on his hand. And this is interesting. The camera is zooming in, and umpire Illingworth is saying, well, Ravindra, what's going on here? Can you take that off, perhaps? And it's a bit of sort of medical strapping that goes across his left hand. That's his bowling hand.
And yeah, any tape on the bowling hand now has to be removed. Doesn't matter what it is. And it's just a blanket rule across the board.
What would be the benefit? I'm trying to think. It's sort of, I suppose, extra grip and...
Well, it was nowhere near his bowling fingers, was it?
Well, that's the thing.
So in the days gone by, it used to be you couldn't have anything on your fingers that would grip the ball. Whereas now it's just a blanket rule. No tape or strapping.
Jadeja bowls, defended by Smith, wearing the cap. And it's pushed up towards Kohli at cover, no run. And so umpire Illingworth said, I'm afraid that's going to have to come off. 91 for 2. Here's Jadeja. Forward comes Smith. Lovely little chip into the leg side. He's found enough of a gap for a couple of runs, but it won't bring a boundary. Fielder moving round to his left is Shreyas Iyer with the wide-brimmed hat. 93 for 2.
It's a really good shot. Using his feet down the wicket, just clipping it over Rohit Sharma, who's there catching mid-wicket.
Jadeja in the sunshine. Bowls a ball onto the pads of Smith. He'll get another run there. And at the moment, he's making batting look very easy. 33 from, or 34 now from 42 balls. 95 for 2.
He says looking easy. His ability to manipulate the field, particularly against the slow bowlers of India, just it's a different level. You can see Marnus Labuschagne at the other end. He's been struggling for his timing against the spinners. Steve Smith's made it look easy so far.
Jadeja bowling to Smith, and Jadeja fields well off his own bowling, and as if to make the point towards the umpire. Well, he is, I can see actually why Ravindra Jadeja, now we've just had a little replay, he's dived to his left and he stopped it, and he's actually got a nasty blister right on the sort of heel of his hand. And he's just exposed that, diving and stopping it, and it is painful, that. But he's managed to save a run, 95 for 2. Smith is frustrated with himself. He knows he should have just popped that away into the leg side, possibly for 4 with fine leg up inside the circle and a fielder square on the leg side. But he's unable to do so. Jadeja to Smith, who gets his frustration out with a clattering drive down the ground for 1. Thank you to Aaron Finch, former Australia white ball captain, who's with us here in Dubai as we watch India against Australia, and Ravindra Jadeja is walking off with quite a nasty cut on his hand, actually. That's why he had the strapping there. Alex, any closer to knowing the answer of this conundrum?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, oh, you do know.
I absolutely know it, yeah.
Did you work it out yourself?
Yeah, of course I did. I did. I know my cricket
I know you know your cricket, but you also weren't listening to the puzzle.
Yeah, but it's pretty obvious, isn't it? The answer is obvious.
Yeah, it's once you know it, they always are. 96 for 2. When Daniel's back, he'll go through it all.
He told me the answer as well.
Yeah, I know. 96 for 2, 19 overs gone. We've got another over from Akshay Patel from the far end, and Smith is forward, pushing into the offside. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, these two are going to just bat like this for the next 30 overs, you imagine, don't you, if they can. India are bowling really nicely. They're ticking along nicely.
Akshay bowls. It's a little aerial briefly, but safe enough from Smith as it goes through cover out towards the boundary, and there's a single added. 97 for 2.
It's been nice, slow going, bit of pace. Do you know what I mean? It's a nice game to watch.
Yeah, it's compelling. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Can a fielder get underneath it? Going out to the deep. No, it'll land safely. It was uncontrolled from Marnus Labuschagne. He'll get 2. But he has been bogged down as he tried to unleash something into the leg side. He can't quite do so. 99 for 2. Gets a little bit of luck.
Well, that was strange, wasn't it? Because they've been just knocking the ball into the offside, rotating the strike. He goes to the big old heave. Real big top edge.
Akshay Patel to Marnus Labuschagne. He won't find a run there. 99 for 2.
It was almost like he lost concentration briefly, but also trying to put the spinners under pressure as well, because you can't allow a spinner just to settle into a spell. It's the best feeling in the world when a batter lets you do that.
He goes hard again. I think he's going to get 6 here. It goes flying away into the leg side, and it's either 6 or 4, but he has got hold of that one, and it is 6 runs. So Labuschagne decides that attack is the best form of getting through this. And so the 100 comes up in the grand fashion. 105 for 2, Australia.
Well, it just makes you think as a bowler, as a spin bowler, when you've just been able to bowl the ball in the same place over and over again, and then a batter plays a couple of sweep shots, you almost think, okay, do I need to change something here?
And this time defended. So 9 off the over. Very successful over from Australia, who, if they keep going at the current rate, would get past that 260 mark that was mentioned by Aaron Finch. It's 105 for 2, 20 overs gone. This partnership's now worth 51 off 70. Labuschagne's on 24, Smith on 36. The wickets, Travis Head looked dangerous with 39 from 33. And Cooper Conley, I think it's fair to say, did not. None from 9. Atif Nawaz is going to take up commentary and join Alex Hartley.
So I presume we're just going to carry on seeing spinner after spinner after spinner today. Jadeja coming into the attack. Just had to take that bandage off his hand, and rightly so.
There he is, Jadeja in. Just beats the outside edge as Smith just flirted with one that zipped through a little bit quicker. This is a good partnership for Australia. 51 off 71. Here's Jadeja into Smith again. Slightly back of a length, and it's been punched back towards Jadeja at the non-striker's end. And then, like, Labuschagne was sort of in Jadeja's way, and Jadeja was in Labuschagne's way, and they sort of end up half hugging. And so Jadeja was sort of hugging Labuschagne in a sort of playful way, but I don't think Labuschagne felt like playing, if that makes any sense.
Well, it's Ian Smith.
Stephen Smith, yeah.
Steve Smith was like, mate, there was a run there.
Yeah. Jadeja into Smith, who drives this ball straight to cover. There is no run. But yeah, I think Jadeja thought he was having a light moment, and the Aussie batters were like, well, playing cricket here, guys. Beats the outside edge. That is a gorgeous delivery. That is cricket. Pitches on a lovely length, turns sharply away, and Smith just fishes and is grateful he didn't get anywhere near it in the end. 105 for 2 off 20.4.
You know, you bowled a good ball when the batter nods and says, well bowled themselves.
Yeah, it's a very intriguing game. Jadeja in once more, and has been defended into the onside, the 5th consecutive dot ball in this over. Kept things very tight here, Jadeja. And he comes again as that ball's driven past Jadeja, gets a foot on it, passes it to Virat Kohli, and there is no run. So that is a maiden over from Jadeja. Very, very well bowled. His first. He's got figures of 0 for 11 from his 4 so far. Australia 105 for 2. Yeah, just had a little look at the replay, Alex, of that little tangle up at the non-strikers. And to be fair, Lambashane was sort of smiling and laughing about it as well.
Yeah, he was.
So it wasn't like there was nothing nefarious going on. But Steve Smith didn't see the funny side of it. And I think that's possibly what they just had a chat about in the middle. Steve Smith gesturing furiously towards the dressing room. I think he wanted a spare pair of gloves, which are now being run onto him. And, they're bringing the drinks on as well. Maybe feeling the heat a little bit. Very hot today in Dubai, 29 degrees centigrade at the moment.
Yeah, it's been cool the last few days, hasn't it? But it's just starting to heat up for the semi-final.
There's going to be a change in bowling as well, while the batters get a change up. It's Mohammad Shami who's going to come back in for his 4th over. India have already used 6 bowlers, not even halfway through this innings yet. Shami's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 17, the big early wicket of Cooper Connolly. 9-ball duck for Cooper Connolly today. Can't be fun in the semi-final to offer that return.
Yeah, it was a tough start for him, wasn't it? The ball was doing a lot early on from the 2-seamers, and he was play and miss, play and miss, play and miss. Technically, it wasn't a play and miss, but he was caught behind. It came right off the bottom of his bat.
Here's Mohammad Shami into Marnus Lambashane, outside edge, nearly through to the keeper. Oh my goodness! I thought he got a little tickle on it because the ball just sort of lifted up off the surface a little bit, straight into the hands of KL Rahul, but he just missed it by a whisker. Oh, goodness me, that was close.
Yeah, Labuschagne just looking to cut the ball into the offside. Bit of a nothing shot, didn't commit to it really.
He shakes his head afterwards, he knows it wasn't the shot that he needed. He's on 24 off 32 as Marnus Lambashane. Here is Mohammad Shami into Lambashane again. This time he does play the ball off the middle of his bat, past cover, out towards deep extra for a single. First run for 8 balls that for Australia. Little dry spell, although just 9 balls ago there was a boundary to be fair.
Yeah.
So calling it a dry spell maybe is a bit harsh. But they're looking okay at the moment, Australia. They keep going at this rate, 277. Well in excess of what you think would be a decent score here on this pitch, especially the way it's playing and the way we think it's likely to play later. I should tell you this partnership is worth 52 now, 78 balls. Here's Shami. Into Steve Smith, who comes down the track, and goodness me, he was trying to swashbuckle that down the ground, mistimes it on the bounce to the bowler, who picks up in his follow-through. There's a little bit of intent behind that shot, but not tremendous execution.
Just looking to put a bit more pressure back on Shami, just try and change something, because he's bowling nicely here. Seems tough to get away, has been so far in this game, so he's just trying to put pressure back on by trying to heave the ball down the ground, but gets him. I think it hits the shoulder of the bat, or the splice of the bat, sorry.
Well, there's Shami into Smith again. This is full driven right back to Shami. He's put it down. He's put it down. It was hit very, very hard back towards Mohammad Shami. He's holding his wrist, which is probably in tremendous pain because that ball was struck sweetly by Steve Smith. It was full, it was hit hard back towards Shami. He got a hand to it. It might have hit his wrist. Just taking a look at the replay. Yeah, it's just hit him right at the bottom part of the palm. And that might be very painful, but it does go down as a drop chance for India.
Well, it hurts more because you dropped it. To be completely honest, it went straight in the mitt. And he's had 2 of those today where you either take them or you don't, but that's gone straight in, straight out.
And he put down Travis Head earlier for naught. Head went on to score 39. Now he's put down Steve Smith on 36. Well, how expensive could that turn out to be? Here's Shami into Steve Smith, who moves across his stumps, looks to play the ramp shot, falls over, and looks rather foolish, to be honest. Now, KL Rahul was celebrating as the catch was taken. Now they're having a discussion about reviews. Rohit Sharma is asking him the question. And he's turned his back straight away and maybe given a little message to KL Rahul to just tone down the histrionics a little bit. But Steve Smith just looked a little bit silly trying to play that wrap shot.
Well, yeah, but if he gets it away, it's a great shot, isn't it? He's putting pressure back on the bowler. So I don't actually hate it. I quite like it. The fine leg up inside the circle, but he has played 4 different shots in 5 balls here.
I don't know what KL Rahul was celebrating there, because there was like a lot between the bat and the ball, like clear daylight. And I think Steve Smith was slightly annoyed about that appeal as well, where he turned around and sort of gestured. They're getting under his skin a little bit. Steve Smith getting wound up. Here's Shami in again. This is short and slower outside the off stump. Smith tries to chase it, doesn't get anything on it, completely deceived by that pace-off delivery. And that is the end of a very interesting over. Just one run from it. Steve Smith maybe feeling a little bit bogged down at the moment. Played out a maiden, and then he's played out 4 dots in this over as well. 106 for 2 after 22 overs.
He just couldn't get the ball away there, could he? Steve Smith, as I said, just played so many different shots, even finished with trying to ramp the ball up and over the keeper, of a bit of a funny one, is short wide outside the off stump. But the pressure is on, and he's starting to look a bit twitchy out there, isn't he, Steve Smith?
He is 57 deliveries he's played for his 36 so far. Striking at 63.16, which won't cause Australia too many alarms just yet, but it is something you'd want to work on, get ticking a little bit. It's Jadeja is into Marnus Lambashane, who's gone after it as well, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Couple of bounces into the fence. Terrific shot that from Marnus Lambashane. Dismissive and effective. 110 for 2 after 22.1 overs.
Yeah, good shot. Great shot. Again, just putting pressure back on the left-arm spinner. There is no deep mid-wicket. There was a deep square leg and a long on. So there is a huge gap there, and if you can get that sweep shot past the short mid-wicket, you know it's going to fly to the boundary.
They're trying to close the gap a little bit after that shot, but still a big area for Marnus Lambashane to aim. It's Jadeja in once again. This time it's a straighter ball, a bit quicker, and Lambashane just blocks into the covers. There is no run.
I've got another stat.
Hit me.
If we want it.
Of course we want it. Always, yeah.
All right, after this ball, because he flies through, doesn't he?
He's back into it again. It's Jadeja into Lambashane. This one's kept low. It struck him on the pad, and the finger's gone up. Ravindra Jadeja has another breakthrough for India. It's Marnus Lambashane who has to go. He's having a chat with Steve Smith. Does he review this? It looked pretty straight. It kept low. He was deceived by it. 2 seconds, 1 second, he's walking off. Is Marnus Lambashane. That's another big wicket, a timely one for India as well. They built some pressure, and now they reap the rewards. 110 for 3 Australia after 22.3 overs.
Yeah, Lambashane was the one that was just playing a little bit more freely. He goes back, he's struck in front of middle stump. Was it sliding down? I'm sure we'll see, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be umpire's call on leg stump. Tries to just rotate the strike, which is what Australia have done so well in this innings. They've managed to just knock the spinners around, and then Lambashane was just putting pressure back on India by attacking the spinners. Goes back in his crease and gets hit on the pad, and it looks absolutely salmon.
Yeah, he's walking off right now, is Marnus Lambashane. He's disappointed because he was looking good out there, playing well, and they built a nice partnership there with Steve Smith as well, but perhaps a little bit of that pressure building up, coupled with the ball just keeping a little bit low. And India, we've got to say, have worked for that breakthrough, earned that breakthrough. And new batter, Josh Inglis, is going to make his way out to the middle. Terrific innings for him against England, the 120 not out in Lahore. That made what on paper was a difficult chase look pretty pedestrian, really. It was really straightforward the way they did it in the end. Australia against England in Lahore. It feels like years ago, but it was only a couple of weeks ago. And, he's got a job to do for his team here in the semi-finals in Dubai. Ranked number 87 in the ICC ODI rankings. That's something you feel will improve. 27 innings, averaging just under 29 350s, and that 100 we talked about against England. Well, he's got a chance to spend some time in the middle here as he faces his first ball from Jadeja, punches it down towards long on. He'll pick up a single to get off the mark straight away. 111 for 3 off 22.4. Just taking a look at it, Alex. Yeah, you're bang on. Umpire's call, that would have been on the stumps, and it just looked out.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if I'll ever get this stat away.
Yeah. Maybe after this over, I suppose. Full driven nicely out towards deeper extra cover. They'll sprint the first one, but they'll settle for that. As Arshdeep Singh gets the throw back in. I wonder who he's on for at the moment. Maybe Mohammad Shami's gone off and Arshdeep has come on. We'll find out, but 112 for 3. And Marnus Lambashane just sitting in the dressing room, just smacks the table with his hand. So frustrated he was. Jadeja in again to Inglis, who punches his ball off the back foot. Again out to Arshdeep, the substitute fielder at deep extra cover. And they take a single, 113 for 3, 7 runs and the wicket off that over from Jadeja, who's got figures of 1 for 18 from his fine. Right, Alex Hartley, hit me with the stat.
Here we go. Australia's not even that good. Australia are doing a better job of rotating the Indian spinners than New Zealand managed on Sunday. So far, Australia have faced 79 dot balls. That's the lowest for this stage of any India bowling innings in this competition so far.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. I'm curious to know who's faced the most. I think it might have been Pakistan in that big game last weekend here in Dubai. Australia, very good at rotating the strike. I mean, that's what Steve Smith and Lambashine is so good at. And it's what Inglis is going to have to find as well. He's on 2 off 2 at the moment. He's on strike. Going to be facing some pressure because Varun Chakravarti's coming back. He's chopping and changing his bowlers.
Yeah, I like that.
Rohit Sharma, like no man's business.
Just don't allow the batters to settle. He's got a wealth of experience, hasn't he? He's got options, so many options.
Here's Varun into Josh Inglis. Ooh, plays and misses at one that comes back in towards him. Some nifty glove work as well from KL Rahul behind the stumps, but lovely delivery. That'll create plenty of doubt for the batter. Just taking another look at it. It's the one that came out the side of the hand, isn't it? And just held its line a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of sharp turn as well, which is not really seen much turn so far.
There's Varun into Josh Inglis, who punches this ball, tries to get it down to long on. There's a tumbling stop at a shortish mid-on position, but they've just about made it through for the single. Virat Kohli, it's like a spark plug out there, still likes to throw himself around. And, it was a nice pickup, lovely pickup, just saw it in slow motion. Yeah.
Lovely bit of fielding. Terrible throw, but we'll ignore that because he was just trying to get the ball away as quickly as possible.
Varun Chakravarti into Smith again, who flicks this ball to mid-wicket. Virat Kohli fields again, there is no run.
He's bowling nicely here, isn't it? 3 balls in a row here, all the same, all turning back in towards the right-hander.
There's a short third cover and extra cover in place as Varun is in. This ball's been driven past the extra cover fielder by Steve Smith down towards long off for a single. And just looking to keep rotating. Not surprisingly, Varun Chakravarti at the top of the fantasy league stakes if you're into that kind of thing. Here he is again, Varun Chakravarti into Josh Inglis, who again works this ball down towards a square leg for a single. Again, I'm sure he senses it, Josh. So such an opportunity for him to just leave his mark. Big game, Dubai, strong opposition, but plenty of time to occupy the crease. Only 21 ball to come in the 24th over. You got so much time to spend out there and build an innings. Here's Varun Chakravarti into Steve Smith as well, who drives a fullish ball. It was over pitched. It's been given the treatment. That might get to the boundary for 4. It does. Just finished his over poorly there, Varun Chakravarti. Done so well, but finishes with one that was slightly over pitched. And Steve Smith pounced on it. He's on to 42 off 61. Australia 120 for 3 after 24 overs.
Yeah, you can just get a little bit greedy when you're on top. And he just pushes that ball, just tries to get it so far outside the off stump to turn back towards Steve Smith. A little bit greedy, a bit ball wide. Thanks for your 4 bite.
Terrific shot. Steve Smith really was just grateful for that, really. He'd been tied down by some really good bowling by the spinners. Was just looking for that release shot, got it. He took the pressure off as well after what had been a tidy over. And then it's going to be Jadeja to continue. Josh Inglis on strike, who comes down the track straight away, looking to be enterprising, works the ball down to Arshdeep Singh at long on. They take a single. And I've been told it is Mohammad Shami who's gone off for a little bit of treatment, perhaps on his wrist or his palm after that drop chance at the non-striker's end. Jadeja just making Steve Smith wait a split second longer that time. Quicker ball just angled into him, and he defends from his crease. There is no run. So good at just tying up a batter and just making the ball do things very, very late. Here's Jadeja in again. Similar ball, but a bit straighter, and Smith able to punch it down to long on for a single. 122 for 3 now. So Steve Smith just wipes the sweat from the brow with the thumb bit of his glove. That's the bit you don't mind getting too damp. I think it doesn't get in the way too much. Here's Jadeja in once more. This is shorter outside off. English punches it nicely but to backward point, who fumbles. Not a terrific piece of fielding there. I think that was Washington Sundar, at backward point. Couple of substitute fielders on at the moment. I don't know who Sundar's on for. Here's Jadeja. Into Smith, who again drives the ball down to long on for a single. So you know Shami's off. Who else is off?
Where's the skipper? There he is.
There's Rohit Sharma's out there. I'll wait and see. Is it Kuldeep Yadav? Maybe. Here's Jadeja in. Down the track comes Inglis, who drives again down towards long on for a single. 5 off that over. Australia will settle for that. They're going at exactly 5s. 125 for 3 at the halfway stage of this Australian innings, with Inglis on 7 off 8 and Stephen Smith 44 off 64. It's pretty even going, really, I would say, at the moment, Alex. That wicket, a nice little plus for India, just taking the wind out of Australia's sails a little bit, but plenty of batting still to come for the Aussies. Give us your thoughts, and then Daniel Norcross is going to be alongside you.
Oh, still so much batting to come, and you've got Glenn Maxwell to come, who's an incredible player of spin as well. So if India are going to keep bowling spin, you know there's going to be one way that man will bat.
Oh, yes. Chakravarti is in. Bowls to Inglis, who clips the ball along the ground up to long on for a single. We're still in this phase, and Australia are going rather okay in this phase, really. They're just picking up the singles, still going at 5 runs and over. This middle over phase, 126 for 3. Still trying to read the runes, understand what would be a challenging total. Chakravarti in. This is clipped fine by Smith. It's a short, fine leg. There's no run. I've got the answer to the conundrum.
Finally. Oh, I've been on the edge of my seat, Dan.
Well, I'm going to give you that answer at the end of this over. I will remind you what the conundrum was. We've had a load of people who've got it right. I'm very, very pleased by the knowledgeable nature of our listenership. Short, pulled, past mid-wicket, up towards the boundary. Didn't hit it with perfect timing. 2 fielders in pursuit will not get there. It's almost exactly halfway between the deep mid-wicket and the long on. And Smith picks up another boundary and zeroes in on another half-century. 130 for 3, just dragged down a bit by Varun Chakravarti, and he was onto it in a flash. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat, and it wasn't a long way from the short mid-wicket to his right. Smith just, again, does a little fine tickle down to Akshar Patel at short, fine leg, but straight to the field. He gets really angry, very, very vocal.
Yeah.
This Smithy, when it doesn't quite come off for him. Like a sort of agitated piglet. Gets sort of, doesn't care for it. The mouth opens wide as Chakravarti's in. This is driven past the right hand of extra cover up towards wide long off. They've run 1. He's coming back for the second. Here's Inglis, and he gets a good running. A couple more to the total. 7 have come from the over. Smith has brought up his half-century from 68 balls, 4 fours. It's been manipulated the ball well today. Came in after Cooper Connolly, a rather left field pick, was out for a turgid 9-ball duck, and we wondered if a run was ever going to be scored at a certain point. So he's come in and played really well, Chakravarti. Again, he drives square of the wicket this time, past the right hand of point and down towards the backward point. 133 for 3. End of the over. Okay, so let me remind you, the conundrum was thus. 3 balls remain, 2 batters are in. One's on 96, one's on 98. They get together, they say, OK, chum, let's make sure we are both exactly 100 not out at the end of the day. Knowing the discipline of the bowlers, they know there are going to be no byes or leg byes, there'll be no wides, there'll be no balls, they're going to have to do it all themselves. How are they going to do this? Because obviously, to be exactly on 100, well, if you hit 2, how do you get the other guy on strike without an extra? If you're the one on 96, you hit 2 twos, you're stranded, you can't get the other guy on strike. How do you do this? It seems almost impossible. As Jadeja is it down the wicket comes Smith, and Jadeja sees him coming, drags it down a little short, so he just guides it well past the right hand of point out towards the fielder on the boundary for 1. Well, what you have to do is quite deliberately run one short, and I will demonstrate how one might do that after this ball. Jadeja is in, back into his crease. Goes Inglis, punches up to long off for a single. So the man on 98, they run 2.
Yeah.
But he's still back on strike, but he's only got 1 because they've run 1 short.
Yes.
So he's on 99.
Yeah.
Then he can tickle a single into the onside, and our man on 96 can hit 4. Or, as this is driven in the air, back over the bowler's head, it's going to bounce 1. So it's not. It's not going to bounce at all. My goodness, it's gone all the way from Smith. That was a barely effortful, lofted off drive. And it's come right out of the middle of the bat. Not an extravagant follow through. Straight over the bowler's head for 6 as he goes back into his crease and then just takes the single out into the sweeper at deep point. Good batting this from Smith. 141 for 3. Smith to 59. Bit of a problem here for Australia, for India, I should say. Desperately want to get rid of Smith. Inglis crouches really low and then comes down the wicket, flicks the ball out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get 2 here, because again it's gone to the left of the deep mid-wicket, who's a little square. That brings up, well, 11 runs in the over from Jadeja, and there's still a ball to go. 144 for 3. So there's a couple of ways of doing it with 1 short. I'll explain the other way of doing it in a minute. Jadeja in, back into his crease, in the air and gone! Inglis goes. Oh, what a limp dismissal. And as limp as you will find. It was a nothing ball. I don't think it's turned extravagantly. Josh Inglis has raised his head to the heavens. He can't believe he's got out like that. It's almost like gently spooning the ball to extra cover. He goes back into his crease. It's a shortish ball, and then he checks the shot, and it goes through so slowly to Virat Kohli. He has to bend down and take it a couple of inches off the ground, two-handed. But he didn't have to move other than that. And just as Australia were getting on top, the hero of Australia's match against England, the man who struck that dramatic 100 to get that huge run chase, has gone for 11. Caught Kohli, bowled Jadeja. Australia 144 for 4. And, well, that is as soft a dismissal as you'll see, Alex Harley.
Yeah, it looks bad, doesn't it? It looks really bad, but I think that he's bowled that on purpose. It was slower, it was shorter, it was harder to reach. I think he's bowled that on purpose, to be completely honest with you. His previous deliveries, 98, 99, 97 kilometres, this one 90 kilometres per hour. So I think what he's done is actually, I'm going to take all the pace off. If you're going to hit it, you've got to actually hit me. So he's gone to hit the ball, and because there's no pace on it, it looks so weak, so he's chipped it to Virat Kohli.
I mean, it's all relative with Jadeja, because 90 kilometres an hour for many a spinner would be quite brisk, but by comparison with, as Alex Hartley says, the previous 5 balls, which were 98, 99, 96, 98, 96, that is significant difference of 6 kilometres an hour. It looked so tepid, though. 144 for 4, and Australia will have to rebuild again. Alex Carey comes to join Stephen Smith with plenty of overs to go. 23 overs. The crowd is revitalised by that wicket. There's a little bit of anxiety just creeping in here at the Dubai International Stadium, which is almost entirely populated by Indian fans, as Coulden starts a new over. And his first ball is worked down towards long leg for a single. 145 for 4. So yeah, another way of doing it, by the way.
Yes.
3. You could short run. Oh no, you can't short run a 3.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. No, you can. Short. Yeah, you short run a 3 and you go to the other end, and then our man on 96 hits a 4 and then dots up the next, or hits 2 2s. So you need a run short, and I'm just gonna shout out to some of the many people who have answered this question correctly. This is worked into the onside by Carey, the left-hander, wicket-keeper batter, man who had quite an exciting Ashes series in England back in 2023 for various reasons. Kuldeep is into him, and he check drives this up to the right of long off. They initially wanted about a second, but they'll stick to just the single. So Among the many who've got this right, there's a Steve in Australia, there's Alok, there's Kevin, there's Caelan, Ian, John, Carl, Eddie Jack, Andy, Ollie, Michael, Chris, Neil, Leon, Daryl, Richard, Peter, Milan, Dominic, Mark, Tony, Fred, Ian. This is just squirted out. It's a backward point of the front foot. Challen side, David, Craig, Kristen, Dean, Sri Krishna, Rob Martin, Neil, and many, many more. Thank you. Thank you for getting in touch. You're all very clever. You've worked it out. I'm going to let Fonzie know, the man who set that conundrum to us.
Did you know it?
I did get it,
yeah.
I mean, it took me a minute or so.
You're a numbers man.
Yeah. So this is tucked into the onside to short square leg where Akshay Patel does the fielding. I have to say, when he first gave it to me, I thought, this is fiendish. Fiendish, I tell you. And then the revelation hit.
And then you're like, nah, it's easy.
There's always a way in cricket. Always a way. That's the wonderful thing about this game. Among many other things. Kuldeep is in, and back into his crease goes Smith. And the ball skids past his outside edge into the keeper's gloves. And, well, a very skillfully delivered over from Kuldeep Yadav yields just the 2 singles. Australia 146 for 4, having lost Inglis in the previous over. Wickets have gone down steadily. A partnership of 50 for the second wicket, 56 for the third, 34 for the fourth. Well, Alex Hartley, whenever Australia look to be putting some pressure on, somebody makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, that's the way it seems to have been so far today, doesn't it? Yes, Australia are rotating the strike. There's not been very many dot balls compared to previous games against India. Been managing just to knock the ball around, and then Labuschagne started to get going, hit a couple of boundaries, and then was out LBW. So India always fight back.
Stefan Shemot's just been in touch. He's given one of the ways of doing it, which is as Jadeja starts a new over. Back in his crease goes left-handed Carey. Won't get a run as Jadeja moves swiftly to his left of field. Yes, the 98 not out man runs 3 but 1 short. Yep, that is one way of doing it, Stefan. He could run 2, 1 short, take a single, other man gets 4. Once you've got the 1 short,
you can do whatever you want.
You open up a whole bunch of options.
You can't run too many though.
Clipped away into the onside, so it goes up towards wide long on for a single. Yeah, I don't think there are that many combinations, but there are a few. With the 1 short in there.
Yeah.
147 for 4. Well done, Stefan. One of our writers, the BBC Sport website and app, as this ball is neatly worked along the ground. Again, going deep into his crease, Smith, up to long on for a single. Stefan says it's like having his own personal radio station. Well, that's what we like to think we are for all of you. We are your own personal radio station.
You can get in touch. As I said, you can text us. You can't text us, actually. Stefan can. Yeah, he's got our numbers.
He can WhatsApp us, but yes. Jadeja, just a couple of paces, comes in, worked to short mid-wicket, no run. Jadeja is really helping to make up for what's been, until now, pretty dilatory over rate. But in the last hour, India have bowled nearly 17 overs now. And now, giving himself room, hitting high in the air. Carey down the ground. It's going to bounce once and then trickle onto the sponge at long off. Mid-off is up. Clever shot from Carey. Saw that. Just gave himself a bit of room outside the leg stump and then lofted it over the mid-off and up to the boundary for 4.
Brave shot as well, exposing the stumps, but gets the reward. So it's that high-risk, high-reward cricket. And then does it bring the change in field? You're trying to get that fielder to be pushed back. It doesn't. So you go, okay, well, the option's there for me to go again.
Jadeja into his crease, work to the onside, up to, well, along the ground to short mid-wicket. Kohli fields no run. 152 for 4, the 150 coming up with that boundary. Smith 61, Carey 6. Jadeja's now bowled 8, so he's only got a couple left. Kuldeep's got plenty left, 7. Chakravarti, who bowled so well a couple of days ago, he's got 5 left. Akshar's got 4. Who would you say has been the most effective and most threatening in this minute?
I think for me it'd be Jadeja. I think just the way he has bowled, and he's obviously picked up the 2 wickets, but I think just targeting the stumps, keeping things simple, also mixing up his pace as well.
Kuldeep in again over the wicket to Smith, who gets a little bamboozled by one. It goes deep in his crease, pointing both feet down the ground, pushes to the bowler, no run.
But the best thing about this India bowling lineup is they are all different. And that's why I like the fact that Australia are playing Cooper Connolly for his left arm spin.
Yeah, I don't think they're playing him for his opening, the batting. Although he did open the batting. He's worked it on the ground up to wide. Long on for a single, 153 for 4. This must be a kind of heaven for you, though, Harley.
Spinners.
2 left arm orthodox, 1 left arm unorthodox.
Yeah.
It's great, isn't it? And then you've got Chakravarti, who's, well, who knows what he is. That is his mystery. This is your sort of, this is like your idea of heaven, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kuldeep Yadav in the left-handed Carey, who just dabs a full ball to short extra cover. Fielded by Jadeja, there's no run. Quite unusual to see Jadeja in the infield. Sort of imagine him out in the outfield a lot, but he's patrolling inside the ring at a short extra cover. Kuldeep in again. That's swept fine. This will run down to the boundary for 4. Just lost his line there, Kuldeep. And Carey was able to get enough on it and get it way to the left of short fine leg. 157 for 4. 13th 4 of the innings.
Not a great ball that at all, was it? Fired in. Tried to bowl it quicker and fuller.
There's action on the ball, but it didn't really do anything off the pitch, did it?
No. But the pitch isn't offering him all that much. He's had a couple to go.
Which is weird, isn't it? Because the wrist spinner you would expect perhaps to have most as Kuldeep's in. And this is pushed. Oh, back past the bowler. And there was a run there, but they reacted too late. As Jadeja had a fair bit of ground to make to his left at short extra to stop it, collect it.
He might just not have got the pace of the pitch right, though, because he's putting the revs on the ball, he does spin it. But the pace of what you need to bowl on surfaces is different everywhere.
Called it, fires one in, swept away firmly, vigorously, down a deep backward square. They might get to, they won't. They've run the first a little too dilatorily. Just one more to the total. 6 off the over, 30 gone. Australia 158 for 4. If you double the score after 30, as is the oft spoken shibboleth, that would be 316. That would be a lot.
That'd be too many.
That would be too many, but with 4 wickets down, maybe you have to do a different calculation. Thoughts from you on that, Alex Hartley? And then it's going to be Henry Moran.
I'd love to know, we talk about the doubling your score after 32, 34, whatever it may be. How often does the score actually get doubled? Like, how many times do you go, okay, that's been doubled, that stat makes sense? I'm just not sure. Is it a thing, is it not? That's all I want to know.
What? Sorry.
Doubling the score at 34, or 32, 30, whatever.
32, I think it is. Well, it depends, I suppose. It depends on the surface, depends on who's
exactly.
in.
That's what I mean.
think
How many times does it actually happen? I don't think it's that many.
Well, I don't know. What I can tell you, in terms of how often things happen, is that Australia's platform is a good one. We know that.
Thanks.
No, wait. With perhaps one more wicket loss than they would have wanted to. Here comes Chakravarti, who's bowled 5 overs, and he's in now round the wicket, bowling to Carey. It's chipped in the air, but he's going to get away with it. Goes between the fielders at extra cover and cover point, and he'll run through for 159 for 4. However, taking India down at the death, no mean feat on any surface. Just once in the last 5 years have their last 10 overs gone for more than 100 runs. Which is saying something, isn't it? 159 for 4. Here comes Varun Chakravarti with Steve Smith bouncing at the crease and waiting and mistiming a drive towards Rohit Sharma at short cover. The ground in shade. Interesting phase of the match. 4 down. Aaron Finch will be with us in a moment.
Scared the life out of me sneaking in there.
At the end of this over, we'll be joined by the former Australia white ball captain. Smith deep in the crease sees a ball which is on middle stump, which he's defending. I mean, he's playing on a different planet, Smith, today. He's been brilliant.
Always does, doesn't he? Always does.
Well, he's just been so in control, and in a way nobody else has managed to do the sort of run accumulation and keeping things moving against this India attack in the tournament. Chakravarti to Smith. He'll ease the ball round the corner for a single that might become 2. A rare misfield from Jadeja, who's up very quickly to recover the damage. And in the end, there is just the single taken. It's 160 for 4, 2 from the over so far.
There has been moments, though, where he's been a bit pokey, hasn't he? And he's not really... Do you know what I mean?
A little bit, but he's there.
You can't be pokey.
You can't be pokey.
No.
I know, but you're there. And you're surviving. Varun Chakravarti bowls a very quick ball, which is defended back up the track. Current run rate 5.2. It's 160 for 4.
There's a woman in the crowd, right, with a pair of glasses on that has Virat Kohli written across the front of them.
Obviously.
How do you see out of him?
Well, I was wondering that. Varun Chakravarti bowls, sweep attempted, won't be a run there, so just 2 from the over. Yes, they're homemade jobs, these.
Yep.
And she's written on them in correcting fluid, I think is the term, and written Virat Kohli, so yeah, you wouldn't see an awful lot. Anyway, thank you, Alex. World Cup winner Alex Hartley with us, as is Aaron Finch from Australia, skipper, who's grabbing a seat alongside me. Well, you said when you joined us an hour ago, with Australia 2 down, you'd have taken that at the end of the power play. 31 overs gone, 160 for 4. Are you taking that?
They're probably one more wicket down than what they would like. Josh Inglis and Steve Smith, their partnership, 34. It was only off 27 deliveries. They would have just loved that to continue on into the 35th, 36th, and then you can start to see the creativity from a player like Alex Carey and Glenn Maxwell still to come.
In comes Kuldeep Yadav to bowl to Steve Smith, who is ramping the ball. Down it goes towards fine leg, but there's a fielder trotting in to pick up in the form of Shami. 1 added, 161 for 4. Smith to 64. One more wicket you do feel is quite a significant. If it's Smith, it's vital. It's absolutely huge. It's a vastly important phase of the game, this, with Smith batting brilliantly on 64 from 83. Carey's there, he's made a good start, 12 from 14. Partnership's already worth 17, but it's come from 25 balls. In comes Kuldeep to bowl to Carey. It's a quick ball, which is slashed through the offside, out towards deep cover for just a single. And the score 162 for 4. The little raise in noise is because it's Virat Kohli that fields on the boundary. He could do a shoelace and get a cheer, that man.
You don't see him patrolling the boundary too often. At times, he'll get out there just to try and get the crowd going.
Do you think that's it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he loves when the crowd gets involved, particularly if there's a lull in the game. Just tries to change the momentum of a game.
Well, he certainly gets the crowd up and about, that much is for sure. Sun shines just briefly. Kuldeep bowls to Smith, whipping the ball with that extraordinary flourish to square leg where it's fielded by Hardik Pandya. What have you made of this surface?
It's a lot slower than what I thought it would be. We've seen a couple of wickets from Jadeja. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 40, but 2 very different dismissals.
Kuldeep bowls to Smith. It's been chipped down the ground, straight as a die, and it's going to drop just inside the boundary. It won't be a boundary, it'll be 2. It was Shubman Gill who ran round to pick up, and Smith looked to get the boundary down the ground. Didn't quite get enough on it. But
Just
it was safe.
Little check drive, wasn't it? Pitched up and almost as if that was his aim, just to try and get it back over the bowler's head.
He's got that look in his eyes, Smith. As Kuldeep is in, nicely worked through the gap at mid-wicket towards that fielder Kohli again in the deep. And his throw is a lethal one, actually, for the bowler, who gets out of the way and leaves it to his fielder backing up to stop it. So 5 from the over so far, 165 for 4. Carey will be on strike for the final ball of the 32nd. Rohit Sharma doesn't look entirely happy with life at the moment. I think that throw from the deep, maybe Kuldeep leaving that has rather disgruntled him. It's onto the pads of Carey. He probably should have got a single into the leg side, and he doesn't do so. It goes towards the captain, Sharma, and the over comes to an end with 5 from it. 165 for 4. So a slower surface. Does that mean you're fancying batting and scoring a few more in it than the one a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I think so. Just being out there before the game, it was bone dry. There was not a bit of moisture in it. There's no grass on it. So I think it'll just continue to get slower and slower as the game goes on. So they'll be eyeing anything above 260.
Because that'll be hard to chase.
That will be hard to chase. And, I mean, we know Rohit Sharma's going to come out and go all guns blazing. That's the way he plays his cricket. I just think if you get above 260, 270, that gives you a buffer. If he gets off to a flyer and you've got 240 on the board, he can almost break the back of the game then and there. It just gives you a little bit more leeway.
Well, Varun Chakravarti is going to come into bowl, new over, and Smith is beaten on the inside edge. Beautiful bowling. He had no idea where that was going, does the Australia captain.
It's a googly back through the gate. Smith looking to hit it very square, expecting the ball to turn away. He's a hard bowler to pick out of the hand, Varun Chakravarti.
Here comes Varun Chakravarti to Smith. Where's that gone? Well, along the ground. He was hoping to try and get it a little bit straighter than that, but it goes towards the fielder at square leg, or moving towards square leg, and gets a single. 166 for 4. If you missed it earlier, Travis Head was out to the first ball he's ever faced from Varun Chakravarti, chipping it down the ground to
strange shot.
Wasn't it?
Strange shot when you've never faced a bowler before. Mid-off was back on the boundary. It was almost as if he was trying to hit it to mid-off. If he had hit it in the middle of the bat, I think it would have just been head height.
Chakravarti round the wicket. Quicker ball that Carey is defending and then looking up and seeing if a run's available. He can't find it though. Smith is a vision of twitching, moving, looking around, gesticulating at the non-striker's end. Blows on his gloves now. Has a word with the umpire. He's a man who is lively. I don't know if that's the right word. Varun Chakravarti bowls. It's been launched into the leg side, out towards the deep and for 6. Massive blow from the left-handed Alex Carey into a sea of India supporters who are pleased to see the ball, but not from an Australia batter. It's 172 for 4.
It's a beautiful shot from Alex Carey. This time it's outside off stump and it's the leg break from Chakravarti. It's a beautiful slog sweep. Again, not trying to overhit the ball. Just focusing on finding good contact. 84 metres, that's gone all the way.
In comes Chakravarti, tossed up, driven towards Kohli, who waves to his teammate on the boundary to pick up. This has been a useful partnership so far. 29 from 35. And 8 from the over already with the ball left of it. 173 for 4. Over number 33.
Well, it's been good partnership batting. Steve Smith is finding it difficult to find the boundary at the moment.
Smith will look for a run that he can't find there because it goes straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, 8 from it, 33 gone. It's 173 for 4.
Steve Smith's numbers in ICC knockout games is
amazing.
Ridiculous.
What's he like?
Out in the middle?
Well, there's 2 questions then. What's he like out in the middle? What's he like away from the middle?
Well, out in the middle, it's so strange. If I'm facing somebody, I'll give you a good example. We played the World Cup semi-final against India at the SCG in 2015, and Jadeja's bowling. He's pinning me on the crease, and it's just holding enough in the surface. I felt like I couldn't get off strike. Steve just walked straight down. He said, "What are you doing?" Like, just hit the ball to mid-on. Yeah, but I feel as though I'll be going across the line, catching cover, caught and bowled. I feel as though they're all in play. He goes, "What are you talking about? Just hit the ball to mid-on and get me on strike." I'm like, okay. Never has any doubt in his mind about which way he's going about it.
Carey waits as Kuldeep bowls. It's been slog swept again. This has gone quite straight out towards the boundary for 4 runs. Carey with the counter-attack here. 177 for 4. And Rohit Sharma looks a nervous man at the moment.
Mid-on up inside the circle. It's the pressure that Carey's put on because he is, or because of his ability to sweep so well. They've had to bring mid-on up inside the circle to have coverage out behind square, and on this occasion, it's just a beautiful swing through the line again.
It's a lovely shot. Kuldeep to Carey, who this time looks to run the ball towards short third and can't find the gap.
So in that scenario, he just has no doubt in his mind.
Yeah. And did you hit it towards mid-on?
And then I just hit it to mid-on, and he said, "How easy is that?" I said, "Yeah, but I'm worried about getting out." Just that does not come into his mind.
So interesting.
That's a brilliant ability.
Kuldeep bowling to Carey, tossed up well outside the off stump, wide signalled. Kuldeep doesn't like that, but umpire Gaffney of New Zealand is convinced. 177 becomes 178 for 4. And what about away from the field? Because he's quite a quiet guy when you sort of see him round and about.
Yeah, he is. Depends what environment you get him in.
Kuldeep bowling to Carey, who's chipping the ball towards mid-on, drops short. 5 from the over so far, midway through the 34th. Crucial phase of the game, this. 178 for 4.
I spent a bit of time last year throughout the T20 World Cup that was in the Caribbean and the US. Spent a bit of time with him in New York, and that was good fun.
Here's Kuldeep to Carey, who's defending, no run. Because he loves New York.
Loves New York. He's based there majority of the time now. If he's not playing, his wife spends most of her time there. I think it just allows you to get away from the game.
Yeah. And he's a recognisable figure, isn't he? You know. Kuldeep Yadav into bowl to Carey. Quicker ball, which is striking the pads, and Rahul's quickly round to stop the leg by. With 4 from the first ball of the over and a wide in there as well. There's also been 4 dots, so a good recovery from Kuldeep here. 178 for 4. Current rate would take Australia to 263. They want more than that.
Yeah, they're behind that 280 plus, particularly with the firepower of Maxwell in the shed still.
Kuldeep bowls, lofted drive, glorious shot over extra cover, and he's going to get a 4. 1 bounce, almost 6. Carey's playing some knock here. He's 28 off 25, 34 overs gone, and it's 182 for 4.
That's just stroked beautifully over cover. Slightly wide from Kuldeep Yadav. And again, it's not trying to overhit it, it's just trying to focus on finding the middle of the bat. That might be a bit harsh on Kuldeep, actually. That's pitched around middle and off stump. It's just beautiful, beautiful hands through the ball.
All in the timing. The last 15 balls, we've seen 28 runs scored. That's been quick going from Carey, and suddenly it just feels a different dynamic. He's going to get a extra bit of padding here as we see Mohammad Shami come into the attack once again. And Australia 182 for 4, 16 overs left of an innings that they'll hope is not their final one of this World Cup. They'll hope it's their final one in Dubai, because the winner of this game will determine where the final is played on Sunday. If Australia win, it will be played in Pakistan, in Lahore. If it is India victorious, then they will stay here and they will play the final here against either South Africa or New Zealand. So Smith away from the game. He's extroverted, introverted?
Very introverted, yeah, but just good company. He's got into golf. He's, as you can probably imagine, has an addictive personality.
Right.
So he'd never played golf before until a couple of years ago, and now he played it once, and now he's just obsessed with it.
And he scratched, I imagine.
No.
Here comes Shami. Big swing and a miss from Steve Smith. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper.
We saw similar tactic from Steve Smith when Mohammad Shami come back just for a 1-over spell. He's probably going back 6 overs now. He was overly aggressive. He was looking to attack him from ball 1, whether it be running down the wicket or trying the scoop.
That was an extraordinary shot, that. He charged it. Not far from hitting that off stump. 182 for 4. Shami again. Moving in, 11 on his back. To bowl to the right-handed Steve Smith. It's a short ball. It's in the air and just over the fielder at mid-wicket. There's going to be a chase on for Hardik Pandya. They'll turn for a second. He didn't time it. Gets a little lucky.
Yeah, not out of the middle. Just gets over Rohit Sharma. Leaping at mid-wicket. 131.8 kilometres per hour. It's banged in. Just hits high on the bat and just lobs over Rohit Sharma at short mid-wicket, who's in there to stop the 1.
If he's on the edge of the circle, he takes that.
Yeah, waist height, just comfortable, isn't it?
It's hush around Dubai. Great atmosphere out there. The PA announcer, when Carey came in, said, "Don't worry when you've got Alex Carey," which I'm not quite sure rhymed, really. In comes Shami to bowl another short ball, which this time will go thudding on the second bounce through to the chest of the keeper, KL Rahul, and Smith at the surface. And it'll all be part of the learnings for the second innings, which is going to be compelling again. Whatever Australia, and they're going to get a competitive total.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just getting to that point that you feel as though India are starting to panic slightly, which is that's exactly what you're trying to do when you win the toss and bat on a surface like this. A little bit warmer than previous days.
Shami runs in, full delivery this time, back towards the bowler. He's put down 2 chances today, Smith and Head, off his own bowling. 2 from the over so far, with a couple of balls left of it.
Yeah, the first one was a leading edge off Travis Head that lobbed up and almost snatched at the ball, didn't he? And the one from Steve Smith was an attempted punch down the ground. He just threw up the left hand and it didn't stick.
Shami again, very straight approach, runs in over the wicket and bowls a short ball, which is uppercut down to deep third.
Lots of changes of pace here from Shami. That one, the slower bouncer, not giving Steve Smith any pace to work with. It's quite predictable with mid-on and mid-off both up inside the circle. He knows he can't afford to get even slightly full because it'll just be a swing through the line for Smith.
The sense is that it's a different surface from the other day. Not necessarily any easier to battle.
Well, there's not a blade of grass on the entire square, is there?
No. Shami to bowl to Carey, who's on 28 from 25. Shami bowls a short ball, which Carey rides the bouncer very comfortably and just helps it on its way towards fine leg for a single. So 4 from the over, 35 have been bowled. It's 186 for 4, and Australia going at a little under 5.5 and over, but with Smith still there on 71, Carey on 29 at a strike rate over 100. They're sitting in a decent position here, the Aussies. And as drinks are going to be taken, I'm going to get out of the way, Aaron Finch, and I'm going to leave you with the question of India possibly panicking. Is this drinks breaker coming at a good time in that sense? What do you think is going to happen in the little next phase of play? Artiv's come to join you.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the way that India have gone about it, they've been keen to chop and change their bowlers, not allow Smith in particular to try and line up any one bowler in particular. Jadeja's bowled 8 overs, Akshar Patel 6, Varun Chakravarti 7. So there's plenty of options in the back half of this game for Rohit Sharma.
They certainly do. He's very proactive. In the first 10 overs, used 5.
Yeah.
That's, you know, just a real intent to just keep the Australian batters on their toes. But they've negotiated really well. In a very good position here, Australia. I think, you know, I think if you'd offered this to Australia before the game, people say that, so that's a cliche, but, you know, 90 balls to go, 186 on the ball, you'd take that every time, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, you would, yeah. Particularly with someone like Glenn Maxwell still to come. Ben Dorshus will most likely bat number 8. He can hit a long ball as well. But it's a beautiful platform. If you're being critical, you'd say probably 1 wicket too many down from what would be an ideal position. You'd love to go in where you've got some room for error towards the back part of this game.
Yeah, this partnership's just sort of falling apart just as they got going was the issue for Australia. I mean, when Cooper Connolly fell, it was 4 for 1, but then Travis Head, 54 for 2. So, again, just as he was building a little bit of momentum, and then Marnus Lamashane was third to go after a nice 50 partnership with Smith. He went for 100, with a score at 110 for 5, and then Josh Inglis as well, 144 for 4. So just as like these 30, 40 partnerships, which you'd love to sort of double up and maybe get to 100, that's where Australia just losing a little bit. You feel like there's some runs being left behind when a new rhythm needs to be established. Some new batters need to come in and get used to conditions.
Well, it's generally the sign of a pretty good wicket when batters come in. You have a look, Travis Head 39, Steve Smith unbeaten on 71, Marnus Labuschagne 29, Josh Inglis 11, so there's starts everywhere there. So that tells you that it's a good enough surface that there's not going to be too many worries in it. Yes, there's been a little bit of spin, probably not as much as I thought there would be. I expected it to turn a little bit more than what it has so far.
Australia's got the 2 leg spinners today as well. Tanvir Sangha coming in alongside Adam Zampa. So,
have you seen much of Tanvir bowl?
I watched him in the Big Bash over the last few years. Very impressive, good control. But this is a heck of a match to be called up in the semi-final of the Champions Trophy. Come here and do the business, boy. I mean, that's an ask.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cooper Connolly, similar. He wasn't in the squad yesterday.
No.
Then he comes in and he's expected to open the batting. And he had a tough time at none off 9 deliveries.
Yeah. It is a tough ask. I suppose that's what the demand of modern cricket is as well. I mean, you see these Indian players do it all the time.
Yeah.
Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, even Surya Kumar Yadav, Ishan Kishan in their first games come in 50 of 20 odd balls, no problem at all. It's the demand of the modern game. You got to bang from the word go.
Well, the depth that the Indian fans have got, well, their talent's outrageous.
It is. Well, it's easy when you got a billion people to choose from, isn't it? Right, 186 for 4. Drinks break is done. Hardik Pandya has the ball in hand. He's been slightly expensive so far today. 0 for 25 off his 3. He's going to be bowling to Alex Carey. He's looking to take on these bowlers. He's on 29 of 26. Here is Hardik Pandya. Into Alex Carey, who pulls this ball away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It'll be a couple of bounces and then trickle into the advertising sponge. Well, Carey has made it very clear what he's looking to do, and that, for now, is going to pile on the misery to Hardik Pandya. 190 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's just back of a length. It's a bit of a nothing delivery from Pandya. Just sits up. Carey, no problems dispatching that over mid-wicket.
It just slowed up a little bit off the outfield because it pinged off the middle of the bat,
Yeah,
but just slowed up a little bit. Something to keep an eye on. It's Hardik into Carey again, who pushes the ball defensively this time just to mid-off. There is no run.
You expect Hardik Pandya to bowl a lot of slower balls here, particularly into the surface. I've seen even the last over that Shami bowled, ball just not quite getting there. I think he bowled 3 slower balls out of 6 last over, Shami. And I expect something really similar from Hardik Pandya here. Try and just take away that easy shot square of the wicket for Alex Carey.
Big old gap. Mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off, up inside the circle, as they almost perpetually are for Hardik Pandya. There's a deep square leg. Fine leg is back as well. There's a deep third and a deep point. Here's Pandya. In again to Carey, who again pushes this ball sort of defensively to extra cover. There is no run.
The way he picked up the bat there, it was like he was about to try and launch that over mid-on or mid-off again. Just didn't quite get the length he was after.
Just held back a touch, didn't he? But he does look comfortable. I mean, sometimes I watch Alex Carey bat and it looks like he's having a net at all times. It's like he's always sort of playing. He's just messing around.
Yeah, he's got time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Left-handers always look better when they do it as well, don't they?
They do. It's annoying, really.
Yeah.
Right, Hardik Pandya has managed to bowl a couple of dots after conceding a boundary the first time around. Alex Carey's just done a little bit of gardening, a bit of tidying up of the surface. Big old leaves. Just seen a giant sort of autumn leaf. What's that doing in Dubai in March? Here's Hardik into Carey again. Back of a length. He works it into the mid-wicket area and has a little shuffle down the crease, but down the track, but goes back in his crease. There is no run. He just pulled it back a little bit, Hardik Pandya. Just straightened his line, as you say, continue to bowl a variable pace. And
yeah, one thing I'd like to see him do here is maybe bring third man up inside the circle, and then you can drop long on back. Obviously, with only 4 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle. But that would just give him a few more options that he can go to. It means he can look to be a little bit fuller and look to be a bit more aggressive.
I always get the feeling with Hardik Pandya, it's almost like an ego thing. It's like,
right.
You try and hit me down the ground, sunshine. I dare you.
Yeah.
Mid-on and mid-off or up inside the circle. He bowls a heavy ball as well as Hardik Pandya. It doesn't always reflect in the speeds that we see, but it takes off the surface. Here's Pandya into Carey, who comes down the track, and he smashed this ball beautifully as running away towards the long off boundary. Fielders chasing after it hard. It's Shubman Gill, who's very quick, but he's not going to get there. The ball wins that race. What a terrific shot it was as well from Alex Carey. 194 for 4.
Beautiful use of the feet. Like you said, it becomes quite predictable bowling through the middle overs from Hardik Pandya with mid-on and mid-off up. That's what I mean by if you have long on back, you've just got more options. You can look to be a touch fuller. You can use your slower balls as an aggressive option rather than just thinking defensively. So it's good proactive batting from Carey there. Let's see if he hangs back in his crease and expects something into the wicket now.
50 partnership up as well between these two. Here's Hardik into Carey again. This is a slower bouncer, which Carey watchfully plays down to fine leg. Will jog through for a single. Thank you very much, Aaron Finch, who's part of our commentary team today. Very pleased to have him. 195 for 4 Australia after 36 overs, with Carey on 38 off 32. Stephen Smith on 71 off 94. It's another 50 partnership. 51 off 55 deliveries this one. Alex Carey very much being the aggressor, playing some proactive cricket, just really manufacturing some attractive looking shots here, Matt Henry. It's just nice to watch players like that. I quite like inventive players.
It is. Carey's batted really well, hasn't he? Very, very well. I was just sat outside for half an hour listening to the crowd and whatever, and they're not fully, they're just being kept a little bit quiet. It's still loud out there, but it's not like full crazy like it was on Sunday night, really loud. Carey's just getting them into Australia into a really handy position here with Glenn Maxwell to come.
Here's Mohammad Shami back in again as this ball's been played to cover. There is no run. Just saw Glenn Maxwell on the balcony with a big smile on his face, waiting for his turn to get out there. Well, run a ball from here would get Australia, well, I beg your pardon, so if they continue at this rate, I should say they'd get to 269, which again seems decent, but if they can go at 7s, 288, if they can go at 9s, 314, wouldn't that be something? Here's Mohammad Shami now, into Alex Carey. Wide of the crease, it's short. Carey's pulled it away nicely out towards square leg. There is a fielder there on the boundary. And, they will take just a single. That attacking intent from Carey continuing. 196 for 4.
300, well over 300. Yeah. Feels like match winning to me. But yeah, 260. Aaron said that Australia would want.
Yeah,
definitely.
They're on for that already, aren't they?
Yeah, that looks well within reach. But I don't know. It's the obvious thing, isn't it? The cliche that 2 quick wickets. You get one of these out, you get Maxwell in and out, and then it's a totally different complexion.
Here's Shami into Carey again, who's gone after this one and found the gap as well. That might run away to the boundary. Fielder's in pursuit. Oh, it's going to slow up hugely on this outfield. It's Hardik Pandey who gets the throw back. They only get 2 in the end. It's just remarkable how slow this outfield has gotten as the day's gone on. I've seen quite a few balls sort of just almost come to a static stop in the deep when they drop. But another couple of runs. 198 for 4. Steve Smith on to 73 off 95 deliveries. Alex Carey on 39 off 34. Mohammad Shami just waiting a bit. Had a little discussion about where to put his fielder at mid on. Decided to send him back to the boundary. So Virat Kohli now is at long on. As Shami runs into Steve Smith, who comes down the track. He's bowled him! It was a full toss. Smith could have hit it anyway. He was down the track, beaten the pace a little bit, I'm going to say. It was a quick one, 87 miles per hour, and it strikes at the off stump about 2/3 of the way down. That's a disappointing dismissal for Steve Smith, but a much-needed breakthrough for India. 198 for 5 of 36.4 overs.
Yeah, Smith's annoyed with himself because I think he knows it was there to hit. I think it was an attempted Yorker, clearly. He's not tried to bowl a full toss, but it's made to look worse because Smith's come down the pitch as well. And we haven't seen too much of that, especially to the quicks from Smith. He must have been feeling that it was about the point where he just had to up it again, get the scoring rate going with Maxwell to come. But yeah, this is the game here now, isn't it? You feel that if Maxwell comes in and comes off, Australia looking at over 300. If he gets him out quickly with, what would we have? We'd have 13 overs left after this one. He got Maxwell out. That's a long time for the tail, even with Carey there. I think the lower order, should have said, because as Aaron said a second ago, bent washers can bat. But that would be a long time for them to be hanging around with overs of spin to come to try and get the score anywhere near 300.
I think, yeah, ideally Australia would have wanted maybe another 4 overs of Steve Smith before exposing Glenn Maxwell out there. But as you say, he's a game-changing player. Played one of the most extraordinary innings I've ever seen, maybe the best I've ever seen, against Afghanistan in that 2023 World Cup. A one-legged double 100. It was just extraordinary. Well, when he does spectacular things, they really are spectacular. But as someone who watched him play his season at the Birmingham Bears a couple of years ago, the T20 Blast, sometimes it's not so spectacular, so that happens too. Right, Mohammad Shami's got his tail up. He's taken a wicket with a full toss. What can he do with this one? Maxwell on strike for his first ball. Shami in full, driven beautifully by Maxwell, straight to extra cover, but lovely bit of timing first ball. And there is no run. 198 for 5. And he's ramping up the pace as well, Mohammad Shami. 140.8 kilometers. That's what, 87 miles per hour, that last one. Just taking a look at the dismissal again. Yeah, hit the stumps on the full, so it was always going to be a full toss. And as you say, looks a lot worse because he's dancing down the track and making room outside leg stump for himself.
Can't believe Smith's missed that. I don't think he can either.
Shami into Maxwell, who guides this ball gently down towards deep third for a single to get off the mark and to keep the strike. 199 for 5 after 37 overs. Australia, they can keep this rate going, 268. And the fact that they can just get to 268 really by just going at 5.5 runs and over. So, I mean, I don't know if they sometimes just consider, well, we'll take that because that's what we wanted before. But their expectations sort of changed because of how well everybody's batted in the top order. So it would feel like an underachievement to get to the score that they actually targeted. And what they really want is that 290 mark, really. That's 7 and over from here, which ordinarily is very doable. 13 overs to go. You could score 7 and over off 13 overs. You'd sort of expect to with 5 wickets in hand. Now then, crowd's cheering. They're excited. Every wicket brings them back into the game. Akshar Patel, who's been wicketless so far, is back in. 6 overs, 0 for 30 his figures. He's bowled a maiden in between there, which was very impressive. And what can he do here against Glenn Maxwell? Akshar from wide of the crease. Maxwell plays the ball off a thick inside edge into the leg side. There is no run. The crowd are trying to get into the game. It's not a full house here. Not even close, to be honest with you. Akshar in once more. He's gone after this one as Maxwell, and that's going to go all the way for 6. That is a remarkable shot. He barely looked like he got put a follow through on that shot. Swept it and sent it sailing into the crowd. Brings up the double 100 for Australia as well. 205 for 5 after 37.2 overs. Well, Maxwell, he's not going to knock it around. He's looking for the big ones.
Yeah, it's not a great ball drifting down the leg side, but that's quick hands from Maxwell.
Akshar in again. This is bowled him! The perfect comeback from Akshar Patel. Maxwell looking to go big again. He missed. Akshar hit. And India have struck a monster blow here. It's Glenn Maxwell, 6 and out. He's going to head back to the dugout. Very, very disappointed. But India are cock-a-hoop. 205 for 6 Australia after 37.3 deliveries.
Yep, and just like that, the game changes, doesn't it? Axis fired that one on a bit quicker, I think 57 miles an hour, so a bit quicker, and then just stands there, both fingers in the air, pointing towards the sky. Massive, massive wicket.
Yeah, it is huge. I think you can take about 20 or 30 runs off Australia's projected score with that dismissal. 2 in quick succession for India. First Smith, who was set, and then Maxwell, who'd played a big one. Meanwhile, Alex Carey is sitting at the non-strikers end thinking, what did I do? Well, Ben Dwarshuis is going to come out and join. We know he can bat well. He's got a decent record and also put some good performances in the Big Bash over the years. He's got a bit of a job to do here, and the first job is surviving this Akshar Patel over. India's so good at building pressure quickly. If you're new to the crease, the Indians know how to squeeze you. 205 for 6. Dwarshuis just has a little look round. He's got a very neat moustache as Dwarshuis. Akshar in. Dwarshuis drives nicely out towards deep extra cover for a single to get off the mark. Nice sensible shot to get things going. The score moves to 206 for 6. 37.4 overs. He's got one of those sort of moustaches that sort of is even all the way across his upper lip. If that makes any sense. Goes all the way across it. It looks like it should become a handlebar, but it doesn't.
You know more about facial hair than me, Auntie.
I don't know if I know about it. I might have sported some in my time, but that's debatable. Here's Akshar into Carey. Fly to delivery. Carey works the ball to backward point. They do not take a run. An opportunity for India to just squeeze a few more runs out of this Australian total. They did this so well against New Zealand, so well against Pakistan. They get their timely wickets. Here's Akshar in again as that ball's turned into the onside. And there is no run, so that is the end of a good over for India. Yeah, it is for India. Actually, 7 runs off it, but the big wicket of Glenn Maxwell. 206 for 6 after 38 overs. Now, Matt Henry, if you're Australia, are you taking 7 and over from here and banking that, or do you think you still want to start reaching and going for the big ones?
Yeah, I think they've got to knock it around for a couple of overs now. They've got to just, milk it for 3 or 4, maybe 5 overs more than they would have wanted to, and then Carey cuts loose. He can't risk it being Dwarshuis who's first at one ball and who's faced one ball and Nathan Ellison next. He cannot take that risk here. Would you like to know how many runs Ben Dwarshuis has scored in international cricket?
I would love to.
10.
Including the one he's taken here. There's Shami into Dwarshuis, who, nearly threw Shami with that one. It was an unconvincing defensive shot. He was off his feet, was Dwarshuis playing that into the onside. There is no run. But It wasn't a shot that inspired a tremendous amount of confidence. So he had 9 before today. What's his...
Sorry, 10 before today.
10 before today. What's his list A record like?
His list A record, high score of 60, so a bit better, obviously. 24.5 average, so...
He's got an opportunity to double his career tally here today. Maybe even treble it if he bats well. Dwarshuis on strike. Here's Shami, full. Dwarshuis just keeps that one out, really, to extra cover. Looking to drive, but really it was more of a block. There is no run. 206 for 6 as Dwarshuis just sort of adjusts the straps on his gloves. Walks around. Looks at square leg. And just get the feeling he's just trying to look convincing right now as Ben Dwarshuis just trying to feel like he belongs out there. Because for Australia's sake, he needs to bat 11.4 overs. Steve Smith looks on, cutting a desolate figure at the moment. Here's Shami into Ben Dwarshuis. Wide of the crease, and again, Dwarshuis happy to just defend the ball back to Shami. There is no run. This Indian squeeze is continuing. So 3 dots in a row here for Shami. He's got to find a way to rotate because that projected score will continue to come down. Australia currently going at 5.36. I suppose that 6 from Maxwell helped. A 6 and out isn't tremendous value in an ODI game. It doesn't look like a great dismissal. It's not one you want to watch the replay of, Maxi. Just saw the clip of it. Here's Shami from wide of the crease, this time driven nicely by Dwarshuis. Excellent tumbling stop in the covers from Virat Kohli, which prevents the single. That is excellent fielding. Just backs up the bowler, keeps the pressure on. 4th dot ball in the over. India are on it here in Dubai.
You're right there, keeping the pressure on. That's why he's getting a high 5 from each of his, or from, who is this, Hardik Pandya at mid-off. Because it does just keep the pressure on, the dots are building. And that, from India's point of view, forces the full shot to come next.
Well, how patient can Dwarshuis be? He's on 1 off 5. He's played out 4 dots in this Shami over. Mohammad Shami into Dwarshuis again. This time he gets a thick inside edge out towards square leg. They might even look at 2 here because fielder is set very deep there, Shubman Gill, but they settle just for the single. I don't think India will mind that as a result because Alex Carey's just going to have a look at 1 delivery in this over. Shami's only gone for 1 so far. Australia 207 for 6 off 38.5. Just taking a look at that delivery. It was a cutter. He just cut his fingers across that one. Took the pace off to Shami. From 137.9 to 121.7 kilometers per hour. It's a good full 10 miles an hour slower.
Quite worried about Shami's eyesight if he didn't see that inside edge when he was in for LBW there.
I think it was one of those, I nearly got through type appeals. Nearly got him playing on. Here's Shami into Alex Carey from wide of the crease. And again, foolish delivery. Carey gets forward, defends the ball, back to the bowler. There is no run. Terrific over for India, that. Brilliant bowling from Shami. He's got figures of 2 for 27 from his 7. Australia 207 for 6 after 39 overs here in the first semi-final of the Champions Trophy 2025. Today we're in Dubai for Australia versus India. Tomorrow we'll bring you coverage from Lahore of New Zealand versus South Africa. South Africa only just flew back yesterday, didn't they? So at least they probably got to sit in a nice plane. Probably had nice seats, I imagine.
Not an ideal situation, I think it's fair to say.
But a bit of golf.
Well, I asked Marco Jansen in the press conference. That was on
I saw that.
after the England game, yeah.
You were quoted everywhere. Here's Akshar Patel in again. This is short. Dwarshuis cuts it out towards deep extra cover for a single. Is it annoying? Because you asked the question.
No, it's press conferences. That's like the way. The understanding is that's the way it goes with.
It's communal information.
Exactly. Yeah. We all share the quotes from. You don't just get the quotes from your question, if you know what I mean. That's the point of a press conference, I guess.
Would have liked a nice write-up for you, though. Here's Akshar Patel into Carey. He makes a bit of room outside off stump, hammers the ball, but straight to Rohit Sharma, extra cover. There is no run. He's very deep set, Rohit Sharma, right on the edge of that circle. Yeah, I can imagine, Jansen mused as Henry posed. Another question, I don't know, one of those kind of pieces. Yeah, nobody's made too much noise about that flight situation, so on we go. Reverse sweep from Alex Carey, and he's connected beautifully and placed it to perfection. Slightly fuller from Akshar Patel. Wasn't really a bad ball at all, but he just got down on one knee, placed it and timed it perfectly. Alex Carey, 212 for 6 after 39.3 overs.
It's interesting. The ball, just before that ball, Rohit Sharma brought Shubman Gill up, who was fielding back at deep point. He brought him up, sent long off back. Carey responds by flicking a reverse sweep up over Gill's head at backward point. And for 4, he knows once he gets height on it, he's safe.
It's been a very intelligent innings, this, from Carey. This time he just works the ball down towards long on. Will take the single. And that'll do for Australia. If they can just pinch 6 or 7 off each of these overs without taking too many chances, they'll end up at a very good total and offer a serious challenge to India.
What's going on here? Umpires.
Umpires just having a word with that's Virat Kohli, extra cover. As Akshar in, this time the ball takes a thick inside edge and sort of hangs eerily for a moment before it drops short, well short in the end of Varun Chakravarti at square leg, but just a moment of alarm. Here's Akshar very quickly in again to Dwarshuis, who works the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. So, 6 runs off that over for Australia. They are 213 for 6 after 40 overs, with Carey on 44 off 40 and Dwarshuis on 3 off 9. 10 overs to go. How many can they get, and will it be a challenging total for India? Your thoughts, Matt Henry, on what you're watching unfold here at the magnificent Dubai International Cricket Stadium. And then you're going to be joined for the next 5 overs by Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, I think if they can get up towards 270, which they probably should from here, but wickets will obviously hurt their chance, then they'd be they would have been happy with that before the game started, I think, Dan.
I think they would before the game started, but I'm a sort of lone voice in this commentary box. I see nothing wrong with this pitch. It's a bit slow, but by comparison with what we saw 2 days ago, where the ball was turning square, where Jadeja and Akshar were a real handful, where an established Kane Williamson on 60, 70 not out was still being regularly beaten on the outside edge by the left-arm spinners. And I wonder if Australia have been duped a bit. They've got rid of Spencer Johnson. They've come in with a whole mishmash of spinners. They've decided to bat first. They think that the pitch is dry and it's going to break up. Well, it just looks a bit slow and placid to me. I've hardly seen the ball really turn.
The thing was that Michael Bracewell was turning it in the first innings the other day, wasn't he?
Yeah.
At this stage of the match, he was turning the ball big.
It's a totally different surface. It is nothing like that. Now, look, it could start to turn more and it could get drier and crumblier. But at the moment, I think they're going to need all of 270, 280. As Kuldeep starts a new over into the left-handed Carey, who flicks it fine, can't beat fine leg. And there's no run. And the loss of those 2 quick wickets, I mean, you just never see it. You never see Steve Smith miss a full bunger on off stump. And you never really see Maxwell play such a wretched shot. This is worked into the onside. They'll take the single as it goes along the ground up to mid-on, or long on. 214 for 6, which brings the cautious Dwarshuis onto strike. He has really just looked to bed in. I think he and Australia still believe that. What's going on here?
I think the umpire's getting twitchy about India throwing the ball in on the bounce. That one's bounced twice on the practice pitches from Washington Sunday. It was only at mid-on, and it's bounced twice before getting to the wicketkeeper.
Called it in, back into his crease goes Dwarshuis and plays it to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's Richard Illingworth at this end, isn't it, I think, and he's just sort of held his arms out wide while looking at Washington Sundar as if to say, what are you doing?
Yeah, the thing is, it looks like a wide chord, and you're like, well, hang on, and they just run a single on this ball. Kuldeep in again, forward comes Dwarshuis, and just defends the short extra cover, no run. India, they're in the 3rd power play, but they're able to keep an extra player inside the ring because Dwarshuis is, well, now they're changing it, they're sending fine leg back, but Dwarshuis has shown no signs of aggression so far. He's faced 11 balls for his 3. As Kuldeep is into him, he goes back into his crease and he just taps the ball. It's a short extra cover, no run. India will be delighted with this. Balls are being chewed up. And I could be completely wrong, but I don't think Australia will be comfortable, or should be comfortable with the score, as Dwarshuis won't get a single for this either, as he just works it into the onside. Chipman Gill dives to his left to prevent it going out towards the boundary. Just the one single off the over. Kuldeep's bowled 7 overs, number 34, 214 for 6, 9 left. A lot rests on Carey's hands because, you know, like the Maxwell dismissals, you're rubbing your eyes. Like, you just did a 6. It didn't do a great deal.
Bit quicker, but
turned into him a bit. But I mean, we're not talking extravagant turn. We're not talking fast turn. The other day, the ball was fizzing off the pitch. It was a real handful. You wonder where boundaries are coming from. People had to get right to the pitch of the ball. Here, it's slower turn. Varun Chakravarti just taken the 1 wicket today. He's in now. The left-handed Carey, who just defends a ball from the crease. No run. We're into the last 10 overs. We've seen a single and 6 dots and no shot in anger.
it really is one of those situations where the cliche is coming true, isn't it? The old add 2 wickets to the score cliche. It's a cliche, but this is why it is a cliche, or why people say it so often.
Varun is in. Carey just works this into the onside. He'll get a single. There's nobody in front of square, saving one. So Rahul has to vacate his position behind the stumps and go and get the ball. 2 left-handers in. We're going to keep the same field. I'll give it to you briefly. There's 3 on the offside from a short third backward point round to a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket, who are both significantly inside the inner ring, looking to save one. There's a long leg. I mean that advisedly, not a fine leg. There's a little change in the field now. It might have a short, fine leg, a slip we're going to have. It's a nice attacking move from the skipper, Rohit. There's a D mid-wicket who's not that far in front of square, but he's not a square leg. And there's a long off, long on. Chakravarti is in. Bowls a faster, flatter ball that beats the outside edge. It's like test match at the moment, the way it's being played. And the ball's now thrown back to Varun Chakravarti, and it's hit the ground, and it's rolled along the ground, and now it's time for umpire Gaffney to be a bit cheesed off.
Dwarshuis has missed that by about a foot, I think. Nowhere near it.
He's barely laid bat on it. Here's Chakravarti, and Dwarshuis cuts at one, gets a single. That's all. And we know that Dwarshuis can bat because we've seen him in the Big Bash, but at the moment he looks like a number 10, not a number 8. 216 for 6.
Yeah, wonder how the pitch, as we're saying, it's not spinning loads. Umpire coming in to catch the ball himself.
I'll take that, thank you very much. Because otherwise the ball would have hit the ground, and the umpires are intervening here. They're not having any of this. Chakravarti into Carey, who just waits for the ball and glides it, but to short third. So even Carey's now slowing down. Winvis currently has India at 53%. Australia had been 57% before the Smith dismissal. Those 2 quick wickets have changed everything. At that point, you thought Australia could make 310. Well, they're not going to get that now, I'm pretty sure, as Chakravarti is in. This is worked along the ground nicely. They've run the first quickly. Well, Dwarshuis did. But Carey decided, I'll keep strike, thank you very much. 3 singles from the over, 217 for 6. We're on umpire and ball watch here, and there's a teapotting umpire. What did you see there, Max? My scoreboard.
I think it's Ravi Jadeja who was at long on. The throws come in very high and loopy, so Jadeja's done what the umpires had asked him to do, but then KL Rahul, rather than taking the ball on the full, has taken a few steps back, so the ball bounces next to the stumps, gets scuffed up a little bit more, a little bit softer, a little harder to hit, and then takes it on the half volley. So Chris Gaffney, who had been celebrating a throw coming in on the full as it came over his head, then turns round and holds his arms out to KL Rahul, saying, "What are you doing?"
You see, the more the umpire's getting vexed, the more the Indians are doing it. As Kuldeep is in. This is worked into the onside along the ground. They might get 2 here. They have run the first quickly. He wants 2. They're coming back for it. That's really well run. A really well judged little knock into the onside to the vacant mid-wicket area. A ball only dribbled out to the edge of the fielding circle. And they've got a couple of runs. It's all getting a bit fractious out there. And it's almost as if the Indians are saying, don't tell us what to do. If we want to throw the ball into the ground, we will. And the umpires are saying, hang on, we're the umpires. We will tell you what to do. 219 for 6. Kuldeep in. Carey gets it fine, but that doesn't really travel anywhere. Fine on the leg side, and they get through for a single.
Rohit's now having a go
20 for 6.
Sorry. Rohit's now having a go at Mohammad Shami. It's all getting...
50, I should point out. That did come off inside edge. I thought it might have been leg by, but that's a 50 for Alex Carey from 48 balls. 7 fours and a 6. He began very, very brightly when he had Steve Smith for company, but since the loss of those 2 quick wickets, he's just had to consolidate and be mindful of using up the overs. As Kuldeep comes in to Dwarshuis. Dwarshuis goes off this. It's high in the air. Fielder out there. It sails over his head at mid-wicket. Bangs into the boundary boards. And that's what we've seen Dwarshuis do before. First time today. He had 4 off 15 before that. And he's just whacked 1 for 6. And in my view, a much-needed 6. I think Australia still need another 50, 55 runs to be competitive here. But I am the only person saying that, so I'm probably wrong.
I did wonder how long it was going to take Dwarshuis to just sort of hit out or get out.
Kuldeep bowls full, thick edge, squirts to short third, fielded by Chakravarti. There's no run.
Because he would have been, what, 17 off 4 had he not hit that ball for 6. So it was getting to the point in the 43rd over that him missing the ball and scraping around is not doing any good to Australia.
You weren't thinking, were you? As he's whipped away from a lot of bottom hand, a shorter ball back into his crease, up to long on for a single, 227 for 6. You weren't thinking he might have been retired out, were you?
I doubt it.
But it's actually a tactic that I think could be used more often, but no one ever thinks about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what's
yet,
the difference between just having a massive slog, and if it goes for 6, you've not lost anything.
Yeah.
Like, there's no point wasting a ball.
Well, I agree, yeah. Something you might see more of in T20, really. Kuldeep's in, that's defended at the onside. There's hesitation. Because of hesitation, they won't get the run. 10 from the over, though. That's 6 helping. 227 for 6. 7 overs remain in the innings. Dwarshuis 11 off 18. Carey 50 from 49. And I guess, well, look, they'd be thinking here, there's 2 schools of thought. There's certainly 2 schools of thought in this box, which is 5 and over, 7 overs, gets him 262. You'd have taken that at the start of the game. The other school of thought is, I haven't seen a lot of menace in this pitch. India have got a fantastic chasing side, and 260. India got 250 against New Zealand on a pitch that turned square, and New Zealand actually made it to 205. They could have got a bit more. So.
Yeah, what was the chase against Pakistan? You've probably got it in that neat notebook of yours, Daniel. When Kohli gets his 100, and it wasn't.
So it was 230 odd, I think. It was a very unremarkable 243, perhaps. This has been glided beautifully off the outside edge almost. It's going down to the boundary, and the most beautiful thing about it was it kept Kuldeep Yadav very interested all the way to that boundary. Waited for it, just used the pace, did Dwarshuis. A shot of some finesse and touch. 231 for 6, but very fine down through where maybe second slip might have been. Goes to 15.
Yeah, it's the downside of being as quick as a leg spinner, if we can even call him that, for someone who doesn't really turn the ball at all, Varun Chakravarti. That's the downside, that if you get a slight nick on it with no slip, even though there was in the previous over, it's going to run away for 4.
Onto the pads and worked into the onside, this next ball. There's no run to mid-wicket. I think it was 243, but it was,
243 and 40 overs or something,
so
wasn't it?
easy. Yeah, it was done with loads of time to spare. And my fear, if you were an Australian, is that this pitch was a bit resembling of that. Chakravarti bowls a faster ball and gets a thick outside half of the bat. His Dwarshuis, as he looks to drive, can't beat Akshay Patel at backward point. 4. I mean, I cannot stress enough how different these surfaces have been in Dubai. It's one of the beautiful things about this competition. They've been different everywhere. In Pindi, Lahore, Karachi and here, as Dwarshuis drives but can't beat the fielder at short extra cover. It's another single. Rohit, another dot. Rohit tidies up.
And it's a good thing, isn't it? Like, I wrote a piece yesterday for our website discussing the advantages that India have had of playing here every time. But that is negated a little bit, or is less significant, if the pitch changes each time.
That's
Obviously.
right, yeah.
They still have the advantage of being on their own hotel beds all the way through and not having to do any flying like Australia and South Africa did. But if the pitch changes, that at least negates the advantage a little bit.
Chukwuemeka's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's swept. And they might get two here. It's gone to the left of long leg, but really good bit of fielding, charging round the boundary there. It's Kohli, and cuts that off and keeps them to one. It's so weird to see Kohli out there. I always just see Kohli in the inner ring, you know, making a nuisance of himself, getting in the batter's ear, you know.
I think he sees it as a personal challenge, doesn't he, when the chance is there to keep Wood down to 1 rather than 2.
Carey on strike, probably looking for the single here, and he flips this up and over the keeper. They might just decide to stay with this. No, they're going to come back for 2. He's got that as straight can be, up over the keeper's head and down towards the boundary. Kuldeep doing the fielding in the end. 2 off that ball, 7 off the over. Carey 52, Australia 234 for 6. Matt Henry is going off to ruminate, and Alex Hartley's coming in. Where do you stand on this situation here? I'm not sure Australia have necessarily assessed the conditions here, ideally. I mean, losing those 2 wickets is a big blow, obviously, and they've had to change their approach in this partnership.
Yeah, I mean, it's not turning as much as we thought, is it? I mean, it's not got massive demons, but it is too paced. It's tough to get away. Spin has been incredibly effective here, which is why both teams have bowled more spin, so the scores are naturally going to be lower. I do think Australia, at one stage, were looking up and around 300, to be completely honest, 280 at least. But they've got to go at 9 and over to get 280 from here.
Well, yeah, which will not be easy. I mean, Dwarshuis is just starting to show a little bit more fluency, but the variety in India's attack means they can now bring Mohammad Shami back in. It means that their spinners are not going to bowl all their overs. That's another thing that's keep an eye on.
Hardick's only bowled 4 overs as well.
Shami around the wicket to Dwarshuis, gets a Yorker length delivery, digs out. Really good bowling from Shami. Shami, who's been bedeviled by little niggles and saw back, was it? We saw at some point. But he comes back and that's a beautiful ball right in the block hole.
I think he's bowled well today, full stop.
Well, his figures on a slow spinning wicket, we've been encouraged to imagine, a 2 for 27 off 7. Just saying. Shami in. Dwarshuis gets a thick inside edge. It's going to run down towards fine leg. There is a fielder out there on the boundary, so they'll only get 1. It's a big old mo.
Yeah, I was going to say thick inside edge because he's tried to heave it out the ground.
235 for 6. 4 balls left in the 45th over. Carey, at some point, is going to have to go hard. But I just think that since the loss of those 2 quick wickets, he's realised that he has to manufacture with the tail.
Glenn's wicket was a funny one. Maxwell's wicket was a funny one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
6 and out.
It's a curiously bad shot, to be honest. I mean, he'll be infuriated.
Somebody that plays spin so well.
I'd have said disappointed. I think incensed, enraged with himself, really. It's not a shot he'll want to see back. Shami in full, driven down the ground by Carey. He'll just get the 1 for it, though, as it rolls up to long off. Virat Kohli is fielding. I'm finding it a bit weird seeing Kohli out there. It's like...
What do you mean? He always fields on the boundary.
Not always. He's often in the inner ring. When he's in the inner ring, he's quite vocal.
I think if he was at mid-wicket, I'd be like, whoa, what are you doing there? But quite often he'll be mid-on, mid-off.
I don't like him out the boundary. I like him in there making snarls and, you know, getting in the batter's eyes. He's very good at that. Shami in. Oh, it's been swung away out towards deep mid-wicket, but it'll only be the 1. Dwarshuis now starting to show a bit more ambition, or intent, as Katie would say. Katie Martin.
She's gone home.
She's gone home?
She's covering the Sri Lanka, New Zealand.
So she's going to miss New Zealand's run-in.
Yeah, and she went back to cover the game and got rained off.
Oh.
I know, texted me this morning.
Was she doing that game already?
She landed that day and worked. Yeah.
She is a ball of energy, that woman. Yeah. Quite extraordinary. So that game was just a no-show, was it?
Yeah, unfortunately. Bit of the first innings, but that was it.
Well, maybe she can catch up on the jet lag. Shami in full, actually a full bunger, which is just check driven, slightly cautiously by Carey down the ground for one more. 2:38 for 6. 5 overs and 1 ball left. Looks to me like Carey is still keeping his powder dry.
Yeah, still, for me, you got to get 270, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically a run a ball, isn't it, from here, sort of thing.
I know it's been tough and the run rate's only 5.5, but they will up the ante.
Yeah, well, they've lost those wickets, that's the problem. 6 down, and the tail is not the strongest. Shami in, and Dorshus hacks this away, cuts it away quite nicely in the end. It's a weird-looking shot. But he'll get to run out to Shreyas here, down at deep point. End of the over. 5 remain. Shami's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 32. 239 for 6. Carey 54. Dwasheth has 19. More from Alex Hartley. We're expecting fireworks. They'll come at some point. It could be now. To describe those fireworks will be heading around after Alex tells me who's gonna go first. It's gonna be Dwasheth or it's gonna be Carey?
Oh, I think Dwasheth will have a bit of a swing, to be honest. But another little stat on the spin here. The average I can't even speak. The average of 2.5 degrees turn for any spinners in this match is the lowest for any match in Dubai in this tournament.
So yeah,
it
has
much.
statistically turned much less. Look at Dan, look how pleased he is with himself. Doesn't mean it's an easy surface to bat on. Here comes Varun Chakravarti to Dorshus, who is beaten on the outside edge. Dan hears a sort of New Jersey Dorshus. I hear that song from the 90s, because you're Dorshus.
Do you? That's a good one, but I'm with Dan. I'm Dwasheth.
In comes Chakravarti, and this is swung away into the leg side. Could be a chance of a catch, surely will be, and it is. So Dorshus goes, catch taken at deep mid-wicket. 7 down now, Australia. And though it was coming out of the sunshine, the catch from Shreyas Iyer always looked safe. Dorshus goes, and Australia 7 down, with 239 on the board.
Yeah, he had to be the one to take the risk. He had to be the busier cricketer, didn't he? Alex Carey, obviously 50 red at the other end. He's got to try and clear the boundary, but it's a big old heave out there, and it literally picked out the fielder perfectly with that slog sweep.
Well, it did, and Adam Zampa comes to the middle, which doesn't necessarily say an awful lot about the expectations from Tanveer Sangha with the bat, because Zampa is a proper number 11, which therefore means that Sangha must be a number 12 or 13, Alex. And I don't know why I turned to you for expertise on such matters. 239 for 7.
For the 7 down.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Yeah, the 7 down.
Who's to come then? Oh, Nathan Ellis. So there is a long tail, forgive me.
They've got a tail.
They have got a tail.
So the tail needs to wag.
It does need to. But then you say that. I think pressure of a semi-final. I think
runs on the board.
Yeah. Daniel's convinced that this is an easier surface. It might be a bit, but I still think this
I think it's still too pace, though. It's still not flat, is it?
No. You saw how tough it was at the start.
Yeah.
And given how important Rohit is to get them off to a quick start, India, I think this could be... Yeah, and Win Predictor, for what it's worth, has this as exactly 50-50.
Well...
And, and that is crunching together all historical matches for which they have data on ball tracking, all of these things, the conditions, the teams, those players, all of history crunching together. They've got it at now 53-47 after that wicket. Chakravarti bowls a ball that will hit the inside half of Zampa's bat, and he'll go scampering on through. He's dispensed with the longer hair, as Adam Zampa.
Yeah, he's lobbed it all off, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's gone very short, crew cut.
Got asked about it, why he changed his hairstyle so much. He's like, it's just what I feel like doing.
Well, I like that.
I woke up and I thought about buzzing it off, so I buzzed it off.
Yeah, go. Why not?
I like that. Live in the moment. That's what I do.
You do, to be fair. Chakravarti outside the off stump. Carey rocking back. Will look for a single. It's going to be tight, but in the end, actually, they don't take the option of trying to throw down the stump. Shubman Gill thinks better of it because the fielder out in the deep backing up. Well, they could have potentially turned for an extra run. 1 stump to aim at. It was a pretty low percentage chance. So a single is taken. 2-4-1 for 7. It feels like a very big 26 balls. this. Chakravarti bowls. Zampa can't time the drive. Drops back towards Chakravarti, who's got 2 for 48 from his 9.5 overs.
Not sure Zampa picked that, to be completely honest.
I think you might be right.
Spun back in towards him, and he tried to drive it through the covers.
So here comes Chakravarti again, with fielders in the deep backward point. Long off, long on, and deep backward square. We've got a slip in place as well. And we're going to see Chakravarti round the wicket. In the sunshine, he's into Zampa, who again is mistiming a drive. Wants a single to keep the strike, which I'm not sure about, but he's done that, and he will keep the strike. And it is 2-4-2 for 7. We'll be previewing the second semi-final tomorrow that takes place in Lahore between New Zealand and South Africa.
Will we?
We won't be.
Oh.
Don't worry, our team there has done that.
Oh, yes. I forgot that they're there still.
They're there, so they are.
Of course they are.
We'll be joining them during the interval to look ahead to that game. What we don't know, of course, is where the final's going to be. If India win, it'll be here in Dubai.
You feel like the final should be in Pakistan, though, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's Pakistan's home tournament. Yes, they've been booted out early on in the competition, but they've hosted a tournament, and the final stages of it might not be here.
Yeah.
Be there, sorry. We're here in Dubai.
Easy for you to understand. So Shami's going to bowl with 2 overs left. Adam Zampa in his sights. Mid-off up inside the circle. Long on is out. That's nicely angled away, but straight to the hands of the fielder at backward point, Akshar Patel. And there is no run. So 2-4-2 for 7, Australia. That World Cup final in Ahmedabad saw a total of, or a target of 2-4-1, which was the same actually as the last 50-over World Cup in 2019. Before that, it's funny how these things come around. Australia already ahead of that. Different surface, of course, different conditions. In comes Shami. Motoring in, arms pumping past the umpire. Right arm over to bowl to Zampa. They want a single. Kohli runs round. Through comes in. And Zampa's done well there to get through quickly enough to bring Carey onto strike. 2-4-3 for 7.
Just wasn't sure they were going to run there, to be honest, but they have to. Carey's got to be on strike, hasn't he?
You'd have
53,
so.
55 not out, sorry. Zampa obviously a tail ender. You want Carey facing the majority of the balls. I know we're not at the stage of the game where you farm the strike, though.
Well, I'm so used to seeing Zampa coming in so low.
It threw you, didn't it?
It did really throw me. They're 7 down, but when you haven't got Mitchell Starc or Pat Cummins in the side, it's not just their bowling that you miss. We're going to see Shami continuing over the wicket to the left-handed Carey. If he can manage to slice the ball towards, well, behind square on the offside, fielders are up. Instead, he tries the ramp, and he's played it magnificently well for 4 runs. Met it on the full, and with a fielder up, Jadeja at fine leg, it goes sailing away for a 1-bounce boundary. 2-4-7 for 7. Brilliant batting from Carey.
Yeah, very good shot. Just knowing that fine leg, third man, they are up inside the fielding circle, so he just needs to get anything on it. We've seen a few batters try and play that shot today and couldn't quite get the pace of the wicket, but Carey's timing it nicely out there.
It's great batting from Alex Carey.
It just makes you think as a bowler, right, are they going to go again? Do I need to do anything differently?
2-4-7 for 7. 3 balls left of the 47th. And this is mistimed from Carey, who ends up on his backside with his legs in the air, rather like a toddler learning to walk. 2-4-7 for 7. He's back up again. He's stretching his legs.
Well, I wasn't sure what happened there, so he gave himself room to hit the ball through the covers. Bit of cramp. I think he might have just got a bit of cramp.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? Do you ever get in the night?
Yes, in my calves after
Yeah.
I've had a drink.
Oh.
And in my toes sometimes when I'm swimming.
Really? I get to arch of the feet. That's what I get.
Oh. It's quite a...
Painful experience.
Yeah, but I quite like the start of it, where you go, gonna get cramp, and then you get the, and then it goes.
Yeah. I know what you mean. There's a sort, and then stretching it out is quite nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shami running in. 2 balls left of the 47th over as Carey drives towards cover, and a little bit of a fumble from Hardik Pandya, and they will get through for 1. So Carey will, supposing there's not a run or there's an even score from the final ball of the over, we'll have the strike for the start of the 48th. I think this is a fascinating game. I think right in the balance.
And I think I agree with you. I do think Australia, obviously having lost quick wickets, would have wanted to be in a stronger position to be able to accelerate at the back end.
Well, Maxwell's dismissal, 7 from 5 when he just hit a 6.
Changed the game for me, that.
Yeah, big one, that.
I think I wrote in my notes, game changer. Clicker ball, rubbish shot.
Yeah, fair. I know you're good mates with him, but it was a rubbish shot.
Still got to be honest.
Yeah, you always are. In comes Shami to bowl to Zampa, struck on the pad, big appeal for LBW and given. Umpire Illingworth gives it out, immediately reviewed by Zampa, presumably an inside edge.
Yeah, I think I heard 2 noises, to be completely honest with you, but I'm not sure. Can't hear all that much from all the way up here through the stump mic. But if this is overturned and he's hit it, Illingworth's not had a great day.
Well, let's have a little look at it. My instinct was like yours. I thought there might be a little tickle. Let's have a look. First viewing. Ooh, it's very close to the bat.
Clear review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Ball appears to have hit the bat first, but can we confirm with Aldridge one of our please?
So the initial viewing suggests there is quite a big inside edge, and India's field is actually spread out. Yeah, big inside edge.
On bat, and also a spike on Aldridge. Richard, please reverse your decision from out to not out. Let you know you're on screen. On screen signal now.
He's got whoopsies. Got that one wrong.
I think, well, this is a circumstance that has been oft discussed, but that was the final ball of the game with 1 to win. They did run, he's got that off his bat, and they've run through for a single.
Yeah.
But he's not got the run.
No.
It's a flaw in the game.
Yeah, it is, and it's... Yeah, it is.
Because he has played that off the inside edge of the bat onto his pads, he's run through for a single, and the scorecard says 0 because it was dead ball as soon as the finger went up. One day in a big game,
it's going to change. It's going to...
That will happen. Yeah. And someone said, oh, we never knew that was going to happen. Hardik Pandya bowls at the start of the 48th over, and Carey, looking to try and get 2, will... oh, well, there's a mix-up. Throw comes in. Oh, hits, and it's a brilliant throw. Oh, it's sensational. And I think it's Carey that's gone. There was a mix-up, and that could be a massive moment. The throw came in like a tracer bullet. And it's Shreyas Iyer that's getting the high fives.
What a bit of fielding from Shreyas Iyer. Absolutely outstanding. Felt like there was 2 there, but there was that slight mix-up. There was that moment of hesitation, but it's the direct hit from the deep. Carey hooking the ball just outside the fielding circle. Shreyas Iyer comes charging in, one-handed pickup, launches it towards the stumps, and it is the perfect throw, and Carey's gone by a long way.
1.5 stumps to aim at there. Not 2. That was a tight angle. Carey goes. Brilliant knock, 61 from 57. But it does now mean that numbers 9 and 10 are together, and they're going to have to do the bulk of the work here to try and get Australia towards that 2.65 potentially. I mean, 2.49 for 8.
Well, they're in danger of being bowled out.
Well,
now,
they
aren't
are. There is that problem.
So you almost think we've got to bat the overs, and it sounds so silly, but as a tail ender, you're not going to add 50, right? But if you bat for 50 overs, you might add more than you would if you went swinging, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you play the percentages, don't you? And you might be better off just trying to knock into space and scramble a few, see if you can get up to 265, even 270 if you're greedy. Nathan Ellis comes to the middle. I think he could be quite an awkward customer on this surface. He can bat, average of 15.
Average of 50?
15.
I was going to say, game on the order.
Steve Smith. I love watching Smith, because even in the dugout, he's counting how many fielders are outside the circle to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
Right-handed Ellis is on strike with a deep backward point, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. In comes Hardik Pandya, and it's dropped into space on the offside, and that's decent batting to bring a single. 250 up for Australia, 250 for 8 is the score.
Just looking at that run out again, so good from Shreyas Iyer. There was 2 there as well. Any other day of the week you'd think that you're getting back for 2, don't you? But it's the direct hit that was the killer.
Do you know, it's not unlike the Martin Guptill throw that got rid of MS Dhoni in the semi-final of 2019. That sort of angle.
Yeah.
That was a huge moment in that game. 250 for 8. Here's Hardik Pandya. Runs in, high up on the bat. Zampa rides the bounce, defends it.
There's a floor in this commentary box.
There's a floor, there are chairs.
Well, no, the chairs are stuck to the ground, so you can't move them and get comfortable. That's a floor. But when you look out the window from the middle commentary position, the seal of the window is right down the wicket.
I know. It's annoying, isn't it?
It's
So
really
you can't move your chair.
You can't move my chair.
So it's, you know,
So I've got to lean on.
It's like you're looking round a sort of wall down an alley. Hardik Pandya bowling to Zampa, who just nudges the ball into space on the leg side for 1. It's good batting, basically exactly what you called for, Alex, really. 2-5-1 for 8, and we've got 14 balls left of the Australia innings.
It's also infuriating as a bowler when you're bowling at the tail end and you just can't get them out. And you're like, oh, come on.
Little stat for you. India's highest totals while chasing in ODIs at Dubai. 252 against Afghanistan, 244 against Pakistan, and 238 against Pakistan. Admittedly, it won't be a vast sample size because they won't play that much cricket here. Here is Hardik. Edge. Oh, it's the sort of one where you're praying as a lower order batter. It skews past the fielder, but it's stopped by Varun Chakravarti at short third. Because, of course, a lot of the cricket that's been played here has been by Pakistan in the last decade, and bilateral series between the two countries don't happen. So you are looking at not that much of a sample size, but yeah, interesting. If you like that sort of thing.
Well, it'd be the highest chase then, wouldn't it?
It would.
Well, India's highest chase, obviously.
It would. 2-5-2 is what they would need if the innings was to conclude now, but we still do have 13 balls left of it.
250's probably been chased down in Dubai in T20s.
I know. Here is Hardik Pandya, bowls a ball which is clubbed into the ground for a single from the bat of Ellis. So 4 from the over, but the big wicket of Alex Carey first up. We've got 2 overs left, and the score is 252 for 8. You're listening to Test Match Special, where we have brought you every ball of the Champions Trophy. For England, well, they're all back home. The only English representation out there in the middle in the form of umpire Illingworth, and down the corridor in the form of umpire Goff in the TV room.
Yep. Sam Billings has arrived for the ICC.
He's knocking about.
Pottering around.
We tried to get him on commentary.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he couldn't make it.
Oh, no,
very,
why?
Very busy man.
Is he?
All sorts of ambassadorial duties to do. 2-5-2 for 8.
Might not have fancied it.
Spending time with us.
I know, rude.
I would have thought there could be no better offer.
Well, duh.
And we could have asked him if he fancied being England white ball captain.
That would be why he said no. And why he doesn't even get in the team?
Got any better ideas? Shami runs in and angled towards short third, where a single can be accrued. Nicely played. 2-5-3 for 8.
That would be ridiculous. Wouldn't it? Think about it, Henry. He doesn't even make the squads.
Yeah, it would be, but doesn't mean we wouldn't ask the question.
He'll probably say, yeah, I'd love to be England white ball captain. I'd love to be England white ball captain.
I love it when players retire from international selection about 2 years after they played their last game.
It's like I could be like, oh, I'll be England captain. Yeah, but Alex, you're not in the team. Well, I just don't want to do it.
I think Billings would be a more likely candidate than you at this stage. Shami runs in, full delivery, which has been chipped in the air, down the ground. It'll land short of a running Virat Kohli, who emerges into the sunshine with that bright orange 18 on his back, which is replicated right around this ground. If you've got a India shirt on, chances are it'll have Kohli's name on it. 2-5-4 for 8. We've got 10 balls left of the innings. Shami's got 2 for 40. You got a Virat Kohli shirt, didn't you?
Of course I did.
Still wear it down the shops or whatever?
Yeah, I've got loads of players' shirts. What have I got at home? I've got a KKR. I've got a Shreyas Iyer one. I've got a DJ Bravo one.
Cool.
Yeah.
What, Chennai?
Chennai.
Nice.
I've got my own RCB one now.
2-5-4 for 8. Ellis is on strike as Shami comes running in. It's a full delivery, which again has been chipped in the air right down towards Kohli. He'll pick up once more. One more run added to 5-5 for 8.
So RCB is my IPL team.
Yeah.
And Kate Cross played for them last year. And when you play for a team, you can get shirts for kids, for your kids, if you've got kids in the team. So, you know, like Virat Kohli might get his children a Virat shirt, you know, a little tiny little one. Crossy put in a request saying, can I get one with Alex on it, because she's a massive fan.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Here's Shami. Full delivery, which is very nicely tucked away into the leg side from Zampa, who wants a second run that's not there. So 4 from the over so far. I think they've actually played quite well, these two. 2-5-6 for 8. But this is the point Australia would have been hoping to be seeing Maxwell in the middle and Carey doing all sorts of damage. Last 30 balls, 25 for 2 at the back end of an innings is not quite where you want to be. 8 balls left of the Australia innings. They won the toss and elected to bat first as the world champions. Here's Shami. Shoulders rocking, runs in past the umpire. It's been heaved away for 6. Oh, that's a good shot. Nathan Ellis has walloped that away over wide long on. And 6 runs to really help the Australia cause. 2-6-2 for 8.
Yeah, long levers there from Nathan Ellis, just going across the line of the ball. It was a slower ball from Shami. Runs his fingers down the side of it, that off-cutter. Ellis set up for the slower ball, so he's been able to just hack that one. It was lovely.
Well, that really does... Any impetus you can get at this stage, Alex. Momentum is such a important... I know some people don't believe in it, but I do think that the way you feel when you walk off at the end, if you just think, well, we've got...
I definitely believe in it.
15 more than we could have done there. It can really just change the atmosphere when you all come together in that dressing room. 2-6-2 for 8. Shami's final ball is to be bowled to Nathan Ellis, who waits now, and again he's gone hard at it, down the ground towards the fielder, who takes the easiest catch. And Virat Kohli barely had to move. The India flags fly. Australia are 9 down. And 2-6-2 for 9. At the end of the penultimate over of the innings.
Just looking to accelerate, isn't he? Try and find the boundary. He knows that there's only 1 over left after this, so he's got to have a swing. Gets hold of the first one, doesn't quite necessarily, well, he doesn't get hold of the second one. His bat twists in his hand just as he makes connection. And Virat Kohli takes a very simple chance. He's not dropping that in a month of Sundays.
Well, it is a very straightforward chance, and it's a sort of chance as well where he's in the shadows, it's not coming out of the sunshine, so we can see it all the way. And he'll be pretty happy with life as we see Tanveer Sangha come to the middle. And who's going to bowl this final over then? Hardik Pandya, possibly? Yeah, it will be. It'll be the seamer from the far end, which makes sense. I mean, for what it's worth, Alex.
Yep.
I know win predictor is uncertain. I'll keep saying that, but it gives an indication. 54% India. This is tight.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game.
It's going to be a good game. So Ellis and Zampa managed to offer a little bit of resistance there. It's going to be Zampa on strike, who's got 6 from 10, as we see Hardik Pandya, who's none for 38. He's been quite expensive today. Bowling from the far end of the ground. Zampa right-handed. Field spread on the boundary, as much as they're allowed to be. And it goes whipping out towards that square leg fielder, who will pick up. Virat Kohli it is, who's made the journey of 100 yards or so from down below us, out towards that Bank of India supporters to our left. And it'll get Sangha on strike for the first time. We've got...
I always love this, right? There's a number 11, you go out and you're number 11 for a reason. You're not very good at batting.
Yeah.
If you were better, you'd be higher up the order. You're batting with like 9, 8, 9, 10. 10. And they just go, like, give you some batting advice. Like, mate, you're down here and all, you know.
Don't you try and tell me.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's the surface.
Well, they're slightly better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine margins. 2-6-3 for 9. 5 balls left in the innings. Hardik Pandya loves nothing more than dragging out an over. But this actually is going to be an innings that finishes pretty much bang on time. Hardik runs in, bowls, Zampa and Sangha will run through for 1 because it's been nicely angled down towards deep third by the number 11. 2-6-4 for 9. I think the crowd feel that it's quite tight, this game as well. There was sort of jubilation in the stands when that wicket of Maxwell fell, but it doesn't feel quite the party that... But then having said that...
None of the crowds here have been, though.
Yeah.
They've all been quite subdued.
I think you're right.
Even India-Pakistan wasn't as loud as I've seen it and heard it in the past.
No, I agree with that. Zampa, who's going to have an important role to play with the ball. Well, both these are, actually. Not quite as important as we suggested prior to the match. It's not quite as turning a surface as... It's bowled! Massive swing across the line, and Australia are all out for 264. So 3 balls left unbowled in the innings. Zampa goes for 7, and the target for a place in the final will be 265 for India. Zampa goes. Hardik Pandya gets his first. And it was a delivery that was seam up, pace on, top of off stump. How do you like that?
Yeah, lovely ball. Keep things simple when you're bowling at the tail. Keep the stumps in play. And it just hits the top of off stump. No celebration from Hardik Pandya, who knows that this game isn't done. It's been a strange innings, that, Henry, for me. And Steve Smith obviously batted fantastically well with Labuschagne to absorb pressure. Played a horrible hack across the line, missed the full toss. And then losing consistent wickets, so you don't really know. I think they've got an okay total on the board, but you don't really know where they're at.
No.
The pitch didn't turn as much as we thought it would. We thought it might be a bit of a Bunsen burner. You know, there was quite a lot of talk on the pitch, and it didn't turn as much as we saw in the previous game.
Hard to gauge. First 10 overs are going to be crucial. They really are. You sense that could be really massive in terms of the outcome of the game. We are going to hear shortly from Ravindra Jadeja down there on the boundary edge. And one nice element of this tournament, I would say, is relations between those representing Pakistan and those representing India, which come to a head, of course, when India play Pakistan. But I just saw a very warm embrace between Ramiz Raja and Ravindra Jadeja. Ramiz Raja, former Pakistan captain, and he's about to speak to Jadeja on the boundary edge, and we'll be hearing that interview in just a moment. Yeah, it always feels like it's a good thing to see. So, the innings finishes on time with Australia 264 all out. Top scoring, Steve Smith, 73 from 96. He got out in slightly unusual fashion, dancing down the track and bowled. Marnus Labuschagne made 29. Travis Head at the top of the order looked like he was going to repeat what he had done against India in the World Cup final of 23 when he made 39 off 33, but was caught in the deep off the first ball he's ever faced from Varun Chakravarti. He'd been dropped on naught, by the way. First legitimate ball of the game.
Strange shot that, wasn't it, down the ground?
Labuschagne's 29, Inglis 11. Carey played brilliantly, 61 or 57. Maxwell hit 6 and then was bowled by Akshar Patel for 7. Dorcius, 19 was good. Here is Ravindra Jadeja.
I think wicket thoda acha hai jo last match mein hum khele the usse thoda wicket behtar hai.
I think we'll leave that interview there, Alex, and in terms of translation we might struggle with that one. So we will bring you reactions as we go through the game, and of course all of the post-match reaction when we get that as well. So 264 all out Australia. Bowling wise, 3 for 48 for Mohammad Shami, 1 for 40 for Hardik Pandya. Kuldeep, none for 44. Varun Chakravarti, 2 for 49 to follow up his 5 for 42 in the last game. Akshar Patel, 1 for 43. And Jadeja, 2 for 40. So this surface then, we know statistically has turned less than any other match that we've seen in Dubai. Australia have taken out Spencer Johnson and brought in Tanveer Sangha into their side. What do we think of the surface and how that's going to impact things?
Yeah, it's been two-paced. They all have here, you know, that it's not the easiest surface to bat on. The scores have been slightly lower here than we've seen in Pakistan, because Pakistan, you know, they've been a lot flatter. But there's definitely something in it for the bowlers, whether it's seam or spin. So it's not going to be the easiest run chase for India, but I do still think they'll do it.
Okay. You think that they've got enough resource and enough in the tank, enough good players. And what's Australia's route in, do you think?
Wickets. Bowl them out. That's the only way they're winning.
Okay.
Because you can't drag it out 50 overs. You'll accumulate the runs.
Yeah, 5.33 will be the required rate, which is, it's not huge, is it?
Yeah, wickets and dot balls get that run rate as high as possible, as quick as you can by taking wickets. But, yeah.
It's going to be It's going to be tough going for Australia, who, of course, are without Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, who were features of that World Cup winning side. Instead, the bowling resource for Australia. Well, Cooper Connolly came in to open the batting, scored 0 of 9, but he'll have work to do with his spin as well. But in terms of seam, Nathan Ellis and Ben Dorshers are going to be the options there. Then you've got Zampa, Sanger, Maxwell, Connolly. He could turn to Smith and Labuschagne, I suppose, but Travis Head might get the opportunity. So there's plenty of spin options, but it's not a surface that necessarily has quite as much spin as we thought that it would. So that is what is going to be the compelling part of this. Just before we do head to Lahore to preview tomorrow's game between South Africa and New Zealand, Alex, Steve Smith's innings, fine knock, 73 off 96, but unusual dismissal.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's so strange. Obviously, bowled off a full toss, hacking at the ball, and it's just very un-Steve Smith-like. But there were a few times in his innings where he was beaten on the outside edge, and he's a bit proddy and a bit pokey, and wasn't quite necessarily at his smoothest self, which is more the surface than anything, because most people have been a bit jittery when they've been out in the middle. It's not quite been, what's the right word, like lubricated, do you know what I mean? As normal.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Not quite just ticking things over. Yeah, I think that's a very good way of describing it. Head to the BBC Sport website and app. If you are listening in the UK, you'll be able to see the best of the action from the first half of this game. The sun is shining in Dubai. The shadows are probably 3/4 of the way across the field now. Still illuminated in the light. I can see Ben Dorshers going through some stretches with one of those big green elastic bands that are used to stretch out the legs and the hamstrings and that sort of thing, and he'll be heading out there with an important role to do in the first 10 overs. It's going to be a very important battle between Rohit Sharma, who will be aggressive at the top of the order, and those bowlers who'll try and have the same sort of impact that India's seamers had in restricting scoring on a very two-pace surface for the seamers. So we'll wait and see how that plays out, but it is 2-6-5 as a the game will take place in Pakistan, and the second semi-final is at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore tomorrow. South Africa face New Zealand, as I mentioned. Let's head to Lahore now to look ahead to that match with our commentary team. Let's join Simon Mann.
Well, all set fair for the second semi-final here in Lahore. The last match here was washed out, that game between Australia and Afghanistan at the end of last week. We had more rain yesterday and overnight, but the sun is shining today and the forecast is good for a rare meeting between South Africa and New Zealand. They've only played each other 3 times in one-day internationals in the last 7 years, and one of those was here in Lahore 3 weeks ago, won by New Zealand, although it was a scratch South African side. Most of their top players were missing. So the question is, who is favourites for this second semi-final? I've got Vic Marks and I've got Jonathan Agnew alongside me. Who are the favourites, Aggers?
I don't think you can pick between them, can you? I mean, I think you look at the strengths of both sides. The strength of South Africa's batting, which we saw a bit of against England. Obviously, we saw rather more of in the World Cup 18 months ago. You see how explosive they are. Bavuma is fit again. I saw him getting stuck into his buffet last night, so that's good news.
That was his fitness test, was it?
I think it was. I think given what he had, I think if he keeps the buffet down, he's all right. But then New Zealand, I know they lost the other day against India, but yeah, they do so well in these tournaments, and both teams are experienced. I really can't pick between them. Basically, see what balance they come up with. New Zealand having played a sack spinner in Dubai, which you'd expect. Will they do that here? And these conditions are a very good pitch. Wonderful outfield. I mean, it's a high-scoring ground, this. So and that's the one interest for me, to see how they do balance their teams out. And then for me, it's just the joy of, if it's a joy of being impartial spectator, I'd rather be watching England. But it is quite fun being entirely impartial, watching a game of cricket between two good sides. And I wouldn't like to pick between them, really.
Victor, we were in Karachi the other day and we saw South Africa ruthlessly dispatch England. So they come into it in good form. New Zealand lost a very different sort of game against India, very different sort of pitch where the spinners hold sway, and that pitch in Dubai. How do you see it?
South Africa 53%, New Zealand therefore 47%. I mean, I think it is tight, but I think I would go for South Africa for this reason. There's a lot of runs at Lahore. You've got to get 300 plus. Every innings we've seen in this tournament in Lahore, well, it's only 2 matches, I suppose, they've got to 300. And I just wonder whether the slightly extra firepower of the South African lineup, they've got 1 or 2 players who could cause mayhem, like Klassen, obviously, whereas the Kiwi lineup is excellent, but it's sort of rock solid, and I don't see the same sort of explosion of a mad 5 overs from them, which might be necessary to win this game. But it is tight and it is interesting. They're 2 very experienced sides. They've all been around the houses, apart from O'Rourke, maybe from New Zealand. Jansen's quite young, but he's played quite a lot of cricket. So there's some experienced, cagey cricketers there, as well as some people who can smash it all around the ground. Interesting, I look at the New Zealand side, it's their test team, bar 1. They've just swapped the wicketkeeper, Blundell, for Bracewell, and it's their test team. It's simple, actually. It's simpler for other sides to just play their test team, because the other sides don't play much test cricket, and there's more space for them to just put out their best players, or what they regard as their best players, as opposed to England. So I'm really looking forward to it. 2 good sides, and I'm just nudging towards South Africa, since you asked the question.
Which is interesting, actually, because you look at this South African side, I mean, historically, I mean, they get this far and then they find it really difficult, although they did get to the T20 final in the Caribbean, although, they should have won it and they didn't. So there's that aspect to it as well, that, historical aspect where South Africa get to the top of the hill and they're just about to get over and then they just slip down again.
Well, that's a good point, but they're not quite at the top of the hill yet. so I know, and they must get so fed up with people like you saying that. But
well, I didn't use the word. I didn't use the word that everyone associates with South Africa, because it's easy, it's a cliche. But I mean, it is there. They have got quite close. I mean, look, in that semi-final against New Zealand in the 2015 World Cup at Eden Park in Auckland, they lost that match right at the end in the last over. New Zealand winning and going to the final against Australia.
Yeah, I mean, even though they will say it's irrelevant, I guess, it must be just nagging away there, possibly. But there's a lot to look forward to. I mean, I think we're due another tight game. We've seen 1 or 2 at Lahore, actually. The best games have been at Lahore. And you'd expect a high-scoring, tight game, hopefully with a last over finish.
What about the C word, Aggers?
Well, yeah, it's interesting, because you look at the South African side, compared with those who have had problems in the past, and they just seem such a positive team, these ones. Whereas you could look, maybe point 1 or 2 fingers at some weaknesses, perhaps, with those teams that failed the big moment. But you look, you go down this lineup and you just think, but they're such positive, brutal players, aren't they, who just grab match situations by the scruff of the neck, and therefore you assume that they are these confident types. And you look at the bowling, and we look at Rabada. I mean, he doesn't take a backward step, nor does Ngidi, who I think has improved massively. Maharaj, very canny spinner. They've got people there who you just don't think probably would crack under that sort of pressure anymore. I'd be surprised if they do. I'd be surprised if they get to a situation in which it is that, and they blow it. They just seem as if they're not that type to me. And it's interesting to look at the batting lineups. And from what Victor was saying, Tom Latham batting at 5 for New Zealand, normally an opening batsman, of course, in Test cricket. He's a bit of a player. Well, you compare that with David Miller of South Africa, and there's still Markram to come. There is that power about South Africa's batting that you think, if they do get a good start and a good platform, would get them away and set them up for a very big target if they bat first. But then on the other hand, Matt Henry would have to count as being one of the best opening bowlers in international cricket at the moment. If he gets a couple early, that starts then to put pressure on this South African powerhouse. So that would be, I think, if you look at a likely scenario in which New Zealand win the game, but it's probably that Henry does strike early and they do get O'Rourke or whatever, they do get 2 or 3 wickets fairly quickly. That then puts pressure on what would like to be a free scoring South African batting lineup, but they've got to play in a slightly different way. So that, I think, would be sort of the dream situation for New Zealand. Get pressure on those easy strikers by taking some early wickets.
What about the physical shape of the 2 sides? South Africa, they beat England in Karachi on Saturday. They flew to Dubai, then they've come back again. They flew in at 11 a.m. yesterday, or at least their flight was at 11 a.m. yesterday. Well, New Zealand played that game against India, and then a few hours later they were on the flight. They were on the 4 a.m. flight here. I mean, it's not great scheduling for either side. What about the physical side? I mean, South Africa have got those, they've had those one or two sickness problems. You mentioned Bavuma and Zorzi as well, and Markram with that hamstring. And it's interesting, they've actually called up George Linder as a travelling reserve to cover for Markram. Linder's a slow left armer, bats a bit as well. He's had a very good domestic season. He's only played 2 one-day internationals. He hasn't played a one-day international since 2021.
Well, how do you put a team on a flight at 4 a.m, having just played in Dubai? People might say, well, it's only a 2.5-hour flight. They've had no sleep. I talked about Bavuma and his buffet. We went Chinese last night, and there was Kane Williamson and Tom Latham and Matt Henry, wasn't they, sitting there having their very bleary-eyed dinner. Are you really doing that to a... how seriously are you taking this tournament? You have to ask that question of the administrators. If they are really doing that to a team 2 days before a semi-final, fly through the night or travel through the night and have no sleep. Yeah, it's just bonkers. So South Africa, up at 11. Thanks very much. I feel less sorry for them, although they had an unnecessary trip to Dubai, as it turned out. We played a bit of golf, and then they come back again, which is obviously ridiculous. But to put a team on, having just played India in a game at 4 a.m. to fly back here 2 days before a semi is ridiculous.
Well, let's hear from the New Zealand camp on that issue. Tom Latham, their test captain, who's not the captain here, it's Mitchell Santner, and a middle order batter here in this one-day side. He's been speaking about it.
Look, that's something that's out of our control. We don't decide the schedule. For us, it's about turning up at each game, regardless of where it is, and trying to play our best brand of cricket as best we can. So our focus will obviously be on South Africa. We're fortunate enough we had a tri-series in Pakistan, so and against South Africa. So we've got a chance to I guess look back on those experiences and give it our best in a semi-final, which is pretty cool. They're going to be a huge challenge. As you said, they've been playing some fantastic cricket in this tournament, but also as you said, probably the last year. They've got some match winners throughout their side, and they've been playing fantastically well in these conditions. So, another great opportunity for both sides to put a performance on the board, and obviously to the chance of making an ICC final. Which is obviously what everyone's wanting to achieve. We know that there's a lot of hard work to do. To get to that point, but we know how strong South Africa are. They've got all bases covered in terms of batting, bowling, and in the field. So, I guess you look at it, I'm sure it'll be a fantastic game, and I'm sure both teams will be really looking forward to it.
Well, that's Tom Latham, New Zealand's rock-solid middle order player, who has actually got 100 in this tournament. Some reaction from the South African camp. Heinrich Klaassen was asked about it. He said, well, we've had a bit of a walk around and we've had a steak. So all's good in the South African camp then, it's seemingly, Victor, despite the fact they had to fly off and then come back here again.
Well, it's obviously not ideal, but the good sides will say we can only control the controllables. That's what they say, doesn't it? And we've just got to make the best of it. And I suppose you could argue it's more or less the same for both sides. They both have to make the trip, although New Zealand had to play the match and go on a very inconvenient flight, I guess. But they've just got to accept that and get on and get themselves in their best frame of mind for what is a very big match, the biggest one-day match they've played in for a little while. That's all you can do.
Yeah, that's the top and the bottom. So, what are the sort of the crucial areas? I mean, it has been flat. You do need a lot of runs. Again, the toss comes into it. Do you want to, in a semi-final, big game? I know your feeling was in a semi-final, big knockout match, you always bat first. But we've seen games where the dew has come into it. And actually, at Lahore, it's 1-1 batting first. Lost one batting first.
I mean, Afghanistan chose to bat first, and they won that game. And England couldn't get home despite a little bit of dew towards the end. It's a tricky one because I always think in these big matches runs on the board helps, but there's a lot of runs out there. It'll be a good test. It'll be a test of the bowling attacks in many ways. You would expect the batsmen to get the runs. How skillful, there's some skillful bowlers here. We've seen, for example, Marco Jansen, man of the match against England, but kind of looking a little bit flaky at one point, a lot of wides. I mean, he can pick up wickets, but he can spread eagle the ball all over the place. So how's he going to react when the going gets tough? So it's almost more of a test of the bowlers, and they've both got experienced bowlers. Rabada, I mean, he's still in his 20s. He's played about 70 test matches, which if you translate that into English money, is about 110, I should imagine. So there's a lot of skillful men out there, and they will be tested because from what we've seen at Lahore, doesn't spin much. I mean, he might like to take the pace off the ball, but we haven't seen the ball turn much at Lahore. It comes on, the bounce is relatively even. Every type of bowler we've seen, maybe because we keep watching England, has struggled. So they will be tested. It's more a test for the bowlers than the batsmen here.
Well, we can be neutral. We can sit back and enjoy this game. I think we're still reflecting to some extent on England's Champions Trophy campaign and the fallout from that. Josh Buttler no longer the captain, so a big decision to make. Rob Key is going to be speaking on Thursday at Lord's. Interesting to see what he says, what conclusions he comes to after the Champions Trophy, and whether there'll be a steer on what England are thinking in terms of one captain or two captains. It's been a couple of days now since England played their last match. Jonathan, what sort of reflections do you have? What thoughts do you have about the captaincy situation?
Well, I first of all, I hope Rob Key doesn't come out with too much, because I hope they're going to take some time over this. And anything that's said immediately, I just think this is an important situation, a bit of a crossroads with everything that's happening in the English game. I think they really need to sit down long and hard and talk things through. There is no rush. There is no rush to go about this. They really need to make sure they make the right decisions. Is it going to be they've talked about three captains. Are we going to go down that route? Is it going to be one white ball captain? I think that's probably where they start. Do they want a stopgap type situation? Do they want somebody to bed themselves in now, albeit perhaps sympathetically missing the odd series here or there, and someone else getting some game practice? Also thinking of Harry Brook in that situation. The stopgap ones, I don't know, it just feels to me as if people are sort of throwing a few names around just for the sake of throwing a few names around, really. I still don't quite get the idea of having somebody who might just do it for a year and then you hand over to Harry Brooks. That just seems like a wasted year to me. And if he's managed properly. What about if Brooks says 50 over captain and someone else is 20 over captain, or vice versa? I suppose he could do that, but then so the T20 tournament coming up in a year's time, isn't there? Yeah. There's a handful of T20 games going up to that time, and there aren't many. I go back to the point where I sort of made it the other day, probably clumsily, but I find it difficult that a 26-year-old batsman, as a part-time captain, he's not captain in test matches, is somehow overstressed by playing these games as captain. I mean, is that really, really much more stressful than playing them as a batsman, which presumably he would do anyway? I just think there's more in favour of getting Harry Brook in there if that's their choice, and we still they've got to make that choice. But I just don't really see too many negative aspects of Harry Brook, if that's their choice, taking over now. He's going to be playing those games unless they do rest him for some reason, but frankly he needs to play. If he's going to be the captain, then make him captain and get him used to doing it.
Appointing captains, it's usually a process of elimination, actually. I mean, you can have these wonderful thoughts about all these qualities left, right and centre, but it gets down to that process of elimination. And if you wanted to make, if you like, a specialist one-day captain, there is a problem, because in that team that we've just been watching, if you like, the one-day specialists, the out-and-out one-day specialists are Salt and Livingston. But I don't see how you can possibly make either of those two captains at the moment, because certainly for the 50-over game, they can't be guaranteed a place in the side. We keep looking at that Kiwi side. It may not be the perfect template, but they're all test players, basically. And that's sort of what you need in the modern 50-over game, not because they're all blockers, because people don't block in test matches anymore. So that is one problem. That gets the process of elimination going. I don't think you could give it to Salt and Livingston for the 50-over game, because I don't think you necessarily want them in your team, judging by what we see. In terms of the workload, this coming calendar year, there are 11 test matches for England, which actually is a lot less than the one that's just gone. It's still probably more than nearly all the other nations. So I kind of agree with Aggers that 11 test matches, I mean, that's 50, actually it's 54 days, is quite a lot, but it's not impossible to do that and play in the majority of the one-day games. So that pushes you towards a Harry Brook 3 format player. And then, as he said, we could go outside, but you're not quite sure about whether the people outside, by definition, they're not guaranteed a place in the team at the moment. Sam Billings, Sam Curran, anyone called Sam will do, I suppose. So it is a puzzle, and will be a punt too. It'll be a process of elimination, and it will be a punt, because we've seen a bit of Harry Brook, but we don't quite know. He's still quite young. We don't know how he will react to that responsibility. So, but it's always a punt when you make a new captain, unless you bring in an old leg, and then the punt is, well, is he good enough to be in the team? So I don't necessarily envy Rob Key and McCollum. They said they've got to think for 2 weeks about it. That's a long time for this regime.
Look, Sam Billings is obviously a good leader. He's a bit of an extrovert character. He's someone who could step in. But if he hasn't played a game for England for 3 years, why bring him in as captain? That just seems... It seems bizarre, really. I mean, if he's not good enough to play for 3 years, why is he coming in? Why would you make him captain? I would just take that decision now. And if Brook needs a bit of a rest, well, if someone else captains a game or two, fair enough. But I just think they need to get somebody in place.
The bottom line is that England need to improve their white ball cricket. You look at the last 2 tournaments, this one and the other 50-over competition that's played in India, 4 semi-finalists, all the same. England are below the mark at the moment.
I think they've got good players. I think they've got some good players in there. I just don't think they're playing it very well. I think the strategy is wrong. The selection of the balance is wrong. They've got to look at their balance of the attack, obviously. I think there's been some mistakes made there. But I think if you look down that batting line, there's some good players there. I think it just kind of the programming, the circuitry is wrong.
Final thought, Victor?
Well, I think we talked about who's favourite in this match. If you're talking about the England captaincy, I give Brook 53% and the rest 47%. But we don't know for certain. It will be a punt, whoever they pick, because and you worry a little bit that Brook, it's not so much the number of days, but whether he's sort of ready for ever more responsibility. I'm not sure, but we may find out.
Well, that's for the future. The immediate future is South Africa against New Zealand after you finish that game in Dubai between Australia and India. We are on air at 9:15 tomorrow morning for New Zealand against South Africa. Can South Africa make back-to-back ICC finals? Well, we're going to find out tomorrow. Please do join us then. Goodbye for now.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon and the team in Lahore. And who will they be playing? Where will that final be, as we say? We do not know as yet. We will know in around about 3 hours' time, with Australia having set a target for India of 265 here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. It was a fascinating innings. Didn't quite play as we thought it would do, with surface that didn't necessarily offer quite as much turn as previous ones, certainly not the one they used 2 days ago between India and New Zealand. Top scoring, we saw Steve Smith playing a very useful knock, but not quite going on as he would have expected to. 73 from 96. Alex Carey, 61 from 57, was standout in terms of playing the conditions. But the Australian fielders, as they gather on the boundary edge, know they get everything right. It is a surface that is too paced, a little awkward, and if the pressure starts telling on India, well, there's certainly the case to be made that Australia can get through to the final. In fact, our old friend the wind predictor says it's around about 59% in favour of India. I think it feels a lot closer than that. Here come the two umpires then, as India's openers will emerge from the dressing room below us in just a moment. If you want to follow the conversation on the live text commentary, you can do that via the BBC Sport website and app, and also email us tms@bbc.co.uk. So as the umpires walk across a little patch of sunshine, umpires Gaffney and Illingworth and the Australian fielders all in yellow meet on the boundary edge and are led out by Steve Smith. Here comes Rohit Sharma, who will play a vital role at the start of the innings alongside Shubman Gill. The target for a place in the final is 265. And to take us through the opening stages of the innings, we'll be hearing in a moment from Ramiz Raja. But first, Atif Nawaz.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this is going to be fascinating. I think a lot of people I've spoken to think it's Australia 20-30 runs light of where they'd like to be. But then the other prevailing wisdom, Ramiz, was runs on the board in a semi-final of an international competition. Lots of pressure. I guess if there's one team that's demonstrated its ability to handle the pressure over and over again, it's India. But the last time these two teams played in a knockout match, the pressure was quite telling on one team.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Travis Head played a blinder. But here, I mean, it's an inexperienced bowling attack of Australia versus smashers. We know that Rohit Sharma would want to get off and get on. And who knows? I mean, you know, if they pick up a couple of wickets, then only Australia will have a chance of making it tough for India. But right now, for me, it's India's favourites.
Yeah, I think most people will agree with that. India favourites, as they have been throughout this tournament, to get themselves into a final and also ensure the final takes place in Dubai. The ground is about 75% full, I'm going to say here now, here in the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. It's a sea of blue, as it almost always has been throughout this tournament. Lots of Indian fans anticipating strong results. Now then, Rohit Sharma on strike, just loosening up those hamstring muscles, just trying to get himself into a good position. Just awaiting the first ball of the innings from Ben Dwarshuis, who's standing at the top of his mark. Big game for Ben Dwarshuis, as it was for Cooper Connolly, and a lot of these Australian players. Look out for Tanveer Sangha as well, the unknown leg spinner. Well, I say unknown probably to India. He's not played in the IPL, made his name in the Big Bash. The leg spinner, he in tandem with Zampa, you can imagine, are going to be heavily relied upon by this Australian side.
Actually, it's not a bad bet to have two leg spinners, because both are wicket-taking options, and Australia would want wickets to fall regularly if they are to win this.
Well, here we go. Dwarshuis in to Rohit Sharma, who blocks the first ball. Back to the bowler. India's innings is underway. And, that target, as we say, 265 from 49.5 overs now. The lights are on here as well, Dubai. Interesting light structure, just small, rather than the big pylons that you see around stadiums, the big old floodlights. They've gone with the Ring of Fire, which has become quite popular around the world now. It does a good job illuminating things. Still relatively bright. I'm keeping my eyes on sunset, the Ramadan on the equation. Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit Sharma, who's flicked this ball down towards the fine leg boundary, and that will get India off and running. It's a boundary to start for Rohit Sharma, 4 for no loss after 2 deliveries.
It's become a predictable line of attack for a left armer against Rohit Sharma. Ball has got to be within the stumps, maybe angling into middle and leg stump, and he was all ready for this flick shot. It was down the leg side, not a great delivery, and that is what Australia need to ill afford. They can't afford to bowl bad balls.
Certainly can't. Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit again, who guides this ball off a thick outside edge, but there's a short third in place just on the edge of the circle. Fielders in the deep. Well, there is a fine leg that's quite square, actually, right on the boundary, and there is a deep cover in place as well. Everybody else inside the circle for the power play. Rohit Sharma looks unconcerned, really. There's a few flies around him, and he's just wafting at some flies around him.
Such a sweet player.
Yeah, for sure.
Hence the flies.
Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit again as that ball's pushed to the bowler again. There is no run. Just gesturing there. Some Something about the bounce that was irritating him. He didn't get a lot of runs against New Zealand, did Rohit Sharma. Got 15 off his 17 deliveries before he was taken out by Kyle Jamieson. I'm just trying to remember, against Pakistan, he scored 20 off 15 before getting a remarkable delivery from Shaheen Afridi. But it just fed into this legend of left-arm seam bowlers against Rohit Sharma. Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit Sharma again, who's flicked this ball up in the air. It's going to fall safe. It will probably trickle towards the boundary sponge. Two fielders in pursuit, and well done. It's Glenn Maxwell down there who's managed to flick the ball back in. The batters do get through for 3. Perfectly safe shot. It was aerial for a long time, but going into a vacant part of the field. And that's 3 for Rohit. So 7 for no loss India after 5 balls.
Yeah, he was once again ready for this angle and played it nicely. There's vacant area over mid-wicket and mid-on. So a good shot.
He just knows what he's doing on a cricket field. Saw that with his captaincy today, juggling his bowlers about. First 10 overs, used 5 bowlers. One-day international. Here's Dwarshuis into Shubman Gill again, slightly fuller. And Dwarshuis is able to get Shubman Gill defending just outside the off stump to mid-off. There is no run. So a good first over for India. They're off and running. And they've put their best foot forward. 7 for no loss after 1 over. And that last ball, Ramiz, I think that's the one you're looking for, aren't you, against the right-hander, the one going across.
Absolutely. I think Australia's chances are in the first 4 or 5 overs with the ball swinging a little bit. Not a lot, because it's new and it's the evening session, or start of the evening session. You expect the ball to do something. So they need to capitalize, make sure that they pick up a wicket.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to restrict India to less than 264 in the 50 overs, you'd imagine. So they've got to bowl. They've got to take 10 Indian wickets if they want to win this. Australia. Now the Nathan Ellis is about to come in and bowl. Career average in ODIs of 42. There he comes now into Rohit Sharma, who plays the ball nicely off the back foot, guides the ball to point. There is no run. It's extraordinary, isn't it, Ramiz? Can you imagine a bowler with an average of 40 plus opening the bowling for Australia in an international match? It sounds unbelievable.
Bizarre, yes. I think the way he runs like a sprinter. And he doesn't have a lot of pace, so maybe he can hoodwink the batsman with a slow ball. He does possess a lot of variations. Maybe he's in because of that.
He's got a few close fielders in as in he comes. This time the ball's been pulled by Rohit Sharma down the ground and all the way for 6. It was a short arm pull from Rohit Sharma. It was all upper body strength to manoeuvre that ball over long on for 6. Well, he's not worried about the pace of Nathan Ellis at all. India 13 for no loss after 1.2.
I mean, he doesn't have the pace to bowl that length, and Rohit Sharma was very, very ready for this. Absolutely nailed it over long on. I mean, he picked it up so early that he didn't really need to go over square leg or mid-wicket. It was a 6 over long on.
Ellis into Rohit again. This is short outside the off stump. Dropped that point.
Yes.
That's a drop. Well, he went after it, Rohit Sharma. Went for the cut shot. Hit it straight to Connolly at backward point. And, well, Cooper Connolly's miserable day gets worse. He's put down Rohit Sharma at backward point. He got a 9-ball duck earlier as well. Oh, my goodness. I think he just wants the ground to swallow him up. Just want to make sure I'm not doing him a disservice. No, that should have been taken. That should have been taken. It wasn't really a difficult chance. Oh, no, Cooper Connolly. Here's Ellis into Rohit Sharma, who flicks the next ball away towards that fielder. That squarish set, deep fine leg fielder will take a single. Rohit Sharma dropped on 13.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be smarter than that. He was in, and it's a low catch, a difficult one, but not a very difficult one to be grasped.
Yeah, I mean, just you can't drop those. You just can't drop those in the morning.
Backward point is a difficult field position. Sure. I'm trying to sort of half build a case in his favour, Atif.
It's hard though. It's really hard. Here's Ellis. It's a short outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Shubman Gill. There is protection in the deep for Nathan Ellis in the cover, so it'll just be a single, but nice looking shot that from Shubman Gill. 15 for no loss the score, with 1 ball to come in the second over. And you got to remember, Ramiz, we've seen some absolute phenomenal. Like we've been watching Glenn Phillips take one off Rizwan,
blinders.
You know, off Virat Kohli. He's just a phenomenal fielder, and like that's the sort of modern standard.
Correct.
You just can't put down tough chances. Certainly not in a semi-final against India. Here's Ellis to Rohit Sharma again, who waits on this one and works it to mid-wicket. There is no run. So end of an eventful over, 8 runs and a dropped catch from it. India 15 for no loss after 2 overs, chasing a target of 265. And well, I mean, I think there's a lot of neutrals that I've spoken to, Ramesh. They would quite like to see Australia win, only because they'd like to see the final take place in Lahore. I'm sure, like, you know, part of you, I don't really want to see the best team win, as you say,
sure.
but part of you'd love to see the final in Lahore, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, since Pakistan are the hosts, so obviously, I mean, there's this, the fans want it back home, but I don't think India is going to make it easy for that to happen.
No, well, they've made a very good start here. 15 for no loss after 2 overs. Here's Dwarshuis into Gill, who chops down on the ball, almost chops it onto his stumps. Not a ton of control there. He goes to the fielder at first slip on the bounce. There's Cooper Connolly again. The ball's just following him around. But he was onto that very quickly. I think he's wide awake now. But Shubman Gill just flirting with danger a little bit outside that off stump. As you were saying, Ram, he's just moving a little bit, the ball.
Sure, I mean, it's a pitch where you can get a chop on to the stump, so you got to be careful. Look to play with a straightish bat. And I say that because Shubman Gill is such a technical player.
Yeah. Here's Dwarshuis into Gill again, who plays the ball defensively to cover. There is no run. Travis Head, they're collecting the ball. He looked good earlier as well. Travis Head playing some nice shots for his 39 off 33 deliveries until he tried to go after Varun Chakravarti. First ball he's ever looked at him.
2 episodes that turned the tide in favor of India. Actually, one obviously Travis Head and then Steve Smith. Got out just at the wrong time. They needed him out there for another 3-4 overs at least.
Certainly. Here's Dwarshuis, and again outside edge on the bounce to short third on the edge of the circle. I think I was somewhat controlled, to be fair, that shot from Shubman Gill. Not as much of a false shot, but a little moment of excitement for Australia. Good over this one to Dwarshuis as well. 3 dots in a row.
So the quality of Australia is the, you know, they can play the defensive mindset also. They can be miserly. You know, they seem to have a plan where they don't want runs to leak. There's no slip in place, so they feel that India can be pressurized by bowling these dots.
Dwarshuis into Gill again, who works this ball to mid-wicket once more. Very quickly onto that is Travis Head. There is no run. And 15 for no loss. The score remains. That's 4 dots in a row.
Yeah. So if you ask Pakistan to have a plan like this, it wouldn't happen, because they by nature want to attack, and so as a result, runs can flow. But Australia can be attacking and defensive in nature, and they're very flexible in their thinking, in their execution.
Well, they've built up some pressure here. 4 dots in a row for Shubman Gill. He's on 1 off 6. India 15 for no loss. Here's Dwarshuis into Shubman Gill again, who pulls this ball away out towards the fielder in the deep in the leg side. It'll just be a single. So I like these deep fielders for his opening bowlers here. Steve Smith, he's given them plenty of protection either side square of the wicket.
I mean, that front foot pull shot that Shubman plays, it's like he's playing with a table tennis racket.
It does. It looks like
top spin.
Top spin serves. He'd probably be very good at paddle, I imagine.
Yeah.
Everybody's playing. Should play a bit of paddle?
Yeah.
Lots of paddle courts around Pakistan as well now. There are loads of them. Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit again. Oh, this time the ball's been lofted over the cover field. Fielders running around to try and take a catch. Oh, that was a stunning effort, but it's been put down by Manas Lambashane. It was a tough chance. It was in the air for a while. He was running after it. The ball just kept floating further and further away from him. But he managed to get his hands to it. And at that point, you kind of expect it to be taken. Another life for Rohit Sharma. Another drop from Australia. And India, well, surviving 17 for no loss after 3 overs.
Well, would have been a superb catch, because he really did try extremely hard. And, well, I mean, in the end, he was there.
Yeah.
Got both hands to it. And so you expected him to somehow balance himself and get that blinder.
Yeah, as you say, Remy, it's because the ball was in his hands.
Yes.
So it was tough, no doubt about it, but he did 99%.
He did all the hard work,
everything,
really,
exactly.
to get there.
You got to hold it at that point. But Manas has put one down. Connolly's put one down. Australia, oh, their heads might start to drop. 17 for no loss. Here's Ellis into Rohit Sharma. It's a full swinging delivery, that one. Rohit watchfully plays it to backward point. A little bit of movement on that one from Ellis. I was going to ask you, Ramiz, actually, that some news in Pakistan today. New captain for T20 cricket, Salman Ali Agha. Do you approve?
I think so. I think you can change and chop a lot in T20 cricket. I think 50 overs, you need a little bit of experience and a little bit of technique as far as batting and bowling both go. But in T20, you can sort of get in all the newcomers, and because you play so much of T20 these days, it's fine.
Ellis now into Rohit Sharma, who, oh my goodness, that was a very good short ball. Rohit didn't know too much about it, tried to cut it, but it was so close to his body, he sort of cut it into his chest and then chested it down like a centre forward receiving a ball from a right back.
Gladiator.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, that was the news today from Pakistan. Salman Ali Agha appointed captain of the T20 side that's going to be touring New Zealand for 5 T20s and 3 one-day internationals, with Mohammad Rizwan remaining captain of the one-day international team. They'll begin their build-up to next year's T20 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka, roughly this time of year. Here's Ellis into Rohit Sharma again, who stabs this ball down to backward point, so the dot ball. And it feels like these last few deliveries, Nathan Ellis, 3 dots in a row again. He seems to have sort of found an area outside off stump that he likes.
Yeah, change of pace is the way to go, really. And to make sure that you feel well. Already Australians have dropped 2 difficult chances.
Just been shown a replay of Rohit Sharma's dismissal in that 2023 50-over World Cup final that Australia beat India in. And it was uncannily similar to the one that Marnus dropped. Is it going to be one of those kind of days? Here's Ellis in again and beats the outside edge with a beautiful delivery. This one held its line, went over off stump. Rohit Sharma knew absolutely nothing about it, and is lucky in the end that it doesn't take his outside edge through to the keeper. Beauty.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to calm down also, Rohit Sharma, because he wants to get going once again, and that was against the line of the ball, trying to work it through mid-wicket and beat him.
That was lovely stuff from Nathan Ellis. He's bowled
Australia coming close.
They're getting close to that wicket, but without getting it. Oh, Rohit's been dropped twice on 13 and 14. Easy to remember. Ellis into Rohit Sharma again, who flicks this ball just out to a vacant mid-wicket region. They'll run through for a single. His first run off this over, India 18 for no loss after 3.5. 13 and 14. I'm just scribbling it down in my notebook because I always like to keep track of how much a batter makes you pay for putting him down. I just like to keep track. How much is this going to cost? I think it's the way the Rohit Sharma team seems to play these days. He's taken a different role in this Indian team. You know, he just wants that sort of batter who played all the way through and accelerated after 30, 35 overs, got to his double 100 usually. But nowadays he goes hard early. It's Shubman Gill on strike though, as Ellis is in. And Gill again able to manoeuvre this ball into that mid-wicket area for a single. And that is the end of a good over from Nathan Ellis. Just 2 from it. India 19 for no loss after 4 overs. Chasing a target of 265 to book a place in the final, which if India win, would be here in at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. If Australia win, all the action left in this tournament will be in Lahore.
Will you be in Lahore then for the final?
I will not, sadly, but
all right.
I'll be back home watching from England.
Right.
Although I missed out on seeing the Lahore stadium since it's been rebuilt, but hopefully I'm sure I'll find my way there at some stage.
Sure.
Be good fun. Right, Dwarshuis is going to continue for his 3rd over now. Fielder in the deep in the leg side and also deep extra cover, so either side is square. Dwarshuis into Gill. This is a poor delivery down the leg side. Excellent take behind the stumps from Alex Carey to prevent what would have been 5 wides. It is going to be 1 wide though, 20 for no loss after 4 overs.
Is that Carey or Inglis?
I beg your pardon. Yes, you're quite right. It is Inglis behind the stumps. So used to Carey keeping wicket for Australia.
For a moment you carried away.
I carried away, I did. I got confused between Urdu and Inglis. Here we go. Dwarshuis into Gill, who's pummeled this ball through mid-wicket for 4. Oh, that was a shot of some disdain. He just came down the track, and it's that same pull shot that Ramiz talks about. That little...
It's just amazing talent he is.
What a shot.
He's really amazing, because he can be your conventional opener on a difficult pitch, and he can be absolutely brutal. He somehow sees the ball early, like any great batsman would. Rohit Sharma in his peak, even now, picks it early than most.
Dwarshuis into Gill again, who plays this one with soft hands just in front of point. They run through for a quick single shy at the non-striker's end. It wouldn't have mattered if it hit really, because the batter was comfortably home. Nice early call there from Shubman Gill, who gives a thumbs up to his partner. India made a terrific start, 25 for no loss off 4.2. Flags are waving, all the Indian flags around the stadium here, waving, the fans anticipating. They feel good about this start. There'll be a little bit of nerves for sure. It's a semi-final. There's runs on the board, as everybody likes to say, but if ever a team or a fan contingent was confident, it would be the Indians right now. Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit Sharma, back of a length. Sharma pushes it to cover. There is no run. And yeah, they've good reason to be confident as well. India, they've put in very consistent, by far and away the best white ball team in the world right now.
Absolutely. And they deserve this, because they've got such a brilliant bowling attack, and I think it's the bowling that wins you matches in 50 overs matches or ODI cricket. Spin, pace.
Here's Dwarshuis into Rohit Sharma again, he looked to sweep that ball, got a little bit of pad on it, which wrong-footed the keeper, and has run away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Is it leg byes? No, umpire says runs. A little under edge on that.
Yeah, I mean, so you expect this from Rohit Sharma, sweeping a fast bowler or trying to sweep a fast bowler and try to sort of get the ball away from off to leg side, find fielder up in the circle. So the shot was definitely on. It's another matter that it went through the keeper's.
Well, wrong-footed him,
yeah.
He was going to his right.
I don't know whether he went through his gloves or.
Here's Dwarshuis in again to Rohit. This time's a lot straighter, and Rohit just gets a thick inside edge to find leg. They'll take a single. 30 for no loss India, 1 ball to come in the 5th.
I mean, it's just the way India absolutely demolishes the opposition. You know, whatever total you give them, it's the start and the confidence. And so you see this in this partnership as well. It's still early, 4.5 overs, but 30 runs on the board. If you get a good start in a run chase like this, to overall 260, you're dead set for a win.
Yeah, they can really deflate the opposition. The other thing that deflates the opposition is drop chances, as opposed to Dwarshuis in. Bowl him! Inside edge onto the stumps. And Australia have a much-needed breakthrough. It's Shubman Gill, who just played a lovely shot, finds himself chopping onto the stumps. And Australia have a breakthrough. 30 for 1 India after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pitch where you can get an inside edge and try to run the ball for a single fine through the offside and a soft dismissal. You've got to say, but why would you play a shot like this if you've got so many options and you're so full of promise and talent, and you've been such a consistent giant in ODI cricket? Why would you really play that shot?
Absolutely. Well, Shubman Gill has to go for 8 off 11. The cheers in the crowd tell you that it's the living legend that is Virat Kohli making his way out to the middle. Are there nerves creeping in for this Indian team a little bit? Is that semi-final thing creeping in? I don't know, Rameez. Give us your thoughts. And then to join you on commentary for the next 5, it'll be Daniel Norcross.
Well, it's still early to suggest that India are struggling because 30 for 1 in 5 overs is absolutely acceptable. Yes, Shubman Gill is a fantastic talent, would have helped them to carve out a run chase, but he's gone. But we've got the best run chaser in the game, Virat Kohli. Hello, Daniel.
Hello. And we really do, which is why I'm going to ask you the question that has been on my mind for all of today. As Nathan Ellis hurtles in with his idiosyncratic action, his first ball is driven nicely up to wide mid-off, but picks out the fielder. Were you surprised that Australia, who have got a bit of a template against India of chasing,
are not chasing
today?
I think that the pitch looked to be in good sort of touch, batting first, and because what India produced against New Zealand could have maybe forced the mindset to think batting first, I think. But this is a much better pitch than what it was against New Zealand.
Different pitch. Wide of the off stump and given as a wide. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The surfaces have all been different, and I'm with you. When we saw that game, we thought, oh, It's been tough for the curator here because there's been a lot of cricket in Dubai, and managing these surfaces with India now playing their 4th game and potentially having a final here. We kind of thought, well, surely whatever we get is going to turn. But it really hasn't. It's barely turned for the spinners. And Australia have jettisoned their fastest bowler, Spencer Johnson, as Ellis runs in once again. Rohit punches off the back foot nicely out to deep backward point. They'll amble the single, 32 for 1. And I just thought, you know, Australia like to chase against India. You'll be asking the question because India will have in their minds, just as Australia did, we're on this surface, oh, I wonder what it's going to do. So there's a certain caution, isn't there, that comes into your game. And that gives you the opportunity, batting second, just to sort of assess the conditions. But it's almost as if people thought it can only get worse.
That's right. I think that was the read of the pitch from Australian perspective.
Ellis is in. And Kohli gets a thick leading edge to his first ball, looking to work the ball into the onside. It squirts out to that fielder rushing in off the boundary. And they'll get a single, 33 for 1. And then you have the spectre of Virat Kohli, who just loves to chase. He's in an amazing...
40,096 ODI runs, says on the screen.
301 matches. There'll be plenty of not outs in there. And if he gets in, he can make any chase look just so pedestrian. Not because he smashes his way to it, but because he strokes his way to it.
He's a great reader of the game as well. Situation. He reads it so well.
Ellis into Rohit, who works his ball really nicely using bottom hand. He won't get 4 for it, but he finds the gap to the left of mid-wicket, the right of Maxwell at mid-on. And they get a run, 34 for 1. Rohit started interestingly. He's prowling in a rather ursine fashion at the moment. And Australia very much be keen to get rid of him. Just a reminder, of course, if you're bored of me reminding you, but you may just have arrived, so I'm going to remind you anyway. If India win, the final of this Champions Trophy, hosted by Pakistan, will be in Dubai. If Australia win, the jamboree goes to Lahore. As Ellis is in, that's reaching for that this time. Kohli, and just pushes his hands at the ball, gets enough on it to guide it out to deep point for another run. 35 for 1. And I think to a degree the neutral would love to see the final in Lahore. This is Pakistan's tournament.
That's right, yes. I was just thinking about that as well, because the fans would want that final to be at Lahore. Pakistani fans, that is.
A great surface for it as well.
Yes, 350 can be overall. I mean, great batting surface.
Ellis is in. Down the wicket because Rohit nearly takes out the umpire. Goodness me. That was hit so firmly. Great reactions from Dean Gaffney, who gives us a wonderful... Look, that was a whisker away from his head. Rohit charging down the wicket and hit it as straight can be, and nearly takes out the umpire.
I was absolutely down for the count, but great reaction. I mean, his reflexes were working. Wow, it's almost as funny as a batsman being hit on the guard. something funny about umpires falling down.
39 for 1 off 6, end of the over. Dwarshuis comes in to start a new over. His first ball is just pushed by Kohli economically to the right of mid-off, and they're going to get an easy single. 40 for 1. You know, it was a sort of hit that if Bruce Oxenford had been here with his guard,
that's right,
I think it could very easily have flown off that guard
for 6.
Yes, it could. What happens? Do we know what happens in that situation?
I think it's a dead ball. I think it is. Yeah. Better to have a dead ball than a dead umpire.
Yeah, well, Gaffney has survived using very nimble footwork. Dwarshuis in forward in defences. Rohit pushes it to short extra cover. And there's no run. Yeah, there is something highly comical about it. And
Yes.
Mercifully, it's made comical because umpire Gaffney did very well to get out of the way. It was aiming straight for his head. But a shot of ambition again from from Rohit, who's on strike on 27. Dwarshuis, left arm over the wicket. He's in. It's driven square of the wicket out towards deep point. There's a fielder out there. It's Carey. They'll just be the single. If you're wondering, if you're not familiar with Ben Dwarshuis, he's a man who looks like, if you could sort of combine the DNA of Freddie Mercury and Lord Lucan, you would get Ben Dwarshuis. Think that's fair?
Let me giggle first. Yes, absolutely.
It's an unusual look.
Yeah. Good fusion.
So forward in defence comes Kohli and dabs the ball into the offside square of the wicket. There's no run. 41 for 1. He's got a very distinctive look. He's got his slightly silent villain-esque moustache. They're an idiosyncratic pair, these two Australian opening bowlers. You've got Nathan Ellis with this wonderful sort of prancing horse approach and the arms that fly in the air.
Yeah.
Who looks slightly like himself, like a cross between Sam Curran and our own writer Matt Henry. There's a lot going on out there. As this is driven briefly in the air, but a good diving stop. Prevents 4, but can't stop the single as Travis Head parries it towards mid-off, who'd moved to his left to try and cover the shot. 42 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they need regular blows, actually. Australia, if they can remove a Rohit or a Kohli at this stage, give them a lot of hope.
Yeah, but you feel they do need to, because if it gets to 80, 100 for 1.
Oh, that's job done then.
Sort of feels, yeah. Dwarshuis with his rolling gait is in, and that's just pushed late into the offside behind square. There's no run. 7 have gone. 42 for 1. India, I wouldn't say they're cruising, but Ram, you've got to go. Thank you so
Lovely,
much for joining
us.
Good luck. I do so hope that you'll be around for the final, but if not, it's been marvellous having you.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Lovely talking to the fans as well.
Thank you, Ramiz. 42 for 1 from 7. And yeah, I'm not going to say that India are cruising. We've not seen spin yet, and spin is going to be an important element in this chase and how that stacks up. But it's well, you know, we're going to get some spin straight away, and we're going to get it in the form of Cooper Connolly. Now, Cooper Connolly, poor lad, has had a pretty tough day. He got a claggy 9-ball duck. He was beaten 6 times in that 9 balls. Most times anyone's been beaten in a sub-10 ball innings as Cooper Connolly is in, and his first ball's pushed square of the wicket straight to the fielder. There's no run, and this is a really key part of the match now, because we're going to see if this pitch is going to take any turn. And Connolly, who's in this side because he can provide a bit of a left-arm spin option, as well as what he might have done at the top of the order, was a full ball which is whipped off the pads out towards deep mid-wicket. We're going to get a run. 43 for 1. Can he extract any turn? We've seen so little of it today, the least turning pitch we've had at the Dubai International Stadium. And Aaron Finch has just joined me. Australia really do need this pitch to take turn, because they have stacked their side with spinners.
Yeah, they have 2 leg spinners in the side, Adam Zampa and Tanveer Sangha coming in for his first game of the tournament.
I mean, it's quite unusual to find yourself playing in your semi-final after 3 group games with 2 totally different bowlers in the attack. This is outside the stump through to the keeper, no run. India brought in Chakravarti for their 3rd game, but Australia, who had a formula, have added Connolly through necessity. They would have had Matt Short, would have given them that spin option as well. They'd brought in Sangha for the pace of Johnson. He's in again. Connolly forward in defence. Comes Rohit.
That's not something you see every day. Ball before Rohit leaving one through to the keeper, and then a nice forward defence, showing the youngster a lot of respect.
I suppose he's never seen him, and this is
right.
is a nice aspect of this, that Sangha and Connolly will not be familiar to these Indian batters. As he's sweet, struck on the pad, up goes the finger. Well, as Connolly's day made a turn for the better. He might have got Rohit here. The umpire's given it. Rohit's now chatting with Kohli. It was a sweep shot. I must presume he's missed it, because he's not gone upstairs.
He has gone up now.
Yeah, he didn't go upstairs immediately, so unlikely to have bat involved. And often with these, these are out, you know. If he's missed a straight one, just be a straight one. It could have drifted down the leg, so we're going to see a bit more now.
Review for LBW.
He's tried to go up and over backward square, hasn't he?
It's a fair delivery. I'm checking split screen now. Ball is close to the bat. Confirm with Ultredge unavailable, please.
It's close to the bat, but you really do think that if he'd hit that, he might have felt it. But then, you know, that's not always the case. We've had one already in this tournament where somebody didn't realise that they'd not hit the ball, which was a weird one.
Okay, Ultredge coming up now.
Here is it.
Please.
It's Michael Goff is our third umpire.
Yeah, keep rolling through. Okay, you've got a flat line, so no bat involved. Ball tracking unavailable, please.
Well, it looks to have hit him in front of middle, but he's got a stride in.
Decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets, Chris. So stay with your original decision. Out, stand by.
Yep.
On screen, Chris, signal out.
Chris Gaffney signals once again what he has already done, which is that Rohit Sharma is out, and that could be a big wicket. And maybe, just maybe, this 4, even 5-pronged spin attack for Australia may be about to do the business, because they've got rid of Rohit Sharma, who's looking good. 28 from 29. Aaron Finch just said, unusual to see him leave a ball, unusual to see him play a defensive shot. Then he decided he wanted to get on top of the bowler. The first time he played an aggressive shot, wicket goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant from Steve Smith, bringing Cooper Connolly into the attack. Especially didn't have his best day with the bat, obviously going to the top of the order, a position that's reasonably unfamiliar for him.
I mean, just
dropped a catch early, but now he's into the game. That'll make him relax into his work a lot better.
Give us a bit of an insight into what that is like as well, because Cooper Connolly is a replacement.
Yes.
Which is fairly extraordinary. I've got a stat for you, which I'm going to give you after this ball, because Shreyas Iyer has arrived at the crease. Connolly is in to him. He goes back into his crease and cuts, but straight into the covers, picks out the fielder. 43 for 2. A wicket has gone down in the 8th over. 43 for 2. Shreyas has yet to score. Kohli has 5. That's just the third delivery in the innings that would have hit the stumps. With Adam Zampa to come, it won't be the last.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but just give us an idea, because for Stephen Smith and just for the Australian camp, they'll know about Cooper Connolly to a degree, but to put him on in the 8th over, he wasn't even in the squad to start with. That shows a lot of faith.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think obviously with the 2 right-handers at the crease, it makes it on paper the right matchup. You go there with the ball still very new, you can get some that can skid through in a similar way that Jadeja trapped Marnus Labuschagne in front, or you can just get a touch of hold in the surface. So it shows great confidence in the young man.
Now Nathan Ellis has swapped ends. He's coming into Kohli, who works this ball around his pad up to mid-on and fires the throw in. That's an absolutely brutal throw from Dwarshuis.
Just seeing a replay, it just looked out, didn't it? As soon as it hit Rohit Sharma, it just bang in front. Chris Gaffney, no hesitation. He was straight up with the appeal of the Australians.
Oh, yeah, well, I think we all were really. It's often that way, isn't it, with the sweep?
That's such a risk reward, particularly against the new ball. You can skid on, just needed to hold its line enough.
Ellis reaching for the stars as he's in, and this turns Kohli round a bit. Almost 2 feet pointing back down the crease. He can only nudge the ball to the offside.
So this is well and truly game on now, isn't it?
It really is. Really is.
Required rate just under 5.5 and over, which I expected wicket to continue to get slower and slower as the game goes on. It was unbelievably dry at the start of the day. With still some pitches just through the innings break of the curators out there sweeping it, and there was dust going everywhere.
Ellis is in. Kohli's beaten on the outside edge by a beauty. Arms go to the sky, thinking and hoping that there may have been a little tickle, but there wasn't. That has gone. Absolutely flown past the outside edge.
Yeah, some bounce too. Nathan Ellis is shorter in stature than most fast bowlers around the world, but it's bounced and moved away from Kohli, who's looking to try and pump it through cover.
That is the area with Kohli, isn't it? People often trying to get him in that channel outside the off. So we see it in test matches. There's no slip in place, but there's quite a fine short third. It's almost like a very deep 4th slip. Ellis in again. He waits for this, plays it late, guides it to a sort of gully region. It's picked up. And there's no run. 43 for 2. India, Australia having made those 2 breakthroughs. Be fascinating to see if Zampa can extract turn on this. The slowness of the pitch, how does that affect you as a batter? You know, if the ball's not turning a great deal, but it gets really slow, what's your issues there?
Well, first off, it's hard to hit the ball behind the wicket because there's no pace. Generally think most spinners are stump to stump.
Ellis in full, clipped away nicely, but straight to short mid-wicket where Steve Smith does the fielding.
So because you can't hit the ball behind the wicket, you start thinking that you have to punch down the ground, and often you'll see catching cover, catching mid-wicket, they all come into play because of the inconsistent bounce. Think of a wicket here, Adam Zampa stump to stump. Try and force the batters to play your square of the wicket off the stumps. Shreyas Iyer is an incredibly aggressive player against spin as well.
Ellis completes over with a full ball, which is driven back over his head brilliantly by Kohli for 4. It was just that little bit too full. He didn't have to do much more than take a short stride and just elevate it back over the bowler's head for 4.
It was just a check drive, wasn't it?
There's nothing to it, was it? 47 for 2 after 9. But only 1 more over left in the power play, and India haven't got away.
No, they haven't. Current run rate 5.2. His hand come off the bat as he played that to Virat Kohli. Again, just showing that the surface is slowing down. Cooper Connolly to continue.
Well, I'm pleased for the lad because his day was not great up to that point.
Yeah.
He'd had a pretty awful time with the bat, and then he dropped a catch. He's come into the squad late. That's got to be a bit of a strange feeling, you know, and then you're thrust straight into the semi-final. Obviously, you're excited, but at the same time, there's a degree of apprehension, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And he's been travelling around with the squad for some time now. He made his test debut in Sri Lanka just last month. Then he comes to Pakistan.
Slip in place. Shreyas gets back into his crease and pushes into the offside. Straight, though, to the fielder. There's no run.
That's what we've just been talking about. That shot then from Shreyas Iyer. It comes with some degree of risk, particularly against the spinner with a brand new ball in hand.
Connolly in. He just does a little move to leg there, does Shreyas Iyer.
Little shimmy.
But, in the end, just defends it into the offside. If you're, for English listeners, if you're sort of familiar with the Joss Butler shimmy, the little back leg moves away and then comes back in. Connolly in, he does it again, little flick, and this is carved away off a thick edge, past the right hand of slip. Stephen Smith down to the boundary for 4, but the 50 up in streaky fashion. Bit of good fortune for Shreyas Iyer, and Cooper Connolly at the moment is causing some problems for India.
He is. He flashed hard. Again, it's trying to force a cut shot off the back foot from a ball that's probably not too wide. Steve Smith had no chance there. It flew away way too quick and just wide of him.
Connolly in again, and forward comes Shreyas and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. No run. That's the 3rd time running. He's done the little back foot flick away.
Next time he does it, he'll stay out there and look to try and pierce the gap through cover.
Yeah, the 2 boundary riders, long off and
deep mid-wicket.
Deep mid-wicket, yeah. Oh, full toss. Been easily put away out through deep backward square leg. And that is the danger. He's just slipped out of his hands and been easily dispatched by Shreyas Iyer. 55 for 2.
Even just the movement around the creases just put him off slightly there. This one goes up and out of the hand. It's just a waist-high full toss, dispatched with ease from Shreyas Iyer.
Last ball of the 10th. Shreyas drives straight to short extra cover. End of the over. 8 from it. Those 2 boundaries. India 55 for 2. 10 overs gone. That target 264. So 210 needed from 40. We have got a very intriguing situation on our hands. More from you, Aaron Finch, and then it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, I'd say that both sides would be reasonably happy with how the power play's gone. Australia picking up the 2 big wickets. Rohit Sharma, he went for 29. LBW to Cooper Connolly, and Shubman Gill was the first to go. Chopped on to Nathan Ellis. To Ben Dorshus, sorry. Now it's Zampa into the attack.
Yeah. Win predictor. Australia favourites at the moment, not by much. You're quizzically looking at that. You're not having that.
Oh, I'd say India just got their nose in front at the moment. This is such a big partnership.
Adam Zampa then into bowl to Virat Kohli, who's driving hard at that. Goes through the offside. Lovely piece of timing, but there's a fielder out in the deep in the form of Dorshus, and actually they only end up getting the single, which is curious. Out of the power play now, so the field can spread. 4 outside the circle. Those 4 are at deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. 56 for 2, 209 still needed.
This is a matchup I'm looking forward to. Zampa to Shreyas Iyer.
Zampa with the cropped hair. Into bowl to Shreyas, tapping the ball to backward point. Why this one?
Well, because Shreyas is such a good player of spin. He's prepared to be aggressive, even early in his innings. He'll look to take the ball downtown. He's not afraid to get after it. Zampa's at his best when batters are coming at him.
Zampa in. And slapped firmly behind square on the offside, out towards the deep. Every run being roared by the India supporters. Throw comes in, and had it been a little better, it could have put a bit of heat on the batting duo, but Virat Kohli at the non-striker's end punches his right glove on that bat in applause at the running and the effort to get through for that second run.
I always felt like Kohli wasn't interested in the second run there, and Shreyas Iyer putting him under so much pressure to come back for 2. And when I say Zampa's better when players are coming at him, that's his trade. He wants batters looking to get after him. That brings him into his own. I think it is the type of bowler that if you don't have to score heavily off, you can sit on him, you can pick up 5 or 6.
Shreyas gets a full toss back to the bowler.
Sorry, mate.
No, not at all. And I know what you mean. There's a sort of sense that outside the power play, middle overs is going to be where this game is.
Yep.
Much more significantly determined than it would have been. I mean, yeah, if Rowan had scored 60 very quickly, it could have been different. Oh, it's ball from Zampa inside half of the bat, defended back to the bowler.
Just looking to give himself a touch of room again. Shreyas Iyer, he's not bothered with long on and long off back on the boundary. He'll still be prepared to take it over the top. It's just a leg spinner from Zampa that hasn't turned, skidding on, catching the big inside edge.
This is chased outside the off stump. It'll go to the diving Labuschagne at point. End of the over, 3 from it, that's all. 58 for 2, 207 required from 39 overs. Little stat. The last 5 times that Rowan has tried to sweep a left-arm orthodox spinner in ODIs, he's been dismissed on 3 occasions. So
wow.
It's a low percentage shot, to put it mildly. 207 needed from 39 overs. Cooper Connolly's been impressive so far.
Yeah, he has.
With the ball, that is. Struggle with the bat, top of the order. 9-ball duck, but...
Can happen.
Hey.
Mohammad Shami's a handful at the best of times, particularly when you're coming into a tournament cold as well.
Kohli looks up, sees Connolly, left arm spin round the wicket and pushing towards cover. He won't find a run. Goes towards the energetic Labuschagne.
Where's your money at?
I just think Australia, they always know how to win. They
Yep.
just find a way. Half a team travelling here to Dubai. Kohli drives down the ground for a single, 1 taken. Everything seemingly in India's favour. But they just seem to find a way.
Yeah. It's amazing how it happens, and you end up getting to a point where the opposition know that as well. They start fearing the outcome.
Shreyas waits with this open stance. The quicker ball, which is delivered by Connolly, who gives a little glare to the batter, running through for 1.
It's amazing, having worked over here for the last couple of years, well, mainly in India. I think back to the 2023 50-over World Cup final.
Connolly bowling to Virat Kohli, who's looking for a run into the offside, but Labuschagne does so well to stop it. No run there.
And hurls it into the deck.
Yeah.
And everybody just started talking about how Australia win World Cup finals, how they win the big moments, and they started almost putting doubt in my mind about India.
Kohli drives down towards long off again, just easing it about at the moment. Happy to do so. He's 12 from 18. And it's funny, these things become self-fulfilling, don't they? You find a way that somehow, I don't know, it just plays out that way regardless of the players involved. Shreyas will look for a run to the right of Labuschagne, who again is electric in the field. And the over comes to an end. 3 from it, that's all. 61 for 2 after 12. 204 needed from 38 overs. If you want to join the conversation, tms@bbc.co.uk on the email. Yeah, I mean, they're well below the rate, India, but they'll also know that they can catch up, and they've got the best chaser almost in the history of the game out there.
It's ridiculous when you see Virat Kohli's record in run chase victories. Just his ability to time his innings. It's obviously a high level of skill that goes along with it, but just maps it out perfectly.
Zampa into bowl 2, Kohli, looking for the run into the offside. Will only find Steve Smith. We've got a short cover, that is Smith, the captain. Fielders in the deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Quite a square, deep cover. So Zampa is in once more with his leg spin. This is driven to the left of the fielder at long off for 1. Dorshus down there, who got the wicket of Shubman Gill. You can see that on the BBC Sport website and app.
That was a huge wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Almost encouraging Shubman Gill to try and run the ball down to third man. Chopped on that occasion.
In comes Zampa. Bowling to Shreyas, looking to ease the ball through the offside, and he plays that beautifully, really does, just tapping it away.
So elegant, isn't he?
Yeah.
Always looks like he's got so much time, whether he's playing against pace or spin. He's a tall man, long levers.
Zampa, not quite such a tall man. The long sleeves, bowls a ball that Kohli will push down the ground, and India will be happy doing this for the time being. They can do this for 15 overs. They'll, you know, going around 5 and over, picking up a boundary here and there, they'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far it's just been risk-free. Just hit good cricket shots.
Zampa into bowl, a ball which is skewed towards backward point, and there'll be no run there. Shreyas looking to try and get a little bit straighter, squarer than that, but he just finds the fielder.
Feels like there's a big shot coming here, doesn't it?
I'm not sure there needs to be, but I know what you mean. Required rate's only 5.4. Zampa is in. He thought about that bigger shot. Maybe Zampa saw it coming as well, because he just gave it a little bit more pace and speared it in towards the pads. Shreyas defence. 3 from the over again. 64 for 2 after 13. At this point, Australia was 72 for 2. Zampa, who wears a pair of glasses that he normally would see in professional poker.
They are prescription.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Ever since he's stopped wearing contact lenses and started wearing the glasses, his catching percentage has gone through the roof.
Really?
Yeah. He used to be the worst catcher I've ever seen. You were very stiff if you held onto one. And then all of a sudden you just started plucking them out of nowhere.
There's a short extra cover in place for Virat Kohli, who gets Cooper Connolly in his sights, and the first ball of this 14th over is slashed off the back foot towards Labuschagne, who's been busy at cover. There's no run there. 64 for 2. 201 needed. Kohli waits again and goes square this time. There'll be at least one. They'll turn for a second, and I don't think it'll be available, and indeed it isn't. So just the one run there. 200 needed, just ticking off the milestone.
200. That still feels like a lot of runs, doesn't it?
A lot of runs.
Aksa Patel next. Hardik Pandya.
KL Rahul. Shreyas will get runs there, slicing it away for 4. He just took that little shimmy and that step, and I wonder if that distracted the youngster Connolly.
That's a beautiful shot. That's not a bad ball by any stretch from Cooper Connolly. Just outside off stump. His ability to still slash it behind backward point with so much power. It's a beautiful shot. And it's forced a field change. 2 fielders now stationed behind point.
Lovely, lovely bit of batting. He's on to 16 from 18. Here comes Cooper Connolly to bowl to Shreyas Iyer, who's deep in the crease, looking for one down the ground, which he'll find. 6 from the over so far. 72 for 2 is the score. You're listening to Test Match Special. Aaron Finch is with us, former Australia white ball captain. Watching on as Cooper Connolly Creeps in again, left arm spin around the wicket to bowl to Kohli, who's lunging forward, whipping the ball out towards wide long on. Every run cheered. It's what I love about low-scoring games. It feels there's such significance to every contribution.
Yeah, it is, and it's brilliant. I think back to some great games that they're not 350 gets chased down. It's generally the 220, 230.
Connolly bowls to Shreyas, won't find a run there. End of the over, 14 gone, 7 from that one, 71 for 2. You've got to head off. Thank you very much indeed, Aaron Finch. The partnership's worth 28 from 37 balls. And BBC Sport cricket writer Matt Henry is going to join us once again. And Matt, I absolutely no idea where this one's going. What about you?
No, tight, isn't it? Very, very tight. Been very impressed with Cooper Connolly. I think he's bowled one bad ball, the full toss to Shreyas Iyer. That's about it. It's the first time I've seen him live, and his accuracy has been very impressive.
Adam Zampa comes in to bowl to Kohli, who gets a full delivery, digs out towards cover. There's no run there. It is a game with immense tension, immense amount on the line as well. These sides pretty much neck and neck in their innings as Zampa comes walking in once more. This is a late cut that's nicely played out towards deep backward point for a single. 72 for 2. Ball hurled in from Carey to the keeper Inglis. Many ways you'd expect Carey to be behind the stumps, but Inglis has the gloves. You see Adam Zampa blowing on his hands, walking in once again past the umpire, and that's a little leg side-ish and easy for Shreyas Iyer to pick off and get a single to. They're not taking risks at the moment. Happy just to nudge it around. 73 for 2. Midway through the 15th over. Adam Zampa walking in to bowl to Virat Kohli on 17, and Kohli plays the ball a little uppishly, but down the ground for 1. Working it around, just ticking it over. It reminds me of a scene from the film Happy Gilmore, where Happy Gilmore is an unconventional golfer. For those that have not seen the film, suffers from a slight aggression problem, I think it's fair to say. Zampa bowls to Shreyas, who drives that firmly to deep cover for 1. And he's getting some guidance from a senior pro who's a little bit keen just to say, just tap, tap, tap a room. Just ease the ball, ease it around. And there's a little bit of that in the way that these two are playing. Just ease it there, nudge it here, keep things ticking over. Oh, big appeal for LBW. No, says the umpire. It's Virat Kohli who came lunging forward, and I'm sure they'll review this because it is Kohli. It is the master of the run chase, and Steve Smith has a very severe expression on his face. He's asking the question, and in the end, he is saying no. Well, there you go. Right, after all of that, Matt, I was certain they were going to see a review there. Let's have another look at the replay. Back of the hand. And it would have been worth a look, wouldn't it?
Not sure it would have been hitting enough. I think it's hitting the stumps. I think he's unlucky, but the googly, yeah, probably clipping leg, maybe.
We're going to see Seam back into the attack, by the way. Nathan Ellis it is, far end of the ground, and Atif Nawaz is going to join you.
Yeah, a tight one. Yet to see the ball tracking. It looked close. Must be so tempting when it is Virat Kohli to go for it, but maybe we'll see. Looked like Smith might have made the right call.
Maybe. Here's Ellis into Shreyas Iyer, who punches the ball off the back foot out to deep cover for a single. Score ticks on to 76 for 2 or 15.1. I don't know, Matt. For me, that's missing leg.
Missing completely.
Yeah, it's going past it. It's not turning. Let's have a look. We've got ball tracking now. Pitching outside, hitting in line, and missing leg comfortably. So, there we go.
It's Dan Norcross getting excited over my shoulder. That tempted me.
He's an excitable little scamp, isn't he, Daniel? Well, it was a good call from Josh English behind the stumps to say, let's not take the review. Here's Ellis in again, back of a length, and Kohli just guides it to Gully on the bounce. There is no run.
you're right there, because it was Inglis who held a left glove out instantly after the ball. The concern was always that it was turning to. It was never going over. They never thought he'd hit it, but he held his left glove out as if to signal, is it going down?
That's what you want in a keeper. You should get 5 extra runs for convincing your captain that you not to take a bad review.
Or just an extra column added to your stats.
Something. There should be something there for sure, because it's worth a lot. You see some really awful reviews these days. Here's Ellis into Virat Kohli, who gets outside the line of that one, gets a sort of thickish inside edge on the drive out towards deep backward square leg. Another single for Kohli, who moves on to 19 off 30. Iyer back on strike. He's on 20 off 23. And a good run of form as well. Played a brilliant innings against New Zealand. Help India into what turned out to be a winning position. Well, there's a lot of people here at the Dubai Cricket Stadium looking at their availabilities for the final day. An interesting ticket procedure, I'm sure. Here's Ellis, and again, good length that time. Shreyas just blocks the ball back to the captain, back to the bowler. There is no run, because presumably tickets haven't been sold yet for the final in Dubai. Because you couldn't buy them for Lahore and then exchange for the Dubai ones, presumably. I don't know, there's too many people going to make that trip.
That's a good question, and I'll have to check it out. I don't know the answer to that question.
Very curious about this. How does this ticket situation work? But I'm sure there's a lot of people here right now thinking, I've got to get back here this weekend. I've got to see this final.
So it must be a strange thing for the Aussie fans, the couple that are here. You want them to win, but then they move out of the city that you're in.
Ellis into Shreyas Iyer again, who whips this ball off his pads out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Score moves on to 78 for 2. There's a beautiful stadium here in Dubai, it has to be said. It's in a part of Dubai called Sports City, and just adds to the vibrancy of this town. It's mostly sort of the expat population. I don't think it's quite taken off cricket with the Emiratis just yet, but they do have a team, and they will feature. They play quite a lot of the cricket here as well, I think. Ellis into Virat Kohli. This is short, pulled handsomely by Virat Kohli. That is a gorgeous shot. Just swiveled on it, on one leg, to the square leg boundary. His adoring wife, Anushka Sharma, approves as well. That's another 4 to the score for India. 82 for 2 after 16 overs.
Anushka Sharma looks like she's living every minute of this innings, doesn't she? She's had her eyes closed at one point after that review. Now she's applauding. Yeah, it just shows how tense this is. Someone who's watched so many of her husband's innings. Yeah, she's really feeling it. But that was a great shot. I mean, does anyone pick length better than Virat Kohli?
Well, he was just onto it so quickly. And right now, by the way, the comparison of both teams after 16 overs, exactly the same. Australia were also 82 for 2 after 16 overs. That's exactly where India are as well. It's going to be Adam Zampa to continue for his 4th over. Figures of 0 for 10 for him so far. As then he comes to Shreyas Iyer, who drives quite pleasingly out towards deep extra cover. Sort of slips taking that run a little bit. He's going to check the spikes on his shoe after that, but picks up a single.
Can I be controversial?
Do it.
I find that comparison of where a team was at the same point irrelevant.
It kind of is. You're right.
You care about the required. It doesn't matter if you build your innings in the same way that they do.
It completely doesn't take into account what happened next.
So Australia hardly added any 66 runs, I think it was, after Glenn Maxwell got out in 13 overs ish. It doesn't take that into account at all, does it?
No, absolutely. You're right. Zampa, Kohli flicks the ball to mid wicket. I suppose it's more of an encouragement thing for...
And it's relevant. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but it does not define the match.
It doesn't tell you too much about what to expect. Here's Zampa into Virat Kohli again. Fly to delivery, nice and full. And Kohli smashed it down towards long on. He nearly took out Shreyas Iyer at the non-striker's end with that hit as well. But Iyer responded very quickly, very agile. And they take a single, 84 for 2. Virat Kohli, in his ODI career, one of the best chasers in the game. He's scored more than 8,000 runs chasing and averages over 60 in chases. So he's the kind of man who you give him a brief, he knows exactly how to follow it. Now then, Adam Zampa throwing the ball from his right hand to his left and back to his right, and then in he comes. So Shreyas Iyer chops down on that one, cuts it nicely, but Lambashane with a brilliant sliding stop at backward point prevents any runs.
I feel like it's the only thing I've spoken about today because it keeps happening when I'm on commentary, but there was another warning from the umpire there for Cooper Connolly, that previous ball. Connolly's bounced the ball in twice on the pitch, scuffing it up a little bit more, and I think he had a bit of a word.
Zampa into Shreyas Iyer again. It's the wrong one. Iyer read it well, got forward, pushed it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's Adam Zampa's lengths that are dangerous, and it's when he gets it just there where you can't go back, you can't really get right the way forward, or you can't get right on the front foot and hit through it. That's where he's so dangerous.
Here he is again into Shreyas Iyer. Goes a little bit fuller this time. Iyer driving. Thought he might be aerial, but well in control of that. Out towards deep extra. Throw comes back from Alex Carey. Another single to the score. India moving along serenely at the moment. 85 for 2 after 17 overs. The required rate is 5.45. The current run rate is 5. It's all pretty tickety-boo at the moment for India. The only way Australia can win this game is by taking another 8 Indian wickets. You get the feeling that pace of scoring is never really going to come into the equation. Now then, here we go. This is something we've been waiting for a long time. It's Tanvir Sangha who's coming into the attack. Of Indian origin is Tanvir Sangha from Jalandhar in Punjab. And here he is bowling in a Champions Trophy semi-final against India. I'm sure it's an exciting moment for the young man. He's playing his 4th one-day international today. He's taken 2 wickets. And economy just under 7. Sangha into Shreyas Iyer, who tries to put him off his line straight away by dancing around the wicket. Doesn't work as a foolish ball is defended to cover. There is no run. Lots of flight from Sangha as well.
Sangha has played against India in T20 series just after the 2023 World Cup.
Here he is again, slightly back of a length and punched down the ground by Shreyas Iyer, down to long on for a single. And he's got a sort of interesting action as Tanvir Sangha. It sort of reminds me a little bit of Peter Hatzoglu, who did that thing where he would throw he'd throw the ball into his... He did it like 15 times every time before he bowled. Oh. Here's Sangha in again, short outside the off stump. Cut nicely by Kohli, just wide of the fielder at point. Makes a sliding stop, does Marnus, but they do get through for a single. 87 for 2. Halfway through the 18th over. Partnership worth 44 or 58 now. Moving along nicely. Getting India into a winning position. Sangha into Shreyas Iyer again, who leans forward on one that just dips on him and plays it gently into the offside for no run.
Don't think too many of India's big name batters that are in this played in that series, so we'll check the stats, but I'm not sure these two would have ever faced him.
Sangha in again. This is short, and Shreyas Iyer cuts nicely but picks out backward point, and there is no run. And just like that, he's bowled 5 balls. Sangha very quick between deliveries. He's bowled a good over here, just 2 off it so far. Can he finish it well? In he comes to Shreyas Iyer, back of a length, and Iyer punches it down the ground to long on for a single. And score moves to 88 for 2 after 18 overs. First signs of Tanvir Sangha. It's not getting much turn, I would say, off the surface. Hasn't looked... It's only 1 over, but it hasn't looked massively threatening. Don't think India are feeling too much alarm about the threat he's posing. Not just yet, anyway. Doesn't have too many more cards to play. Steve Smith today. Still got Glenn Maxwell up his sleeve. Maybe Travis Head if he really wanted to, but...
He has a lot of bowlers who has a lot of batters who bowl a bit, don't he? But he's used his proper front line. I know Steve Smith said in his press conference last night that he regards Glenn Maxwell as more than a part-time bowler. He classes him as a frontline spinner, which is probably fair enough, to be fair to him.
Surely more in T20 cricket than ODI cricket.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. You've done more games than me in this tournament here, Atif, but I noticed there are a few towels out there, which is just a sign that Australia might be a little bit worried that Dew's going to come tonight.
Yeah.
See Maxwell, Connolly, Smith have all got the... Marnus is that as well, or the little black towels.
There's Dwarshuis in from wide of the crease, and Shreyas Iyer blocks the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, there'll be a little bit of Dew about, I'm sure, but it's not going to be what you get in Lahore, for example.
Yeah, it's not played a part, has it, here?
No.
I don't think the suggestion is, at least from the players who've been down there, but it's a bit warmer today.
It's been quite humid.
Mentioned earlier that he thinks it's might play a part as a result of that, but we'll see.
Right, Dwarshuis into Shreyas Iyer again from wide of the crease. He plays the ball with soft hands to backward point. They run through for a quick single. There's a direct hit at the keeper's end, but the batter was comfortably home, and they're going to get an overthrow as well. Well, it's not gone quite to plan there for Australia. Although for a moment we had double leg spin, didn't we, before Dwarshuis was bowling. Shreyas Iyer, he's very... The reason I imagine we don't have double leg spin is because Iyer has a phenomenal record against leggies. 58 against leggies at 90, at a strike rate of 90. That's extraordinary, and probably why we've got Dwarshuis back into the attack. Here he comes to Shreyas Iyer. This is short. Iyer pulls this ball out towards a deep square leg for a single. 91 for 2 now, the score halfway through the 19th. Well, right now there hasn't really been a threat posed to India for a while. This partnership up at 48 of 64 balls. Win predictor still has both teams pretty even. Australia 44%, India 56%. But what Australia really need to get back into this encounter is a wicket. And soon. Because Ayer's on 28 of 37. Kohli on 25 of 34. They're both looking settled, and a settled Kohli in particular can be very ominous for the opposition. He's on strike now as Dwarshuis is in from wide of the crease. This is outside edge, nearly. Kohli just flashing at one outside the off stump. I thought for a split second he might have got a little tickle on it through to Josh Inglis behind the stumps. He didn't, he survives. But the first real moment of alarm for these two batters in a very long time.
There was a little noise there, wasn't there? I think it was Dwarshuis' boots on the ground at the non-striker's end, but there was just a little bit of a noise that for a split second you wonder whether it was an edge, but instantly confirmed when Inglis does not throw the ball up in the air to celebrate.
It's Dwarshuis into Kohli again. And, Kohli uses that angle down to work the ball down to fine leg for a single. He knows what that angle is going to be every time. Dwarshuis is coming off wide of the crease. He's found that little angle that he likes, but anytime he strays onto the pads, batters have way too much class to miss out on the opportunity for an easy run. And without really a shot in anger, India have managed to accumulate 4 from this over already, though it has been 17 balls since the last boundary. 92 for 2. Dwarshuis in for the final over, ball of the 19th over, which Iyer just works out towards deep square leg for a single. He'll keep the strike. India 93 for 2 after 19 overs. 172 more needed off 31 to win this game and book a place in the final against either New Zealand or South Africa. And again, if India win, that final will be here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. We'll wait and see. The players are going to have a little drink. Well, there were some rogue fireworks in the stadium. I didn't expect that. Didn't expect any pyro here today, but maybe they're just testing it out in anticipation of the result. That last single, by the way, brought up the 50 partnership between this pair as well. A partnership that's really stabilised this innings for India. They were they could have been under a bit of pressure, under a bit of trouble. 43 for 2, but 93 for 2 looks an altogether different equation. Alex Hartley, former England international and World Cup winner Alex Hartley alongside me. It just looks more comfortable, doesn't it? That extra 50 runs makes a big difference.
Absolutely. And I think, Australia would be disappointed they couldn't get a few more runs on the board to give themselves a bit more of a buffer to defend. But these two have almost taken a bit of pressure out of the game. But one wicket here, you just never know. You've got to look to take wickets. You've got to be positive, and I'm sure they'll be talking about that now while they're out there having a drink. But for me, at the moment, India are totally in control with this partnership. Yeah, they've got to do something. Australia, they've got to get their wicket. They've had a few nice deliveries, a few nice moments, but it's not been enough to really threaten. And right now, this partnership's looking ominous. Shreyas Iyer, as we say, in terrific form against New Zealand as well. Virat Kohli is Virat Kohli. So they need to find a way to get rid of him quickly. At what point do you throw the ball to Glenn Maxwell? Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? I think, Zampa is your wicket taker, isn't he? He's a fantastic bowler, so probably keep him going. Do you bring back a pacer or do you bring Glenn Maxwell on? Probably only a matter of time until he does bowl. I think they're trying to avoid having both leggies on at the same time. Sangha has just bowled a 1 over for 3, and then Zampa's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 13. Connolly has a wicket to his name, 1 for 19
from his 4, so he's got something to take away from the day, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drop chance and a 9-ball duck is hard to...
Yeah, it's not how you wanted your Champions Trophy debut to go, is it?
No. No, well, the players are just breaking away from their drinks break. The crowd are having a wonderful time. People dancing, singing, waving flags, waving those 4s and 6s signs as the sun is beginning to set here in Dubai. We're exactly 12 minutes away from sunset in Dubai. And the lights are on full blast, illuminating this beautiful cricket ground. And, we've got a good game in prospect here. Both teams still alive. It's only 59-41 in favour of India, according to the win predictor. So,
is it?
Yeah. I think win predictor has registered
sitting on the fence.
Well, they just think there's precedence, you know, for Australia pulling games like this back. Well, if they pull this one back, it'll be something special at this point, I've got to tell you. Right now, I think the players are ready to resume. See Tanvir Sangha with the ball in his hand, just having a few throwdowns. A few looseners or whatever. Throwdowns. Batters in it, batters.
Yeah.
Union. Right, here we go. Sangha into Shreyas Iyer, full, and Iyer very comfortably pushing the ball down towards long off for a single. It's a shot that's India have used to great effect in this tournament. Always find a way to milk the runs.
Yeah, and Australia. They've both done it really well. They both do it really well. So when the spinners are on, just knock the ball down the ground through the covers. Take the easy option.
Sangha into Kohli. Flighted delivery. Kohli whips it out towards mid-wicket. They'll take another single. Think about the second for a moment, but they'll change their mind. 95 for 2 off 19.2.
And that's, for me, what makes great teams. They don't... Every ball doesn't have to go for 4. Obviously, you're thinking about it, but you're able to turn those good balls into singles as well.
Sangha into Shreyas Iyer, who drives and gets himself another single down towards long off. It's a very profitable shot at the moment for these two. 3 runs in this over, all come in the same way.
So if you manage to get 4 or 5 singles in the over and hit 1 boundary, that's your 9.
Yeah.
You know?
You don't even need 9 to win the game at the moment. Run rate, they're sort of right there with it. They're going at just under 5, and the required rate is just over 5.5. So there'll be no alarms whatsoever for India right now. It's Tanvir Sangha. Well, they're finding a way to negotiate him pretty straightforwardly. And he comes to Kohli again, who's tried to sweep this. He's got a little bit of bat on it. He's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Slightly overpitched on a leg stump line. You can't really do that to Virat Kohli. And it's another 4 to the score. 100 comes up for India as well with that boundary. 100 for 2 in 19.4 overs.
Yeah, not great delivery. It's angling down the leg side. Virat Kohli's always going to play that shot. It goes past short, fine for 4. 7 off the over already.
Sangha in again as Kohli goes deep in his crease and punches this ball out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Bit of work to do in the deep here. As throw comes back in. It's another couple of runs. This is the thing with the Virat Kohli. When he spent 39 balls out there, he's 33 not out. He can just go to another level and just start accelerating and really take the game away from the opposition. I suspect that win predictor will keep swinging. Tanvir Sangha into Virat Kohli. And Kohli just dabs this down towards third, who's up inside the circle. They run through for a quick single. Kohli will keep the strike. So India are looking good at the moment. 103 for 2 after 20 overs. They need 162 from 30 overs to win this game. These two batters have put on a 60 partnership as well. It's all looking rather tickety-boo. Alex Hartley, tell us how Australia find their way back into this game. And Daniel Norcross is going to join you on commentary.
Yeah, for me, they've got to take wickets. You know, they've got to slow things down, break up partnerships, take consistent wickets throughout to keep putting pressure on the new batter. We know that it's a surface that isn't necessarily the easiest to come in on and just start taking wickets. Yeah, sorry, start hitting boundaries. Yeah.
It's also not an easy surface to take wickets on.
Yeah.
Because it's slow and it's not really turning. And if you don't need an enormous number of runs, as first ball of a new over is whipped away out towards the right of long on for a single. 104 for 2. And you've got a masterful batter in the form of Virat Kohli there, who has marshalled many a run chase.
Yeah, Atif was asking when are we going to see Glenn Maxwell into the attack, and it's now.
It is now, and he's not had the best of days so far, hasn't Glenn Maxwell? Came in with his side in a decent position, needing probably another 100 or so for the last 12 overs, as this ball is just pushed back to him by Shreyas Iyer. He got out. He was the second of 2 batters to get out in quick succession. Steve Smith missed a full bunger, and then Maxwell just tried to pull at a ball across the line. It was straight. It castled him. Maxwell's in. Oh, and this is dabbed into the onside by Shreyas. There's not a lot happening, though, off the pitch. 57 miles an hour. He's just darting it in at the moment, is Maxwell. We haven't seen anything like the extravagant turn we saw the other day. I firmly believe there's been some spookery going on here. Maxwell's in again. Goes up and over. Fine. Down to fine leg. Shreyas is going to pick up a... Whoa. Oh, just the one as Sangha runs round to field. Kohli wanted... Well, Shreyas wanted a second there, and Kohli said no.
Yeah, that was weird running from Kohli.
Yeah.
There was 2 there.
Oh, easy.
What Kohli says and what he wants, he gets.
He's on strike now. Maxwell into him, and he tickles his fine. They'll just amble a single. 106 for 2. The crowd's really getting into it now. They've got a bit of a Mexican wave. I think this Indian crowd, dominantly Indian crowd, is very comfortable.
Well, I've just been down and sat outside and just been sat in the crowd for the last half an hour.
Is it fun?
Yeah, really fun.
Good atmosphere. Maxwell's in. This is carved away off a thick outside edge, which goes to short fine, where Zampa does the fielding. There's no run. 21 overs gone, 106 for 2. 159 needed from 29. India cruising at the moment. There are some seats that are empty, but I had a look at the prices of those seats, and I sort of understand why now. They're about 150 quid.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Those ones over there? Per seat? Oh,
Yeah,
no wonder there's no one in them.
I was sent a little price guide.
Uh-huh.
It's about 700 odd dirhams. So it's about 4.6 dirhams
You don't
to the
want
pound.
a family of 4 out for the day, and it's 150 quid each.
No, the rest of the seats are pretty much filling up, but the ones behind the bowler's arm, the bowler coming in now, Sangha, has just bowled 2 overs, none for 13. His first ball does turn a bit. That actually is. It turns a little way away from leg 2 off, and Kohli can only push it back towards the bowler along the ground. And there is no run. So there's some assistance for the wrist spinner. You'd hope there would be. On most surfaces, in truth, as Sangha's in again, and just waits for this. Does Kohli? It's slow turn and just guides it out to deep point for a single. 107 for 2. Yeah, I firmly believe that everybody got spooked by what we saw 2 days ago, and Australia changed their plans from chasing to setting. Everybody thinks this pitch is going to deteriorate, and they assumed it was going to turn a lot. As forward comes Shreyas, gives himself clears to the left leg slightly, but can only guide the ball to short extra cover. But it's a chase, and it's a chase in a semi-final. So, as you say, a wicket could bring the jitters. Back into his crease goes Shreyas and slaps this through backward point, finds the fielder on the boundary down there. Just the 1 run. 108 for 2.
Yeah, the pitch the other day, it turned a lot, didn't it? And I think, like you say, India played the extra spinner, and it worked for them. They bowled fantastically well on it.
Forward comes Kohli, just manipulates the ball into the onside. Maxwell has to move to his right to field from mid-wicket. Down, so picks it up just in front of square. 1 more, 109 for 2.
And then you turn up today and it's a dry, cracked pitch, so you just presume it's going to be exactly the same. But this spinners are working, you know, in both teams.
Sangha completes the over with a short ball. It's a little wide, and again, it's so easy to find that single. 110 for 2. 4 singles off the over. It's not up with the rate, but don't need to be really at this stage. And it's notable that the most effective bowler for India was Mohammad Shami. So,
yeah,
you know, there's no Spencer Johnson in this lineup, so there's nobody of express pace to come in and just try to be that point of difference.
Yeah, but Shami doesn't bowl express pace.
No, I know he doesn't, but I'm thinking about just the Australian lineup. They were very happy to have Spencer Johnson in it because he gave them that point of difference, and they've jettisoned him for another spinner. They've got Cooper Conley, he's bowled pretty well today, but you know, he's not a regular by any means. It's the first ball of a new over from Maxwell. Just worked into the onside for a single by Shreyas Iyer. Just going deep in his crease, takes it out to deep mid-wicket. But a good over rate today. Pace of the game has kept going with all the spinners that we've had. As Maxwell turns, comes into Kohli, who just pushes the ball off the back foot up to long on and gets another single. And at the moment, it's all a little bit too easy. Cooper Connolly down here, fielding at long on, 112 for 2. No real signs of danger, no real signs of extravagant turns. Maxwell's in again, and a little deflection. It'll only bring a single, but it's a shot of some adventure. Well, they'll get a couple, actually, because it went fine enough, almost straight over the keeper's head, and Sangha moved to his right to field. This time, they did take the 2. Similar shot in the last over, yielded just the 1. 114 for 2. The target, 265. That's where I think Australia will be kicking themselves, because they got to such a strong position. The last 5 overs, and he got 25 runs. Goes again. This is Shreyas, and letting get the single this time, just moving across his crease and just letting it flip up and over his left shoulder.
Don't mind this though, because it might bring a change in the field, but actually you could just go Yorker, try and bump him on the pad now, or just go real slow.
Well, they haven't changed the field. They're still keeping that deep fine leg. As that sails in, and Kohli's masterful batting, really. Just works the ball to the left of mid-wicket up to long on for a single, and that's all that's needed. The required rate, just 5.5. And when you have someone like Kohli in your ranks, just guiding the ball around, moving it around the field. Shreyas on strike for the last ball. He'll get a single himself, finding that gap up to long on. It's not spectacular batting by any means, but it's very skillful. And this is how you tick over in a run chase. And, you know, when we look back, 117 for 2, end of the 23rd, Shreyas 39, Kohli 40. At this stage in the match, how damaging were those 2 wickets of Smith and Maxwell back-to-back? At the time, Australia were 190 odd for 4. They had the platform, they had 14 overs left. They should have been looking at 300 plus,
yeah, 2
not more.
pretty average shots as well.
Really was. I mean, I've never seen Steve Smith get out.
No.
To just a full bunger on off stump. It hit the stump on the full.
Weird.
Was odd. Cooper Connolly back in the attack, and Kohli just gets in a bit of a tangle, trying to whack the ball back at him. Sorry, Shreyas. And can only find the bowler along the ground. And there's a rather limp dismissal of Inglis as well. Wickets just going regularly. Connolly's in. This is worked into the onside, deep in his crease. Finds the run. 118 for 2. Big gaps there are everywhere. Field spread out. 4 on the boundary. A deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover, almost cover point. Connolly in. And this is punched off the back foot. This could be a couple here, as it's going between those 2 fielders at wide, long off and cover point. They easily get a couple. This is what I mean about clever batting. There's absolutely no risk being taken.
Doesn't need to be any risk taken at all. It's the beauty of 50 over cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. Connolly into Kohli, who drives along the ground up to long off for a single. 121 for 2. The partnership 78 from 95. It's not stellar. There aren't many boundaries. Just 3 each for these batters. But they don't need to hit the boundaries. Connolly in, and Shreyas gets it past it. The diving mid-wicket, up to wide long on for another single. 5 have come in the over off 5 balls. I mean, this looks so easy at the moment.
Yeah, Australia need to try and find a way of stopping that easy single, and they have done now. Glenn Maxwell's gone to a short mid-off.
Kohli finds... Oh, he doesn't find the gap. Good diving stop by Steve Smith at short extra cover. Gives them a pressure stop ball. 29 have come from the last 30 balls with nary a risk taken. The required rate 5.5. The current rate 5.08. This is why you put India into bat.
Because they just got the same tempo.
And, well, they know how to chase.
Yeah.
And Virat Kohli's the best chaser
Yeah.
there has ever been.
Yeah, they do know how to chase. They're a very, very good chasing side. They know how to go through the gears, don't they? You know, it's one of those where if they're chasing 350, they know what their run rate is. They know their process of doing that. If they're chasing 180, you know, it doesn't really matter what they're chasing.
Absolutely.
I mean, 180 would be an easy chase,
yeah.
you'd like to think, but
it's the fact that it's well known and actually talked about in Australian circles, everybody's circles, and yet the whole script was flipped on its head this morning because of what they thought the pitch was going to do. Zampa into the attack on the leg stump and just easily worked into the onside for another single. Some may think this cricket is rather pedestrian. I don't. The skill of it is great to watch. You don't have to be hitting boundaries the whole time. Just these two batters know exactly where the gaps are and they're picking them out. They're reading the spinners. Kohli back on strike. Zampa floats one up outside off stump, is driven through extra cover. Fielder in hot pursuit. Will get there. It's Dwarshuis. A couple more. India, they're not far off halfway there now. 125 for 2. The target 264. Only 7 runs away from halfway. Only 4 balls away from halfway through the chase. It's perfect tempo. Kohli to 45. Zampa into him, and he finds the gap square of the wicket on the onside. Out to the fielder, trotting in off the boundary. 126 for 2. Australia have got to find a way of breaking this partnership. At the moment, there's no pressure really from the fielders. There's nothing happening on the pitch, nothing happening from the bowlers. Zampa in, tossed up, finds a gap this time, square of the wicket as Shreyas Iyer on the offside.
Tell you what I do like, the fact that Steve Smith isn't trying not to allow them to settle against a certain type of bowler.
Yeah. Rotating the spinners, yeah.
I think he's tactically such a good captain.
Zampa in, short, pulled away, out to deep square leg, and it's going to be 4. Flags will be waved. The crowd getting excited because Virat Kohli has brought up his half-century from 53 balls. Just the 4 fours there, but it's another masterful display from Virat Kohli. He is guiding his side to the final as easy as you like. And at the moment, Australia have no answer. Zampa in to complete the 25th over. Forward in defence, a rare dot ball, but 9 off the over. India 131 for 2. They need 134. Halfway through their innings, 25 gone, 25 to come. This is India's for the taking. More from you, Alex Hartley, and then it will be Henry Moran.
Yeah, well, before you came on for that 5 overs, Dan, I was talking about how just felt like India are so in control. And that 5 overs for me just proved that they are, you know, being able to rotate the strike, not take any risks whatsoever. Yes, boundaries have come here and there. They've managed to get the ball to the boundary sponge, but it's just the ability to rotate the strike and make it look so easy.
Yeah, they've been so impressive in that way, and this partnership has been masterful. Australia need to find a way through. Here comes Connolly, and Shreyas Iyer looks to try and tap the ball straight, and they've somehow found a gap straight down the gap. I'm not sure I've done it, Alex. It's an amazing little nudge just into space.
It's what they do so well, isn't it? Turn good balls into singles, these two.
132 for 2. Connolly into bowl 2. Kohli deep in the crease, looking for another run. We'll find that other run, and they're past the halfway stage now. 133 for 2. Requiring 132 from 148 balls. The field has Glenn Maxwell currently in conversation with Cooper Connolly, and he's going to trot over to go to mid-wicket. There's a deep cover, long off, quite wide, long on, deep mid-wicket. Short third and short fine up inside the circle, and Shreyas Iyer is skewing the ball towards backward point, and Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah.
No run.
Like Steve Smith is just now tinkering with his field because it's all too easy for those two, so he doesn't want the easy single down the ground, so he's brought mid on up.
Shreyas is going to cut that brutally, but straight to Labuschagne. That was flying to the boundary if it had got through, but it doesn't. 2 from the over thus far. 132 needed from 146. That's the equation for India to make it through to Sunday's final. Connolly, left arm spin, round the wicket, punch down the ground, easy as you like. Shreyas moves to 46. Partnership's now 91 off 108. Cooper Connolly, who has been impressive with the ball, actually. 5.5 overs, 1 for 27. Got the wicket of Rohit Sharma. What a gift to get the wicket of Kohli, who is playing it in the air, put down. It's Glenn Maxwell fielding at a very short mid-on, and he shakes his head and is hauled up, and it was close. It should have been taken, Alex.
Well, they've dropped so many catches today, I'll show you. That's 3 now, isn't it? Was just pushed down the ground, thick outside edge, and both of them got in a bit of a tangle. Connolly went for it, Maxwell went for it, but he should have taken that. To be honest, full length dive, one-handed to his right. It was like Superman, couldn't cling on.
And that could have changed everything. Really could have done. But he couldn't get that. Well, in fact, he could. He just couldn't take the catch. And that's the problem.
Yeah, he's spewing with himself as well.
He's such a good fielder. You'd expect him to take it. I have to be honest. We're going to see Adam Zampa, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 22. Bowling to Shreyas Iyer. He's pushing the ball towards backward point. No run there. 131 needed for 143. That is the equation for a place in the final. I sounded a bit like I was doing X Factor then, didn't I? In comes Zampa. Oh, bowls in! Shreyas Iyer's been bowled by Adam Zampa, and there is the breakthrough. Does the game change on that? 143 for 3. 134 for 3, forgive me.
Well, Adam Zampa, the strike bowler, Australia's wicket taker. He's so good with the ball. Gets through Shreyas Iyer. One just skidding on, hitting off stump. It's just beaten him for pace. It's a quicker delivery. 92 kilometres per hour when normally bowls are in mid-80s, low 80s. So it's a great change-up from Adam Zampa. And Australia, you can see what that wicket meant to them. They're all up and about. Big celebration from Zampa. They've finally broken this partnership, because those two out there, they were cruising.
They were, and they are no longer cruising. The partnership broken. Partnership of 91 off 111. Akshay Patel will come to the middle, the left-hander. Well, 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 Alex, where does the game sit now?
Well, there's just been a slight opening, hasn't there? I mean, India should cruise to victory still. Let's be completely honest. This is so doable for India. 5.5 runs required and over. Their run rate, they're going at is 5.1, so they are up with the rate. There is no scoreboard pressure. But what we saw in the first innings, when a team takes consistent wickets, obviously you cannot score as many runs. Wickets stop the flow of runs. So Australia, they've got to find a way of taking wickets.
Zampa gets his first. Akshay Patel comes to the middle. And from looking so easy, the door creeps open. Semi-finals do this. Memories of games that should have been won and have been lost against an opponent, they will also do it. Akshay Patel, who got injured bowling actually earlier on today, but did complete his full contribution of 8 overs. I mean, he wasn't required to bowl 10, but could have. In the end, they've got so many options to India. Now batting at number 5. 134 for 3. Here comes Zampa to the left-handed Akshay Patel, who's deep in the crease, working the ball towards mid-wicket, wicket, dot to start the 27th. Required rate 5.57.
So many times today we've seen wickets from quicker balls from spinners.
Zampa with a determined look on his face, bowling to Akshay Patel, who is clipping the ball in front of square. Leg side, I wouldn't go for that run. Running out Virat Kohli would not necessarily be
great for the game.
Be great for the game.
Be so good for the game.
Would not be great for the stress levels of the majority of the supporters in this ground. Zampa bowling to Akshay Patel. It's a full delivery back towards Zampa. Could be on for a wicket maiden here. 1 ball left of an excellent over from Adam Zampa. Tapping his bat is Akshay Patel. Very competent batter. You've got to be batting at 5 in this team. And deep in the crease, flogging the ball into the leg side. Nicely timed, could bring 4. Fielder diving, might have just saved the boundary. They'll get at least 2. And I think Alex Carey's done a very good job out there in the deep. It was hit firmly, they'll have a little look at it. But it was nicely played and nicely saved, I fancy.
Not bad for a wicket keeper, was it? It was a short ball from Zampa. Axar Patel onto it in a flash. Makes it almost shorter than it was. Full length dive from Carey. Yeah, he stops the boundary. That's a brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah, sensational work. Applause from the man that is keeping wicket, Josh Inglis, with that big moustache. 129 from 138 is the equation. We're going to see Glenn Maxwell from the far end. Kohli's there on 51. Still to come, KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Ravi Jadeja.
So much batting.
There is a lot of batting.
But Australia had a lot of batting. You know, they had a long tail. You know, the back 3.
Yeah, but they... Maxwell's dismissal for 7 felt big. He's bowling now. And that is easy for Kohli to work the ball down to fine leg for a single. At this point, by the way, Australia were 145 for 4. India 137 for 3. They need 128 to win.
Not much in it at all, is there?
No. Glenn Maxwell's into a 3rd over. His hair's looking a little wild, as is his beard.
Yeah, he's not groomed, is he?
He looks slight, I think having taken his cap off, he looks slightly like he's sort of gone for a hedge. Backwards.
Sorry, I was putting my lip balm on. I've got incredibly dry lips at the minute. I think I must have sunburnt them yesterday.
Maxwell round the wicket to Axar Patel, easing the ball into the leg side. It's a nice piece of timing, and there was possibly 2 there if they'd set off a little quicker and anticipated that Tanvir was going to have to dive to his right. Tanvir Sangha is into this side for Australia. He's so far bowled 3 overs, none for 17. It's Maxwell under the floodlights, the ring of fire in Dubai. Kohli waiting, dropping the ball into space in the offside. It's such clever batting from Virat Kohli, who skips down the track, the red soles of his boots flashing, and he moves to 53. 139 for 3.
It's frustrating as well as a bowler where you just cannot stop the singles, and you know that singles is all they need.
Maxwell to Axar. Oh, that's a good-looking shot. He's lofted the ball away over the offside. They'll turn for a second. He was admiring his own shot, thinking it was probably going for 4. But the fielder at wide long off was able to get round and pick it up, and so they get back for a second, but he was a little slow in getting moving.
Yeah, well, it felt like it was always going to go for 4, wasn't it? So he just ambled up the other end, realised that somebody was charging round.
I think it's Abbott who's on the field. Plays that late from almost on top of the stump, says Axar.
That's why I got confused. It's like...
Who's that? 141 for 3. India need 124 from 133 balls. Maxwell round the wicket to bowl to Axar Patel, who'll look for a run there that isn't there. Not available as Sangha fields and slings it in. Short fine leg. Maxwell will take his cap from the umpire. It's the end of the over. 28 bowls. They get through quickly, these overs. In the middle phases where you see the spinners on from both ends, it really does rattle along. So Adam Zampa up against Virat Kohli. It feels it's just box off, isn't it?
Yeah,
These
absolutely.
teammates from RCB. They know each other's games very well indeed. Quiet rate's just crept up a touch. 5.64.
Yeah, quiet last 30 balls, 24 for 1. Every time they don't get 6 and over, it does creep up, but it's not out of hand at all.
Zampa to bowl to Kohli, who gets some room, and he's going to flog that into the leg side. That could bring a boundary, and it's the first boundary in 20 balls. It was a short delivery from Zampa, and Kohli was on it so quickly. It's a freebie, and 145 for 3.
Poor ball from Adam Zampa, just a drag down into the surface. Kohli rocks back. He's always going to hit that for 4. It was not a great delivery from Adam Zampa. Just needs to pitch the ball up a little bit more.
Zampa again, bowling to Kohli, who's forward, driving, will get a single down the ground, and 5 from the over already. 119 needed from 130 balls. So, you mentioned that extra pace from Zampa. And it is marginal for the dismissal between balls to Shreyas Iyer, 85 kilometres to 90. But
it makes such a difference. Makes such a difference. It's those subtle changes of pace that bamboozle batters.
1-4-6 for 3. Zampa blows on his hands. Long off out, mid on up. He's been smashed into the leg side. There's an aggressive looking shot from Akshay Patel, just for 1 out towards Carey in the deep. Out at deep mid wicket. 6 from the over so far.
That I heard catch from the keeper and was watching the. It felt like it went in the air, but it didn't. It went along the floor, didn't it? I think the keeper shouting catch threw me a little bit.
It was briefly in the air.
Yeah, it was like scuttling though, wasn't it? It was.
Never more than a foot up.
Yeah.
Zampa bowls to Kohli. It's back of a length and stopped by a tumbling Maxwell at mid wicket. He's mumbling something I don't think is probably repeatable. Glenn Maxwell. So those lip readers. Here is Zampa. Tosses it up, driven back towards the bowler, who tries to deflect onto the stumps. Does so successfully, but Akshay Patel was well aware of the risk, and so doesn't leave his ground. Final ball of the 29th over. Zampa's 7th, by the way, if you're keeping count of that. Kohli waits motionless at the crease, taps his bat now and goes hard at that, looking to try and find a gap, but can't beat Glenn Maxwell at mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. 6 from it, 118 runs needed from 126 balls. That is the equation. Tomorrow, we'll find out who either Australia or India will be playing when the second semi-final from Lahore gets underway between New Zealand and South Africa. We'll be live from 8:45 tomorrow morning with Jonathan Agnew and the team. And on BBC Sounds, after this game, we'll be bringing a podcast for you on Test Match Special. And on BBC Sounds, if you hit those push notifications, you'll never miss an episode.
How good.
Very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Straight into your phone. In comes Maxwell, round the wicket, and up on his toes is Akshay Patel, pushing towards short cover. There's no run. And on the BBC Sport website and app at the moment, if you're in the UK, you can see highlights of this World Cup. Here comes Maxwell, dropping it a little bit short. That'll be 1 down the ground. Nicely pushed by Akshay towards the fielder in the deep. It'll get Kohli back on strike on 58. 148 for 3. And if you want to email us, let us know what you're up to. And then to email tms@bbc.co.uk.
It works as well. I emailed it once just to...
I know you did. I was sitting next to you and it just popped up from Alex in the commentary box. Jane's done that. For goodness sakes, the first time I've ever wanted Australia to win. Here is Maxwell bowling to Kohli. Plays in front of the pads, finds square leg.
Is that so the finals in Pakistan? Yeah, I understand.
It's Jane in Shoreham by Sea.
Sounds lovely.
Mm.
Sounds posh.
Just because it's by the sea. A little bit quicker and Kohli rides the bounce, angles towards fine leg for a single. 149 for 3. 2 from the over so far with 2 balls left.
There are places near me by the sea that aren't posh.
You think it's the Shoreham by Sea?
Shoreham by the sea. Yeah. That's how I envisioned it in my head.
Round the wicket comes Glenn Maxwell to Akshay Patel. Pushing the ball into the onside. Maxwell's frustrated. He thinks that might have been a chance. It wasn't, though. Since batting at number 5, by the way, Akshay Patel's been averaging close to 40, which is a pretty good effort. He's going to get a run down the ground there as well. So 3 from the over. India need 115 from 120 balls. They're only 3 down. Win predictor, or little guide as to where these things are, have India at 66%. So that's where we are in terms of the game, according to the numbers there. But
they were 89% not so long ago.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, there we go. Right, I'm getting out of the way. Atif Nawaz is standing by with India 149 for 3 after 30 overs. They're chasing 265. Alex.
Virat Kohli's the key here, isn't he? The master in a run chase. So Virat Kohli knows how to time it to perfection. As Atif comes alongside me, watered, fed, Your day has started, my friend.
Yes, there we go. I'm alive with energy now.
There you go.
You can hear it in my voice, can't you?
Well, I'm declining while you're not.
Do you think so?
I'm absolutely declining. I can hear it in my voice.
Even in your decline, Alex, you're better than most people's prime. How's that? That was really nice. Well done, Adib. That was good. Here's Tanvir Sangha in. Full ball slapped down the ground by Akshar Patel, but only as far as mid-off. There's no run. And yeah, you do feel like Australia have they got a little opening there with that wicket. And they just broke that partnership that threatened to just completely send India cruising. As Sangha in once more. Another flighted ball, slightly uppish, past the backward point fielder, down towards deep extra cover. Is going to run round to a deep third position. They'll get a couple.
One more now would be lovely, though, wouldn't it?
We'll just spice up the game a little bit. Just a little bit of pepper in there. There's a bit of cumin. We would add a bit of cumin to the game. You can never go wrong with a bit of cumin.
Don't like cumin.
No!
Nah, I don't like herbs and spices.
Any of them?
Nah, get in the bin.
Sangha in full, driven down the ground. Well, no, only as far as mid-off again. There's no run.
Coriander is the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth.
So apparently that's like a genetic thing. So some people are genetically wired to find coriander tastes like soap.
Yeah, it does.
So it's a genetic thing. Here's Sangha in once again as that ball's played into the onside. There's no run. So
I think I'd rather eat a bar of soap than coriander.
So you'll coriander will either taste lovely or it'll taste like soap. But there's no in between.
Ruins everything. I hate it when you get eggs and avo and they put
coriander
in
God.
the avocado. You didn't tell me that on the menu.
It's too much, way too much of it as well. You got to pick it all out individually. Sometimes they put coriander. This is going to send you around the bend. Sometimes they put coriander on pizza.
Nah, I'd throw it away.
I mean, try and pick that off. You can pick pineapple off pizza, but picking that.
Why are you picking pineapple off?
As this ball's been smashed high and long and just over the square leg boundary for 6. Akshar Patel. Well, he wants to get on with it. He's on to 16 off 18 now. And that blow has just really lit up this stadium. Oh, almost full now, I'm going to say, the stadium here. India 158 for 3.
Yeah, I like the way Steve Smith's been rotating his bowlers, but they need a wicket here to Australia. Break this partnership. Although...
Tanvir Sangha in once again, this time a little bit quicker. And the ball's just defended back to him. There's no run.
You look down the batting lineup, it's pretty daunting anyway, so...
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm off.
Yeah. I'll tell you another time about why Hawaiian pizzas are an affront. But right now, well, the Indian batter's earning their pizza. They could enjoy a pizza tomorrow if they can close out this win. Are you pineapple on pizza guy, Vinci?
Absolutely.
Yeah? You like a bit of Hawaiian action?
I haven't missed too many feeds in my life, have I? Let's be honest. Probably go a while without one.
Now then, Virat Kohli on strike. Glenn Maxwell in for his 5th over. As Kohli pushes that ball into the covers for no run. It's an all RCB battle, this. Teammates at RCB for many years, Glenn Maxwell and Virat Kohli. Maxwell into Kohli again, just cramping in for room. Kohli tries to make some room outside, past the covers, but he couldn't. It's another dot ball. It was fascinating. It's one of the fascinating things about sort of league cricket and franchise T20 leagues is you see players in different contexts.
Yeah,
and when
you
they come
do.
together, you get those battles. Here's Maxwell in once again. That ball turned down towards fine leg for a single.
And you often have players that you might have had run-ins with on the ground, but you don't know them at all, and then you start playing with them and you realise that they're actually pretty good.
And then when you have to play against them again, does that take the edge off a little bit?
A little bit, I think it does, and it's just the reality of the modern game now, isn't it?
Maxwell in, Shaw hammered through the covers by Akshar Patel. There is protection in the deep, just a single. Have you ever smashed someone for a few sixes and felt bad about it?
Never felt bad about it. Maybe
just a little bit sympathetic to the bowler, because
maybe if you go back and you play like the odd club game or something like that, and there might be a youngster wheeling out in his first game of first grade.
Here's Maxwell in again. That's a big shout for LBW. Was it pitching outside leg? Well, Maxwell really liked it. So did Inglis behind the stumps. Steve Smith is gauging opinions. He's holding out his arms.
That's close, surely.
It looked pretty close. And they've gone for it. They've reviewed this. It's Virat Kohli, who's on 60 off 68. Australia have gone for the review. This is a big moment in this game, because if they have him, that will open up this match.
We have a review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen now. Ball is close to the bat, so can we have Ultra Edge unavailable, please?
That's the voice of TV umpire Michael Goff you can hear. He's looking at the Ultra Edge at the moment. I don't think there's any bat on it. Well, this is a huge moment.
Ultra Edge, Chris.
They're going to wait for Ultra Edge. Virat Kohli is looking on nervously at the big screen.
Okay.
Oh, there's a spike. There's a spike.
I'm not sure that Virat has felt that on his bat, has
he? He was not secure. He's smiling now, and it's the smile of a relieved man on Virat Kohli's face, because he had no idea if he'd hit that or not. Do you always know when you've hit it?
On-screen signal now.
Not always. Particularly as the ball starts to get a bit older as well. Against a new ball, you do, absolutely.
Here's Maxwell into Kohli again, who works this ball out towards a deep backward square leg for a single. 161 for 3 after 32 overs. 3 runs off that Maxwell over. India need 104 off 108. 7 wickets in hand. You'd say very much in control at the moment. But as we just saw, if they can get a wicket, and particularly if they can get Virat Kohli, put the cat amongst the pigeons and anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly would. As an Australian side, you know that you just have to hang in there for a little bit longer. Might be one over where you just goes for 1 or 2, but that pressure will start to build, particularly on Axar Patel. He's found it hard to get off strike at times. So what can Australia do?
Axar's got 17 runs to his name off 20 balls. He's at 1-6 and no 4s. And now this is a bit of a gamble from Steve Smith, who's really playing all his cards today. He's thrown the ball to Travis Head.
7th bowler used.
Yeah, 7th bowler. Here's Travis Head into Virat Kohli, who goes deep in his crease and whips this ball out towards mid-wicket for a single. There's a hint of desperation to get this wicket now from Steve Smith.
Yeah, and he's just mixing and matching his bowlers around. I think it's the right way to go about it. Then you'll get a sense of what combinations are working better on this surface. 2 men catching in the covers.
Head from wide of the crease, this time short and pulled with aggression by Axar Patel. So a lot of power for a single down towards long on Dwarshuis Fields. And well, Maxwell thought he was in the game there for a second. He's still on his knees thinking, oh, maybe I could have got to that. I don't think Glenn Phillips would have got to that, never mind Glenn Maxwell. His Head in again and just deftly tucked round to fine leg by Axar Patel again for a single. Just knocking these off one at a time at the moment. India happy to just accumulate gently. I beg your pardon, it was Kohli who played that shot, not Axar Patel. 164 for 3. Here's Travis Head into Axar once again. This is short outside the off stump, cut nicely past that fielder at backward point, and the sweeper comes into play. Nathan Ellis with the strong arm back. Just another single to the score.
Good. They've got to find a way to build pressure here, Australia. Travis Head bowling around the wicket to Kohli.
This is a foolish ball. It's been driven again down to long on for a single. Would you be tempted, Vinci, to just take one of those deep fielders that are set at long on and long off and just bring them up?
Yeah, potentially to Axar Patel. I think for Virat, you keep the field back. You try and get him off strike. Try and keep him down the non-striker's end and starve him.
Head in once again. That ball just held his line ever so slightly. Thick inside edge from Axar Patel. That rolls to the fielder at square leg. They get a single. Run a ball off that over. That'll do for India. 98 needed off 102 now. The run rate's 5. The required rate is just under 6. So it's all in hand. But as we say, couple of overs, couple of wickets, bit of pressure. Anything can happen. It's the semi-final of the ICC Champions Trophy here on BBC Test Match Special, which you can listen to on the BBC Sport website or app. You can also listen on BBC Sounds. You can also listen on the ICC app. That's the primary English language commentary option. Here's Maxwell from wide the crease. Goes full. Axar drives down towards long on. It just feels like those singles are just they're giving them a get out of jail shot every single time.
Yeah, that's why to Axar Patel, I'd be tempted to bring mid on up inside the circle to Maxwell. He's got the ability to turn the ball away from the left-hander. Just try and make him force it across the line.
Here's Maxwell in once again, short and pulled down the ground to long on by Kohli. He's just doing the sensible thing, isn't he?
Yeah, a lot of this cricket's just risk-free at the moment, particularly from Kohli. And he's gone past 14,000 ODI runs. So the experience is there. Yeah. Over 8,000 of those have been in run chases.
Maxwell in once again. Akshar drives, but only as far as extra cover. There's no run. He just knows what he's doing. If you just feel like he knows what he's doing, he's always in control. And you're going to have to do something special to get him. It's Maxwell into Akshar Patel, short and wide, and Akshar guides it out towards deep backward point. He'll take a single.
Yeah, his ability to manage the risk of a run chase. If he has to get after it early, he's prepared to take a calculated risk. You never see him flustered out in the middle. Even playing against him for so long, you always felt you had to do something extraordinary. He doesn't gift it away. He provided an opportunity off Cooper Connolly earlier. Maxwell put down when he was on 51.
Maxwell in again. This is full, and Kohli just turns it with ease out towards deep backward square leg. I don't think he's played a dot ball in about 5 overs as Virat Kohli. He's just finding a way to rotate the strike and make sure no pressure builds. 94 needed of 97 for India to win this game and book a place in the final of the Champions Trophy. Maxwell into Akshar Patel again, who's played this ball slightly uppishly over the infield in the covers and is running away towards the boundary. It will get there as well, perfectly bisecting the two fielders in the deep in the covers. Boundary just takes the edge off that over for India. 8 runs off it, 175 for 3, 90 needed from 96 to win this game.
Just a fraction wide. It's full. Akshar Patel doesn't get all of it, but he just had to get it up and over the 2 catching covers. It runs away. Just released a lot of the pressure. Just 4 singles off the over, and you felt as though a big shot was coming.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be one-way traffic here, unless Australia can pull something special out of the bag, because that target is less than 100 now, and crucially less than a run a ball. It's very difficult to exert any kind of pressure. But again, another bowling change from Steve Smith, and he's turned to Nathan Ellis.
Yeah, good move. Go back to your front line quick.
And he's sprinting in now towards Virat Kohli is Nathan Ellis. He bowls, and Kohli again just ever so comfortably pushing the ball down towards long on. It was just, I mean, the class of that is, it looks like to the naked eye, oh, he just pushed it to long on for a single. But he knows that mid-off is in the circle.
Yeah.
I have to just I have to meet the ball at an angle where I can push the ball past the bowler, but not too square so it goes towards mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the minor calculations that we all sort of take for granted.
Yeah.
He's making them and executing them with such perfection.
And that's what makes him such a great player. We always talk about why he is so much better than everybody else in run chases, because he just knows how to get the job done. Hardest things in the game of cricket are hitting the winning runs.
Here's Nathan Ellis into Akshar Patel, who also drives towards long on. The angle just helping meet the ball with the face of the bat down towards long on for another single. India could do this in singles if they wish.
Yeah, 43, the partnership now of just 48 deliveries. And Akshar, he's been prepared to take a risk, but it's always been on his terms. They haven't allowed the rate to get up to a runner ball at any stage. Just maintain knocking it around, take as much risk out of the game until you're absolutely forced into a corner and you have to pull the trigger.
Here's Ellis into Kohli again. It's played to cover. There is no run, and goodness gracious me, we've just seen Virat Kohli play a dot ball after a very, very long time. But just so measured in his approach, so controlled. It feels like he's calculating things in his mind all the time. Sometimes it feels like he's not calculating anything at all, but he's this machine that was built to chase runs, and it just comes so naturally to him. The right movement, the right positioning, the right placement. Here's Ellis with a little leap in towards Virat Kohli, who waits on a length ball outside the off stump and guides it down towards deep third expertly. Another single.
First sign of a slower ball there from Nathan Ellis.
It's very slow, 67 miles per hour, that one.
Yeah, he's been up in the mid-130s to start out this over. I'm no good with calculations. What's that in?
That's about 85, between 85 and 90. So, yeah, he's taken off about 20 miles an hour with that last one. Kohli played it with absolutely no trouble at all. Nathan Ellis now sprinting in towards Akshar Patel from wide of the crease. Akshar punches it, can't beat mid-wicket this time. It's a dot ball. Just watched Virat Kohli play a match-winning innings against Pakistan last weekend here in Dubai, and it was just phenomenal. The level of control and confidence and self-assuredness that he has, it was phenomenal.
And like all great players, just a sense of the timing as well. 100 off the last ball. He got some help from his teammates.
It seemed inevitable.
Yeah, it did,
seemed
didn't it?
inevitable. When he was on 96 and 3 runs were needed, he still knew he was going to do it. Here's Ellis from wide of the crease, bowled him! That's the moment that Australia were looking for. The wicket, the elusive wicket. Silence falls over the Dubai International Cricket Stadium as Australia have a moment. They're just when you think that it's over, just when you think India coasting, Australia are back in. Off stump, knocked out of the ground. Ellis has the breakthrough. Akshar Patel is going back to the dressing room. 27 off 30 for him. India 178 for 4.
Top of off stump. Every bowling coach tells you that's where you target. And with having been going pace off, 2 slower balls back to back, followed up by on pace. Brilliant from Nathan Ellis. Brilliant from Steve Smith as well. Turning to his #1 quick, even though he hasn't played a huge amount of one-day cricket. He's been around for a long time. Around domestic games, T20 more so. And what a moment for Australia.
It's huge. It's like you said, it was just about rotating your bowlers until you find what works on the surface and finding that combination. And he's done that, Steve Smith. He must have that joyous feeling of, you know, when you're playing a puzzle, when you're doing a Wordle or some kind of word game, and you manage to, you have to really work for the Wordle. See, Daniel Norcross is behind me. He's a big Wordler, so you know he knows the satisfaction of finding the right word. That's probably what Steve Smith is feeling right now, because he found the wicket-taking bowler, and just in the nick of time, I would say, to keep this game alive. 87 needed off 90, but now Australia will look at it differently. 6 wickets to win this game. Well, if you got tickets to that final in Lahore, don't chuck them in the bin just yet.
It's happened all day, hasn't it? As soon as you feel as though...
Right, I'll let Daniel Norcross in after 1 ball as Connolly in, and that ball's been worked to mid-wicket. Sorry, I'll let you finish that thought. Daniel Norcross coming in alongside you.
Every time there was a partnership for Australia, they'd just lose a wicket at the wrong time. It's been the case here for India as well. It was a wild swing across the line from Akshar Patel. It's well and truly game on.
It is game on. They're back deep, though, to India. They've got KL Rahul coming in at #6. It was around this point that Australia's innings fell away. They lost the last 6 wickets for 66. And they need to effect a similar kind of collapse on India here. As KL Rahul takes guard, surveys the scene. There are 6 up inside the circle. Cooper Connolly into him, and he cuts his first ball without any real timing in the gap between point and extra. Up towards Ellis on the deep cover boundary, and they come through for a single. They'd really love to go bang bang here with Australia.
Absolutely.
And it's been a day where seamers have prospered as well as spinners. As Connolly's in, pushing into the offside is Cody, goes through for a quick single and gets it. Brilliantly judged. How many times has he done that in run chases over the years? Finds just a tiny sliver of a gap to get the single. Goes to 70, 181 for 4.
He's got to find a way to put some pressure on KL Rahul here. Mid-on is just lurking 5 or 6 yards outside the circle.
Just asking, is he, where do you want me to go? Now he's trotting back. So we've got 4 in the ring on the offside. That long on is about 15 yards inside the boundary or so. Short fine leg is the other fielder inside the ring. As Connolly is in, and that big gap means that KL Rahul can get the run. He just pushes forward tentatively, and had short mid-wicket been in there, maybe he should be here. 4 singles.
Well, they've got 2 catching covers. So what they're trying to do here is get KL Rahul to play against the turn, hoping that something will just hold up in the wicket. Bring caught and bowled, caught cover into play.
Connolly into Kohli, who works it back past the bowler, and KL Rahul is brilliantly positioned at the non-striker's end, forming an insurmountable barrier to the bowler, and as a result they're able to get an easy single as the ball rolls up to long on. 5 singles off the over. KL Rahul back on strike, still persisting with that long on, 3/4 of the way back. Big gap on the onside, encouraging Rahul to play against the turn perhaps as he drives straight to the short, extra cover. Steve Smith, no run. 183 for 4, 5 singles off the over. Wind predictor still has India well in front.
Yeah, 82 from 84 deliveries. India require for victory.
Got to get Kohli, haven't they?
You have to get Kohli.
Kohli keeps batting for another 10 overs. The game's done, you feel. The problem with Kohli is, in these situations, he's completely unhurried. He doesn't tend to play a rash shot, does he?
No, he doesn't. He just calculates everything so well. When the game requires a risk from him, he'll take it. Other than that, he just plays it. Almost toys with you at times.
I mean, that partnership for the 3rd wicket was just expert. That 91 runs were just pushed around into gap after gap after gap. It was wonderful to watch in its own way. Unspectacular, but very clever. Nathan Ellis starts a new over. He's in to Kohli. And Kohli cracks this away through the offside, but picks out the fielder. There's no run. Just taking a look at Ellis's setup for the wicket. It's a very similar ball.
One pace on, one pace off. Just 112 deliveries to slower ball. Up to 134 for the wicket-taking ball. Both on a good length. Angled in from around the wicket. Crashed into the top of off.
And he comes again. Kohli on 71. Back raised and then just guides the ball. Glides it, really. Off an open face down to deep there for another single. Goes to 72. For Australia, wickets obviously key. If they can get just a little bit of just eke that rate up, it's tough to take. I mean, I guess it's been hard to score it over sort of 8 and over on this surface because it's slow.
Well, if you think back to the last game that New Zealand played, Kane Williamson, who's an expert at finding boundaries when he needs them, he just couldn't get it away as the game went on. So Australia has to keep that in mind. Just find a way to get this run rate required above 6 and over.
KL Rahul on strike. And he just works the ball back to the bowler from the crease. No foot movement. Fullish, straightish ball.
Big mop of hair out the back of his...
It's good hair, isn't it? Strong hair.
Not sure it's real.
No,
I think he might have had some work done on it.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Maybe.
I mean, look, as a tonsorially challenged man myself, I just am constantly looking on in envy at these hairs. Ellis will fling his arms to the heavens once and then runs in. Oh, just pushes back past the bowler. They go through for a quick single. They get it. One more to the total. 80 needed off 80. That rate is now a run a ball, 6 and over, and it's here if they can just squeeze for 3 or 4 overs. If they can get it up to 7, 7.5, then.
But then you start to put a lot of pressure on guys that are still in the shed as well. Then Hardik Pandya, he feels as though he has to come out and be overly aggressive in his first couple of balls. That's when you want people to have to take a risk. Do it on your terms.
Still plenty of runs to be got. Kohli on strike. Pushes off the back foot, finds a gap between point and extra, out towards the fielder on the boundary. One more to the total. Carey tidies up. 79 from 79. It's a curious service. It's one that lacks devilishness. It's not brutal, but it's also just restricts you. I mean, the most fluent batting was probably what we saw from Australia in the mid part of their innings. They got a really good base. Should have got up to 300, didn't. As Ellis is in to Rahul, who tucks this off his pads nicely into space out at deep mid-wicket. They'll think of a second. Kohli, who's a quick runner, was interested, but KL Rahul said, better not. 4 off the over, 4 singles, 187 for 4. Who are you looking at here? I'm just looking at the bowling options. Travis has just bowled the 1 over. There's plenty of spin there. Zampa and Sangha.
Yeah, I think it's time to go back to Ben Dorshus. Nathan Ellis with 7 overs. So he's only got 3 left. I think you go back to Dorshus and you You go Cooper Connolly or you go Adam Zampa, who's got 3 overs left as well.
There's a lot of options there, aren't there?
There is a lot of options, but you're also quite restricted because your 2 best bowlers, Nathan Ellis and Adam Zampa, they're running out of overs. So when do you look to get them back into the game?
Yeah, they've just got 6 left. We're just seeing the Maxwell drop. He's a terrific fielder, but he went diving for one off Kohli when Kohli was on 51. Didn't quite get his hand. Well, he got a hand to it. Wasn't able to cling on. And I just wonder how important that's going to be, because Kohli gives very few chances. Doesn't hit the ball in the air a great deal in these chases. Just looks to manipulate gaps as studs are being tightened at the moment, which is what's taking up a little bit of time. We've had a really good over rate today. Games
have been flying through, haven't they?
Haven't they? It's not always the case with spinners. People say, oh, well, spinners are on, but
when you got Jadeja in the game, you've burned through overs pretty quick there. Maxwell's quick through his overs.
Cooper Connolly is continuing. This is his 8th over. Got a wicket in his first. He's gone for just the 32.
Mid-on up inside the circle.
KL Rahul on strike. Comes down the wicket and it just slaps it into the gap between point and extra for a single. I like that. Trying to force him into playing that shot.
Yeah, again, it's risk reward, isn't it? It's the hardest shot on a surface like this is to get it over mid-on with a straight bat. There's catches in front of the wicket if you make a mistake.
Connolly into Rahul, who just whips the ball into space out towards the right of long on. Dorcius throws in on the bounce. They get another single. 189 for 4. It's bubbling at the moment. India trying to play risk-free cricket. Australia trying to induce the mistake. Connolly into Rahul, who can't beat it. Oh, he can beat extra cover. That's a rare error by Steve Smith at short extra cover. He dived for it. Maybe he's sort of slightly slipped the point at which the ball was coming at him.
Yeah, it's never easy when you're fielding on the wickets that have been used throughout this tournament. They're very bare. You can get some rough bounces.
Connolly into Kohli this time, who crashes this through the gap again, but finds the point fielder on the boundary, Nathan Ellis. 4 singles from the over, 74 needed from 74. No dramas at the moment. Kohli to 75. 265 the target. Aaron Finch is going to have to leave us shortly for his TV commitments.
Yeah, I am.
A very eager Alex Hartley is waiting in the wings as Cooper Connolly was his last ball. Pushes into the offside, does Rahul, and they can't get the single.
Very good from Marnus Labuschagne, shutting down the angle. It's just small moments in the game. Mid-on drops back now, 1 ball to go. They've tried to tempt KL Rahul to come down the track, and he hasn't taken the bait.
He's 6 off 9. He's not played any real shot in anger so far.
It's important he closes out his over well here. Last thing you want is to go for a boundary and release all the pressure.
Last ball in the over. Connolly's driven up to wide, long off for a single. KL Rahul will keep strike. 192 for 4. 73 needed from 72. That may be the last we hear from Aaron Finch on this year's Champions Trophy, but you never know. Perhaps if Australia make that final, we'll be hearing more. Thank you, Aaron. Alex Hartley can't keep her off air. She's just hovering, desperate to get her hands on that microphone.
I know. Just Finch, you don't even need you on air. I'll do it.
Yeah. 73 needed from 72. We know the situation. We could keep telling you at home, but it's the simple fact is Australia need wickets. If India bat the 50, then they might be in trouble, but
yeah,
you know what I mean. If Kohli's in, then
India win.
India win. Yeah. Adam Zampa, who's had nearly all of his hair cut off. He's sporting an earring on his left ear. He's coming into the attack to Rahul, and Rahul waits for this, a bit of slow turn, and guides the ball into the offside, and a wonderfully sort of unnecessary stop.
That is why it surprised me, Marnus Labuschagne. Obviously.
Yeah.
But the ball was just trickling to deep cover, and
so now I'm having it.
nah, like a kid going, mine.
Yeah.
was a bit. 193 for 4. Kohli back on strike on 75. 72 needed from 71. Zampa in, driven off a thick outside edge. There'll be a couple here at least as the ball runs down towards the boundary, head in pursuit. And Carey comes round from deep backward point to field. They do get 2, which brings the rate back to exactly 6. 70 from 70 needed. Kohli on 77. It's been a strange day.
Yeah.
The decisions have been odd. Yeah, both sides in a way. Zampa in. This is cracked away once more off the back foot for a single into that gap through point. Carey again comes in from the boundary to field.
I think said strange days made me feel all out of sorts as well today.
Yes, you have been a little out of sorts. And sort of, I like the stars haven't quite aligned with you. It's a bit jarred. Almost like it's syncopation or something. Something's
not been quite right, has it?
Yeah, syncopation's not right. It's something different from that. There's a full ball just worked as easy as you like by Rahul up to long on for a single. There are times when you watch this and you think they just need a run of ball, and there's a lot of gaps here. And you wonder how Australia are going to get back in it if India just maintain this tempo. But suddenly a ball might keep low. Something may happen. Zampa into Kohli, who pushes firmly to the right of short extra and takes it up to long off for a single. Kohli to 79, 198 for 4.
Yeah, just a wicket or a quiet over, you know. But then again, an over that goes for 15 changes the game completely as well, doesn't it? So that it could literally go either way.
Yep. So 4 wickets down. You add 2 more wickets to the score, and it looks very different. Zampa into Rahul. Oh, it's full and wide and played into the covers, and he's missed out a bit there as Steve Smith moves to his left to field. A dot ball to finish. 67 needed from 66. Kohli 79. Rahul 9. 198 for 4. This is the Champions Trophy semi-final in the Dubai International Stadium. Every ball of every game of this Champions Trophy brought to you on the BBC Sport website and app.
Just looked at the big screen.
Oh yes,
because it's between overs. How many minutes do you think Australia are ahead right now?
19.
30.
30?
30.
What time is it?
It is 7:18.
7:18, and there's only 11 overs left. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to be done by 8. That's unheard of.
I'll be asleep by past.
39 overs have been bowled in 2 hours and 19 minutes, which is extraordinary.
Amazing. Love the game.
Yeah. Now then, Ben Dwarshuis is back into the attack. He has 5 overs up his sleeve. What's he going to be bowling? Some all sorts, you'd imagine. He's coming round the wicket, and it's clipped away by Kohli expertly. It's pretty much outside off stump, but he somehow manages to take that ball totally harmlessly to square leg for a single. And, you know, that's actually quite a hard shot, because you've got to get out, you've got to whip your hands around, and he makes it look the easiest thing in the world. And it's just a nudge. He knows where the gap is, knows how to get the single, and this is why he's such a devastating chaser. He's gone to 80 off 90. I can only think of that the one false shot, that drop by Maxwell on 51, as Dwarshuis is in to Rahul, who, it's a shorter ball, gets up on his toes, can only work it back to the bowler, who, despite Australia being 30 minutes ahead, is rushing back to his mark.
Yeah, hurry up, chop chop.
What do they do if they lose this? Do they hang around in Dubai for
Australia?
another round of the 4-letter word?
They get sent home
straight away.
Almost, yeah, it'll be straight away tomorrow, I imagine.
Such a weird life, isn't it? Am I going to Lahore or am I going home?
Well, same.
So yeah, I suppose same. Yeah, same for you. Yeah. Dwarshuis in. And that's cracked away out towards deep cover point. It'll just be a single. 200 up. The crowd are loving it. They've not been given any fireworks, although ironically there are some going off right now. I'd say fireworks. That sort of
Flamethrower.
Flamethrower. And just take a look at this comparison. Australia 212 for 6, so they only got 52 runs in their last 10.5 overs. That's where their innings just fell apart. Dwarshuis into Kohli. who works the ball that just moved a little bit, perhaps, and surprised Kohli. And manoeuvres it to short extra cover without alarm, but didn't get the sort of habitual run that he's been able to score.
Yeah, it just nipped off the seam a little bit, didn't it? It wasn't quite where Kohli was expecting it.
So he played it with that thick leading edge to short extra cover. That could easily have gone in the air. Dwarshuis is in again. And Kohli flicks out the fielder again at short extra cover. It's been a good over from Dwarshuis, just the 2 singles from it. It's part of the equation that Australia need. They'd love a wicket, but 2 or 3 overs, as Aaron Finch said, it's not been easy to score back end of the innings.
Yeah.
Soft ball, slow pitch.
But if India don't chase this down and there's still only 4 down at the end, that's criminal.
Yes, they'll be furious. Dwarshuis is in. That's worked into the onside, but 3 dots to finish. I beg you, yes, 3 dots to finish. 200 for 4 of 40 overs. India going at exactly 5 an over. They need to go at 6.5 in their last 10 overs. They need 65 runs. Drinks are coming on the field. I thought we'd already had drinks, but of course we haven't, because they've been bowling their overs at such an incredible rate. It's done partly on time. And so with just 10 overs to go, Rahul on 10, Kohli on 80. We're all just waiting to see if something dramatic is going to happen, but part of me thinks...
Is it just going to bubble away under the surface till the very end?
Just get there with maybe sort of an over to spare. I don't know. It's going to take wickets. It's going to take something. Just looking at the overs remaining, there are 7 overs of seam, and that has been as effective as anything today. And there's 2 overs of Zampa. Now, Sangha, who's come in the team today, 4 overs done for 25, has not been particularly effective. Cooper Connolly was brought in as an opening batter who bowls a bit of left-arm spin. He got a record-breaking duck, 9 balls, beaten the bat 6 times, dropped a catch, and then took a wicket in his first over. He's had an intriguing day, let's say. So I wonder, maybe speculate on that. What way is Smith going to go, or is he sort of... Are both sides a little comfortable where they're at the moment? A bit of sparring, jockeying for position. I don't quite know. I feel it's India's game. More from you, Alex Hartley, as the players take drinks and the mobile phone torches are all out. And then it'll be Henry Moran.
Yeah, it's been one of those days, hasn't it? I like the fact that Smith has been chopping and changing his bowlers, not allowing India to settle, as Aaron Finch was saying, to find the right combinations, find the combinations that work for Australia on this surface. I think just more of the same, to be completely honest. You know, don't be too predictable at the back end of the innings. Obviously, you'll normally save your seamers to the death. I imagine that will be done as well. But Nathan Ellis has been brilliant today. And can you bring him in, even if it's just for 1 over? See if he can grab another wicket. Can you get a little bit more out of Cooper Connolly, your part-timers? Travis Head's only bowled the 1 over, so it'll be really intriguing. You can see the Brains Trust have got their heads together down in the middle of the ground, and that's the senior players for Australia, just having a chat about how they will go about the last 10 overs of this game.
Well, we're going to see Tanvir Sangha having a bowl, is what we're going to see. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 25, and he's going to be bowling to KL Rahul, with India needing 65 from 60. It, at the moment, is, well, you'd say India's game, but 1 wicket falls, and if it's Kohli, then it changes completely. 65 suddenly, you then bowl a maiden, and
you've still got Hardik to come.
You do, but you never know what pressure does, and 65 is a lot of runs still. 10 overs left. 10 overs left of the Champions Trophy semi-final, part 1. And Sangha is going to be bowling to KL Rahul, who has looked okay, 10 from 15, has not found the boundary yet. Tomorrow we bring you South Africa, New Zealand from Lahore, from the Gaddafi Stadium. We'll be live 8:45 UK time. Here's Sangha into bowl to Rahul, who comes forward, pushing down the ground for a single for the umpteenth time in the innings. We've seen so many singles. And interestingly, if you compare Australia's innings, I know they batted almost their full 50, 49.3, but they scored 264 from that 49.3, but in there 153 dot balls. They hit many more boundaries, but India have only faced 103 dots so far.
And Australia rotated the strike more against India than anyone else has been able to do.
Yeah. Very good point. Kohli on strike on 80 from 93. Masterful innings so far. And he comes forward looking for a run that he'll find. Down the ground towards wide, long on, where it'll be fielded by Dorshus.
Do you think drinks, the second drinks break, has ever been taken in the 40th over in men's cricket? No. I can't remember a time that it has been. Sometimes it's taken and you're like, oh, they're so far behind.
This game has rattled along. Oh, he gets a little lucky, does KL Rahul there. Coming forward, trying to slice the ball behind square on the offside where there is a gap. He's unable to do so. Where are those fielders? We've got a deep cover. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. It's being clubbed down the ground. Nice piece of timing for 4. Well, that's a good shot from KL Rahul, his first boundary. And India 206 for 4, need 59 from 56.
Yeah, just slowly getting it back to a runner ball here. A lovely shot from Rahul. Just clears that front leg and clubs it down the ground. Just there is a fielder out there, but he knows if he hits it straight, it's still going to be 4.
Well, here comes Sangha again. Rahul waiting, and this time finding backward point on the bounce. It's just little games within games. Can you manage to keep the run rate, run a ball, that sort of thing, just the psychology, all of those things. Required rate 6.44. Sangha, that's nicely, delicately played down towards fine leg. They'll turn for an easy second run as well. They'll get back for 2. And so 8 from the over, the 41st, sees the equation at 57 from 54. Alex Hartley, thoughts from you? Have you got any? Because I think I've just thrown you quite a generic question. I'm going to ask you a proper question.
Well, do you want what was running through my head
go
there? Wonder if we'll see a cat at this stadium.
Nah, well...
I think if I had to answer when every time you just said thoughts, you'd be surprised at what's going through my head as we're commentating on a cricket game.
What? I dread to think.
Yeah.
Could be anything, couldn't it?
Could be anything. To me thinking about left arm spin or, you know, a seamer or a batter to...
Here comes Dorshus. We are seeing seam. Left arm round the wicket. That's sliced away by Kohli, and it's aerial for a while down towards Zampa at deep third. And he'll get 1 run. He's annoyed with himself there, Virat Kohli, because he knows that wasn't in control.
Or for the fact that is it acceptable to have 3 packets of crisps in a day, you know?
Yes, I would say. Depends on the size. Maybe not like a full...
Yeah,
big
the ones you brought.
Oh, yeah, the multi-pack.
Yeah. I don't think that's acceptable. I think my mum would be disappointed in me. But then again, I'm an adult, so I can do what I want.
I know it's...
Because you can go to the shop and buy a birthday cake when it's not your birthday, you know?
You can't. Here's Dorshus bowling to Rahul, who'll get runs there, nicely angled away to the right of Zampa, who's going to have to make up ground, moving to his right from deep third. 2 runs are taken, 54 needed from 52. You can.
You can. If I fancied a birthday cake tonight, I can go to the supermarket and buy one that literally says happy birthday on it. And I can go to my room and eat it.
You could.
But it's just wrong.
Oh.
Isn't it?
You do you, Alex.
I'm not going to do that.
You do you. Rahul waits. And nicely slices this out towards deep backward point. The crowd up and about, hearing the sound of that bat. That's increasingly fluent from KL Rahul. 212 for 4. India need 53 from 51.
See, that's a little insight into my thoughts.
Well, there you go.
My thoughts on the cricket, though. 1 wicket here, and you never know. Virat Kohli here, you never know. Yes, they've got Hardik Pandya to come, and I think he would get the job done. I really do, but you never know. My mum's just texted me.
212 for 4. More in a moment. Kohli dabs the ball down very delicately towards deep third for a single. 52 needed from 50. Go on, Julia. What have you got?
She said, I am listening. If you have 3 packets of crisps, I'd be disappointed. You are not allowed.
I know.
Well, I'm 31. I'll do what I want.
I know. Sorry.
Now she's told me, you know full well I'm having that 3rd packet of crisps.
I also know my phone's about to ping, so don't let her.
Hide the crisps.
52 from 50. Rahul on strike on 20 of 22. Dorcius with mid-on and mid-off up. Will Rahul be tempted to try and go hard down the ground? We've got a deep cover. Deep third. Backward square leg. Fine leg. Outside the circle. Rahul waiting. Coming forward. And he does go big down the ground. He's going to get 1 bounce and 4. Well, they're taking a chance here, Australia, encouraging the aggressive stroke. And he's happy to take on that challenge. 217 for 4. 48 needed from 49.
Yeah, again, the run rate just gone below 6 and over now. And for me, they're going to have to bring spin on. It can't be Sanger. It's got to be someone else and bring back Nathan Ellis. Got to try and break this partnership, because at the minute, Rahul is just deciding that he's going to be the one to be the aggressor. Virat Kohli can sit in and just watch this game unfold from the non-strikers and keep going as he is. But Rahul's the one that's going to take the pressure.
Long off goes back. Dorcius bowling to Rahul, who's dropping the ball into the ground, wants a single. You need to take the risk. It's back to a runner ball. 42 overs gone. 417 for 4 is the score. Taylor, thank you for your email. Hi, TMS team. Just getting my kit together for a second session, teaching my friend Seb how to bowl. I've not played for a few seasons. I've enlisted support to help me prep for the summer. Seb's bowling. 19 years old. Rather proud of my coaching work. There we go. Hoping for an Aussie win today and New Zealand to take the trophy. A pair of Brits with nothing left to cheer for apart from the underdogs. Thank you, Taylor in Norwich.
Nothing left to cheer.
There we go. Benny emails, currently on a train from Glasgow to Bristol.
Oh, that's a long way.
Just out of filming a BBC quiz show.
Oh.
7-hour journey. Can't believe you don't like any spices. Crazy statement.
Yeah, I don't. Herbs and spices. Don't mind chives, they don't taste of anything.
Taste famously of onion. 217 for 4. Here comes Zampa. And Kohli leans on the ball. And there'll be one taken. They'll turn for a second. That isn't there. 218 for 4.
Do they?
Yes.
Chives? Well, I love onions. I often cook my tea at home and put onion in it and spring onion.
Part of the Amaryllidaceae family, I think it's pronounced.
Good one.
I'll just look that up. The allium
onion family.
The onion family, yeah.
Oh, you're a funny onion.
Well, the Bee Gees had that song famously about chives. Chive talk. Here's Zampa bowling to Rahul, who comes forward. He's chipped it down the ground. Can the fielder get underneath it? Will it be 6? It's 6. It's a lovely piece of timing for Rahul. Time stood still for a moment, but the ball gets there. It went sailing into the Dubai sky, caught a glimpse of the Burj Khalifa in the distance, and then came dropping safely over the boundary.
Yeah, just a little bit more pace on that one from Zampa, and Rahul using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and smoking it down the ground. He's the one taking the risks. He's the one that's saying, don't worry, Kohli, you sit in, you weather the storm from one end, I will go from the other.
41 needed, sorry.
No, I just think it's the right decision as well. Someone's got to be a busy cricketer.
41 from 46, that's India's equation. Zampa bowls to Rahul, and he's not got hold of that, and it's going to drop short of Dorcius. There was a howl of excitement from Glenn Maxwell at mid-wicket, who thought it was a chance. It's not. And Zampa, who, by the way, has got, after this over, of which there are 3 balls left, 1 to bowl.
It's that risk-reward at this stage, isn't it?
Zampa bowling to Kohli. Crowd up and about. Kohli goes hard at it. It's in the air. Could be a chance. Kohli's out. It's gone straight to long on. What's he done? Why would he do it? Why take the chance? 40 needed from 44, and Virat Kohli is out for 84.
He knows it as well. He knows it. That's the first shot in anger that he's played this whole innings. He's been absolutely outstanding. He's been so disciplined, so disciplined. And his mate was going at the other end. He just needed to carry on knocking the ball along the carpet, down the ground for 1. It's slightly wider from Zampa. Pace off. Kohli's eyes light up. And that is a silly mistake to make at this point of the game. He's even been told off by his mate Rahul as he's walking off. He said, come on, mate.
Goodness me, 2-2-5 for 5, and Virat Kohli goes for 84.
I just can't understand what he's thinking.
I don't get it.
He's been so disciplined, and yes, India are probably going to win this game, but now there's a chance.
There is. The door opens. And suddenly Australia, having been inevitably flat in the field, think, oh, goodness me, we can win this game. And everything changes. What an extraordinary decision from Kohli with the field out.
Well, I know that Kohli was on strike, because the ball had gone in the air. I just presumed it was Rahul.
Yeah. Hardik Pandya comes to the middle. He's a very capable batter, but he's an aggressive batter. He's not somebody that nudges and eases a side to victory in the way that Kohli would do. Goodness me. Cricket, eh? Here comes Adam Zampa. Bowls to Hardik Pandya, dot ball.
I just can't believe what we've seen.
Extraordinary. A game that never ceases to amaze, surprise and delight. 40 needed from 43 balls. India's game still. But they're 5 down, another wicket falls, and everything changes. Zampa bowling a ball that Hardik Pandya will tap out to the offside for a single. 39 needed from 42. Those around this ground will be counting every single run down.
Could have had another 100, Kohli. It was there for the taking. He was batting so well. So well.
By the way, in ICC ODI tournaments, Adam Zampa is now the leading wicket taker in terms of spinners for Australia. And I say that, it's a bit of a niche stat perhaps, but it is a significant one today of all days, because he passes Shane Warne, who died 3 years ago today. So he's on to 36 wickets, Adam Zampa, passing Warne's 35.
That economy of Warne, though, 3.7 in ODI cricket.
I know, amazing, isn't it? Nathan Ellis is going to bowl to Hardik Pandya with 39 needed of 42 balls. They're 5 down.
Well, this is the right call for me, bringing Ellis back in. Dorcius didn't have the best over, did he, in his previous? You've got to bring your strike bowler back. He's bowled so well today.
In comes Ellis. This is driven back towards him and stopped. .39 needed from 41. 2-2-6 for 5. I mean, had Australia managed to nibble out 20 more runs, this really would be a good game.
I know. And they'll be kicking themselves. They lost consistent wickets. They needed at least 20 more, didn't they?
Kohli is rehearsing the shot that he thinks he should have played in the dugout, chatting to Rishabh Pant and Shubman Gill, who are just nodding along as if to say, yeah, you did absolutely the right thing. Defended by Pandya into a little bit of space for a single, nicely dabbed away.
See, isn't the perception of a conversation that you're not involved? I thought that they were telling him he was doing the wrong thing. He shouldn't have gone for it.
Do you think?
Yeah, but that's what you see it, how you see it, don't you? It's like reading text messages. You read it in the tone and the mood that you're in.
Yeah,
could be a perfect play. It might just be a bluntish message, but you read it in the mood that you're in.
Yeah, someone might send it because they're, rushing to get a bus or whatever.
You're like, oh, a bit off.
Those overthinkers amongst us, well,
yeah.
will attest to that. So we've got a deep backward point. We've got a deep third, fine leg, quite wide, square leg and long on out. Will Rahul be tempted to try and go over cover? Ellis is in. This is down the leg side and appeal for a catch. They love it to Australia. Umpire unmoved. Umpire Gaffney it is. There is a review available if they want it. And they may be tempted, just thinking, well, let's see if we can get something here.
Pad?
They're going to have a look at this, I fancy. No, maybe not. Steve Smith not tempted. My instinct was pad.
Yeah, I thought pad. We have a look on the replay. The ball just angling down the leg side.
Not sure there's anything, actually.
No.
There's just one from the over, by the way. It's 38 from 39. 3 balls left of it.
Let's have a look at the snicker.
Yeah, that'll tell us. Umpire Gaffney is a very good umpire.
One of my faves.
He's a very calm man, the Kiwi.
Saw him yesterday.
Here is Ellis running into bowl to Rahul, who's on 31. He's playing the ball very straight, and it'll beat the dive of the bowler, and they'll run through for a single if they're quick, and they're quick enough. 37 from 38.
In the hotel lobby.
Oh, yeah.
And I've not seen him since the men's T20 World Cup in Barbados. That was pad, by the way, the one down the leg side. And I was genuinely happy to see him.
Oh.
I know.
Nice to get to know the umpires.
Yeah, I like my umpires.
Well, they're good people to have on your side.
Yes, very true.
When you're a player, you want to be in the good books of the umpires. So Australia are allowed to have 5 outside the circle in the final 10 overs. They've only got 4 outside the circle. They're trying to play on the ego of Hardik Pandya with mid-on and mid-off up. In comes Nathan Ellis to bowl to Pandya, who does go hard at that and will only find the diving fielder who manages to stop it, Cooper Connolly, at backward point. 37 needed from 37 balls. 5 down, Kohli having been dismissed, caught on the boundary for 84.
We're going to get... It's either going to be a great finish or we're just getting excited for nothing. Because India have 80% chance of winning.
Yeah, we will have to... well, you know, 1 in 5. Pressure of a semi-final. Final ball of the 44th over to be bowled by Nathan Ellis, with Hardik Pandya waiting and flicking it away with a nice piece of timing. Out towards the deep. 36 needed from 36 balls. 6 overs left, and big smile on the face of Nathan Ellis. He takes his gap. It was a good over. 3 from it, that's all. And he still has 2 to bowl.
Yeah, I wonder if Steve Smith's going to throw all his eggs in one basket and give him another over.
Well, we are not going to see Zampa yet. Zampa's got 1 to bowl. We're going to see Tanvir Sangha.
I'm not sure this is the right decision for me, to be completely honest. Maxwell's got 4. Cooper Connolly's got 2. Sanga's been expensive today.
But is it this sort of bold captaincy?
Well, I think he's a tactical genius.
I agree with you. Kohli's smiling down there. He's not worried.
No, well, they won't be worried. They are in total control of this game, but, well, you know, we like to add a bit of spice.
I don't think they are. I think this is still in the balance. They should win.
Yeah.
South Africa should have won the World T20
Exactly.
T20 World Cup final.
Exactly.
Doesn't always happen. Sangha bowls to Hardik, who's defending. That's a good ball first up, a little bit quicker. Almost 60 miles an hour, that one. Now it's more than the runner ball again. 36 from 35. Hardik Pandya, who hits a long ball. Waits for Sangha. This is angled away. Dot. No run.
Ooh. I like how you said dot and looked at me.
Well, I'm just saying. 36 from 34. Sangha bowling to Hardik Pandya, who has 3 from 8 so far, and he's not going to get a run there. It goes bouncing towards backward point and Marnus Labuschagne. I sense the Australians might be up and about in the field.
Dot.
Dot, yes.
This is good. Sangha proving me wrong here. 3 good deliveries.
In comes Tanvir Sangha, and that'll be another dot ball. Work towards mid-wicket. This is getting interesting. 36 from 32. Crowd getting a little nervous.
How many times has Hardik Pandya been at the crease where he's needed more than a run of ball, and he's just taken a team home in front of a massive crowd?
Many times. And he goes big at that, down the ground, 6! You called it, Alex Hartley. He's done it many times for the Mumbai Indians and others in the IPL. This is his scene, this is his absolute stage. And it's 30 from 31, and that's a massive blow down the ground.
I just don't think this man feels pressure. 4 dot balls, and he goes, all right, that one's in my slot, that's going. Second tier, 106 metres, it's a monster.
Woof, what a shot. Next ball, outside the off stump, it's in the air. Crowd gasp. They think for a second there's trouble, and there yet could be as the throw comes in from the deep, but they've run 2 very effectively. And the over comes to an end. 28 needed, 30 balls to do it. 8 from an over that saw 4 dots to start it. Alex Hartley, you're going to see us home alongside Atif Nawaz.
It just shows how boundaries change the complexion of a game. That over goes for 2. It's more than a runner ball. You start to think the pressure's on. Jay Shah did the fielding, by the way, of that ball that went into the top tier. The chairman himself.
Well, he probably enjoyed that moment in the spotlight. What a game. 28 needed off 30. India still in control, particularly after that 6 and that 2 at the end of the last over. But you just sense that Australia, they're not quite out of it yet. They looked dead and buried when there were partnerships taking place between so much of that top order, when Shreyas was batting with Kohli, when Akshar was batting with Kohli, when Rahul was batting with Kohli. But now it's Rahul and Hardik out in the middle, tasked with taking India home. Nathan Ellis is going to bowl the next over. And he comes now to KL Rahul. He bowls, Rahul makes a bit of room, drives the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. Again, I don't think Australia are going to be, I beg your pardon, I don't think India are going to be too worried about a couple of dot balls here and there. As you say, Alex, is always a boundary to even things up around the corner.
It's a great delivery from Nathan Ellis. Back of the hand, slower ball, perfection. That seam position was beautiful as it comes out the back of the hand.
It's been a big performance today from Nathan Ellis. Big match, a lot of pressure on him. And he's been very, very good. And he comes to Rahul again, another slow ball. This time Rahul waits on it nicely, checks his shot, plays it just wide of the cover fielder and gets himself a single. 27 needed off 28.
This is the matchup for me now. Nathan Ellis, who's bowled fantastic all day. I think he's been superb. Yes, he's gotten 5 and over, but I just think he's asked questions. Hardik Pandya, the ego. Is he going to just try and smack him out the ground? Or is he going to be sensible and wait for the next bowler?
That last run, by the way, was KL Rahul's 3,000th run of his one-day international career. 3,000 runs in 78 innings, averaging just a smidge under 50, which is just indicates you sometimes get lost in the superstars of this Indian team. KL Rahul's made many contributions to India. Here's Nathan Ellis into Hardik Pandya, who defends the ball into the offside. Travis Head fields. There is no run. 27 off 27. And even after that big 6 that was fielded by Jay Shah, there's still a lot of tense faces around the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. No one's counting their chickens just yet. This game could yet go either way.
It really could.
Well, we've been on commentary for 2 India victories so far in this tournament. Against Pakistan, against New Zealand. Might be a hat-trick. Here we go. Here's Ellis in again. Angled into the pads of Hardik, who times a drive really well, but picks out Travis Head in the onside, and there's no run. So, over following a similar pattern to the previous over. 0-1-0-0. Will it continue to be binary? That's what Australia want. A binary over. That would be wonderful for them. And, all they want, all Hardik Pandya wants is one ball in his slot, and he can be so, so merciless.
I love this. From Australia are so far ahead of time that they can chat. And Nathan Ellis at the top of his mark, chatting to his teammates about this delivery now.
Well, let's see what he's going to do with it. And he comes to Hardik Pandya, who again drives the ball right back to the bowler, who collects in his follow-through. It's another dot ball. The equation is now 27 needed off 25.
It's a great delivery. He's gone a couple of back-of-the-hand slower balls. The last 3 balls have been pace on.
What's this one going to be? Pace off?
Oh, pace off.
Pace off, right?
Pace on.
You'd think.
Actually, no, pace on.
Double bluff.
Yeah, pace on.
Is it a double bluff? I guess it's just a bluff, yeah.
That hard length, hitting the splice of the bat, what he's done so well at his body, but not too wide down the leg side. Just changed nothing for me.
Hardik Pandya, face filled with concentration. Ellis is in. Hardik was looking for a big shot, couldn't find it, drives the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. Terrific over that from Nathan Ellis, just 1 run from it. And again, that equation marginally in favour of Australia. Again, we're only 1 boundary away from evening it out, but 27 needed off 24. Australia 21% on the win predictor, India 79%. So
it was pace on as well, by the way.
It was pace on, yeah, absolutely.
All those people wondering, and what was it? What was it?
I beg your pardon. It was pace on.
Pace on.
It's 131.6 kilometers per hour. If anybody's keeping score, It's about 85 miles per hour. Oh, 27 to win from 24. I would suggest that India still favourites. Smart money probably still on India, but you just never know in one-day international cricket. You think back to the great Australian sides of the 90s and the 2000s. They always found a way to win games from this kind of position. Does this group of Australian players have it in them to snatch this game from India? Zampa into KL Rahul. This is short. Rahul hammers it. It's just going to pick up a single down towards long off. Glenn Maxwell fields. Rahul back at the non-strikers, and now this could be interesting. Hardik versus Zampa. This is Zampa's last over, by the way. 2 for 46 his figures from 9.1 so far. It's been outstanding. Delivered those wickets for Australia when they desperately needed them. And if he can finish his spell with one more, it'll really throw some garam masala into this game. Hardik Pandya on strike. Adam Zampa in, flighted delivery. Hardik's gone after it. High and handsome out towards deep extra cover. They might come back for 2. They're coming back. Oh, he's turned around. Oh, this could be trouble at the non-strikers. No. It's fine. Not the greatest throw, but it was enough to send Hardik turning back around. So it was just a single in the end. Also, Hardik is grasping at his hamstring. He looks uncomfortable at the non-strikers end, although he's walking back to his mark now. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he's just catching his breath after that drastic turn, but there was a little bit of limping going on in between. 25 needed off 22. Oh, he's grasping at it again. His ankle, his leg, he's not comfortable. And as you said, Alex, Steve Smith, Adam Zampa having a long old chat because they can afford to. They're so far ahead of the over rate, as you say. They can basically strategize about every delivery. 22 needed, beg your pardon, 25 needed from 22 balls for India. Here's Zampa into KL Rahul, who cuts this ball sweetly out towards deep extra cover. It'll just be a single. 24 needed off 21 runs. What a dramatic game we have here. We've been waiting for a long time, Alex, for a close game.
We have. We've been waiting for a good one, haven't we?
And we're getting one here in Dubai. 24 off 21. Hardik awaits. Zampa in. Hardik's gone for a big swing. Hasn't connected. The ball hits his pads and rolls through his legs to the keeper. That's a dot ball. And that is gold dust right now for Australia. 24 needed off 20 for India.
Well, the last 2 overs have been brilliant, haven't they? Absolutely brilliant.
Here's Zampa into Hardik Pandya again. Fly to delivery. He's got underneath this. It's got a long way up in the air. And over the long off boundary for 6. A lucky fan in the crowd has managed to take the ball one hand, one bounce. He's holding it aloft and he's going to throw it back into the field of play. Glenn Maxwell's waiting for it. He's like, can I have the ball back, please? But what a hit from Hardik Pandya. Just when the equation starts to get a little bit tricky, he delivers another 6. 18 needed off 19 for India. Just
so in control, doesn't feel pressure. Knows that he's just waiting for that ball in his slot, and he knows he can clear any boundary in the world. It's gone top tier again. Shreyas Iyer waiting underneath to take the catch in the crowd.
Zampa into Hardik, who's gone after this one as well. This one's got straight up in the air. Is it going to have the distance? Yes, it is. It's gone for 6. It's another 6 for Hardik Pandya. 2 sixes in 2 balls. 2 killer blows from Hardik Pandya have put India well and truly in the driver's seat now. 12 runs needed from 18 balls. India with 1 foot in the final.
Well, the crowd are celebrating. Jay Shaw's celebrating the India win, the ICC chairman, because that is the game, unless something drastic happens. Hardik Pandya, 2 sixes off the last 2 balls of Zampa, changes this game completely.
The second 6 was 101 metres as well. A real blow that to Australia's chances. Steve Smith thrown the ball to Nathan Ellis. I don't know what he's expecting from him now. 12 runs needed from 18 balls. They've all but done it, India. It would take something quite remarkable for Australia to get back in this game now. Oh, you can hear the crowd and the MC in the crowd galvanizing this huge India contingent. They're making noise, they're excited, they can sense another ICC tournament final. Here's Ellis into KL Rahul, who punches his ball off the back foot, past backward point, down towards a deep set backward point. They'll get themselves a single. 11 needed off 17. This would be a third consecutive ICC tournament final for India.
Only one win.
Only one win. Well, could be two, I suppose, if they win in the final. Yeah, but yeah. That's a very impressive run by this team that is probably the best in the world right now, I think, by a fair distance. 11 needed from 17. Hardik Pandya on strike. Here comes Nathan Ellis. He bowls. Pandya's had tried to swing that for 6 down the ground, but he's been deceived by a slower ball by Nathan Ellis. 11 needed off 16, but just another impressive piece of fast bowling from Nathan Ellis.
Absolutely, he's mixed his pace up so well, hasn't he? Pandya's expecting pace on. He knows that because he's bowled his last 4 deliveries at him with pace on. Well, this one, back of the hand slower ball, he nails it. He's bowling it so well at the minute.
I reckon he'd be really good at rock, paper, scissors, Nathan Ellis. He's very good at second-guessing his opponent. There he comes again. Nathan Ellis in to Hardik Pandya, and he's pulled out of that delivery. Goodness. Listen to the boos. He's turned himself into a bit of a pantomime villain there just by pulling out of his delivery stride there, Nathan Ellis. It's the right thing to do, of course. If you're losing your footing, you're losing your rhythm, you just don't let go of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any good coach will tell you, but of course it sort of frustrates the crowd in the moment. And it sometimes comes across like gamesmanship, but it's a very normal thing to do. 11 needed off 16 for India. Hardik Pandya on strike. Nathan Ellis running in. Short ball. Hardik leaves it as it goes through to the keeper. The umpire signaled a wide. Ellis has got a smile on his face, almost as he's sort of resigned to that one being a wide. It was left alone by Hardik Pandya. He's a tall man at the best of times, and that ball was comfortably sailing over his head.
Do you think?
You don't think so?
Do you think? I think that's just gone over his shoulder.
Well, it was a weird angle they showed us on the replay, to be fair, so we'll wait for another one. But nobody really protested amongst the Australian team. Ellis did smile sheepishly. And this is bowling with a very Hardik Pandya field, actually, at the moment, with all his fielders sort of deep set fielders behind the bat. And he comes again. Pandya's gone for it. It's gone a long way up in the air. This doesn't have the distance to go for 6, but it will bounce a couple of times and go into the advertising sponge for 4. Hardik Pandya is delivering the finishing touch that India needed to get over the line here tonight in Dubai. 6 runs needed off 15 balls, and India are nearly there.
But what a strange innings. It's been a brilliant innings from Hardik, but no one's been able to time the ball really today. It doesn't look like he has either, but then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he'll just hit the most glorious shot.
It's been a stunning performance. Former IPL winning captain. And he moved to the Mumbai Indians. A decorated career. Now then, Nathan Ellis into Hardik Pandya, who's tried to clobber this through the covers. He just got a little under edge on it. He's limping a little bit still, is Hardik Pandya. There was no run, by the way. 6 needed off 14, but he's just hobbling a little bit out at the crease. I think maybe there's a bit of cramp.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Sun's been out. It's been hot today, hasn't it?
It has. It's very warm outside still. Just coming up to 8 o'clock local time here in the United Arab Emirates. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever it is you're listening. Here on the BBC, on 5 Sports Extra, on BBC Sounds app, or the BBC Sport website and app, or the ICC app, indeed. Loads of ways to listen to our coverage of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. Now then, Hardik Pandya on strike. 6 needed to win off 14. Nathan Ellis in. Pandya smashed it straight down the ground. Does he have the distance? No, the catch is taken at long off. The catch is taken at long off. It's Glenn Maxwell. No celebration. He takes the catch. It's a 6th wicket down for India, but you feel the damage is done.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, the damage is done. It's been he's trying to win it with a glorious 6 down the ground there, isn't he? He's trying to take the glory, 6 to win, but absolutely the damage is done. That's why Australia are not celebrating, because they know that this game is more or less over. As he smiles as he come off the pitch, does Hardik. walks past the dressing room, just a smile on his face, like, yeah, don't worry about me.
Yeah, he took in that very generous round of applause here in Dubai. 6 runs needed from 13. Nathan Ellis picks up another wicket. Well deserved already. He's been outstanding today. 2 for 47 as figures. 1 ball to come in his spell of 10. And Ravindra Jadeja is the new batter who walks out to join KL Rahul. And it will be Jadeja on strike. 6 needed off 13. India are virtually there. South Africa and New Zealand will be watching on with keen interest. Well, could you imagine if South Africa win the next semi-final and they have to fly back to Dubai again?
They have a lot of air miles, though.
I hope they've been collecting them. Right, Nathan Ellis for his final delivery in this match. 6 needed off 13 for India. Jadeja on strike. Ellis in. Jadeja drives the ball nicely down to mid-on. They run through for a quick single. There's a shy at the keeper's end, which has ricocheted off the batter to fine leg. He was looking to take a second run there, Jadeja, and he's sort of reminded by his teammate, no, we don't do that. 5 runs.
What's going on? They are taking
no, they are taking it. They're taking a second now. They're taking an overthrow now. Well, that's peculiar because the balls seem to have been dead by then. We'll wait and hear from the umpire. The equation on the big screens turned to 4 needed off 12.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a dead ball at all. So the ball had been thrown in from the deep. It went past the keeper, down to fine leg, who threw it back towards the bowlers, and nobody was there. And it trickled down towards the boundary, so they ran again.
KL Rahul was sort of near the edge of the 30-yard circle, so he had to run a long way to complete that second run. And you're quite right, Alex. There was nobody there to claim the ball at the non-striker's end. Sorry, the keeper's end.
And then it went back the other way.
No, sorry. Dwarshuis was there at the keeper's end. He threw it back to the bowler's end where nobody collected it. It was Glenn Maxwell, I think, the culprit there, because he just thought, oh, somebody behind me will get it. There was nobody there behind him. And it's going to be Maxwell to bowl the next over as well. 4 runs needed for India from 12 balls. They can rest easy now. The task is almost complete. Their flawless run continues. They win this game, they'll make it 4 out of 4. Here's Maxwell into KL Rahul, who comes down the track. He's hit this high, he's hit this long, he's hit it for 6. India win here in Dubai. India are through to the semi-final. They have defeated Australia and put to rest the ghosts of Ahmedabad from a couple of years ago. 267 for 6. India get to the target by 4 wickets. They are successful. They are the best team in the tournament, and now they are in the final.
Well, someone's just ran onto the pitch to hug Rahul, and he's now being escorted off the pitch.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You'll find yourself with a stadium ban, particularly in the United Arab Emirates. You might find yourself in a little bit more trouble than that. But let's not let that take away from this great moment. India win an absolutely thrilling contest here in Dubai. Brilliant performance from this Indian team, who have been by far and away the best team in the tournament. They've been here in Dubai throughout. A lot's been discussed about their advantage and the conditions and things like that. But they have turned up every single time and performed. And I think justifiably so in the final, which we can now tell you will definitely be in Dubai. It will be India versus the winner of tomorrow's match between New Zealand and South Africa in Dubai this weekend. What a performance from India. Henry Moran, that was impressive.
Well, it really was a highly impressive performance, and you have to say that India, though they have had all sorts of questions over advantages and one thing and another, they've played the hand that has been dealt to them, these players, and they've played terribly well throughout this tournament. They have been a highly impressive unit, and they win by 4 wickets with close to 2 overs to spare. We'll grab a very quick word with Aaron Finch, former Australia white ball captain. I know he's a very busy man, but Aaron, at the end of all that, what did you make of the game?
Oh, India were just more clinical right throughout. I mean, when you look at the Australian batting card, there was starts all over the place. They just didn't have that one person to go on and get 100, and then you start pushing that total up towards 280, 300, and then it's a different ball game altogether. So I was surprised that Kohli got out when he did. Generally, when he gets in, he's absolutely ruthless. But overall, Australia can be very proud of what they've achieved still.
And it is an Australian side that is missing so many elements.
Yeah, it is, and that's never an excuse, because I think what you're doing here is you're bringing the next generation of players on to play for Australia, and it's great exposure. They'll be better for the run. Tanveer Sangha today, he bowled 6 overs, none for 41, but that's just the start of his international career, so he'll be better for that. And overall, Australia should still be very proud.
Alex, would you agree with all of that? That Australia, given everything, gave it a good go?
Absolutely. They'll be kicking themselves if they could have had 20 more runs on the board. What would have been? What a game it would have been. You know, taken down to the wire. Maybe Kohli wouldn't have got out in the way that he did if, you know, he was chasing a few more. He might not have taken that unnecessary risk, but, you know, it was still a brilliant game of cricket. And Henry, we've finally seen a good game of cricket.
Well, we have, and you called it early on in the game, Aaron. You said they can get 280 make it a really good game. Would have done.
Yeah, it would have done. And it's just the partnerships. There was 40-run partnerships. Just extend those a little bit longer. And I mean, if you look at the highlights, there wasn't a huge amount of the Indian bowlers getting the Australian batsmen out. There was some sloppy batting, especially when they had everything going their way at various points throughout it. But just a little bit of inexperience, I think, probably cost them in the end. And maybe trying to search for that extra 30 runs that they might have left themselves 20 short.
Yeah. I think there are obviously always going to be some highlights, but Nathan Ellis today was absolutely outstanding. I thought he was brilliant with the ball, and especially at the death there, his back of the hand slower ball, but unfortunately they're going home.
Yeah, well, it's the ruthless nature of the tournament. They'll be on the flight before they know it, and that is the nature of it. And
so will you, Finch, see ya?
Probably. Well, yeah, we'll get one final thought from you, Aaron, and that is that a lot of questions about India playing all their matches here and the advantages that come about from that. But either way, whatever way you look at it, as you say, clinical, and they've played really well in every game.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, that's the advantage of playing in one venue. You can pick a squad to tackle that specific wicket that you're coming up against. You look at all the other teams, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Karachi and Dubai, so you have to almost hedge your bets a little bit when you're selecting the squad. It's not an excuse by any stretch. India is still the best team in the world, I think.
Yeah, and I think that is an entirely fair assessment. Who can beat them? We will find out if it'll be South Africa or New Zealand tomorrow. Aaron Finch, thank you so much for joining us. We grabbed an extra word at the end there as well, so thank you to you. Aaron, been brilliant having your company over the course of this tournament, and what a superstar he is as part of the Test Match special team, bringing you every ball of this competition, and we're going to be hearing from one of the superstars of the world game, arguably the superstar in Virat Kohli, who's waiting on the boundary edge to speak. I think that's Harsha Bogle's shiny head I can see just down there.
I think it is his penalty spot, you're right.
I think it might be, mightn't it?
I've recognised him from his hairline.
Well, I know. Well, it's going to be India in the final. We know that. South Africa or New Zealand. Don't know who they'd rather play, but either way, it's going to be a fascinating final on Sunday. And it's been a compelling game. We've had a great game. I know it in the end was won with 11 balls to spare, but there were moments there, Alex, when I just thought maybe things were going to swing the other way.
I know you did. And to be honest, India were always in control, weren't they? The way that Virat Kohli, just put the ball along the carpet for 99% of his innings, and that one time he didn't was the one time he got out.
Yeah.
But until that, innings. So in control. So, yeah, I think India, they knew to take the game deep. They've got the power hitters down the order, and Hardik came in and he knew exactly what he needed to do, and I don't blame him for getting out in the manner that he did. He was trying to win the game for his country, take them into another ICC final with a 6 and the glory, but he knew that there was still batting to come behind him.
Hardik Pandya, that knock, 28 of 24, 4 sixes, absolutely outrageous. It was an astonishing innings. Right, down on the boundary edge, I can see Jay Shah, the head of the ICC, former head of the BCCI, is ready to hand over Player of the Match award to Virat Kohli.
Mr. Jay Shah. The medal says champions on it, and it's a champion that I've got the pleasure of speaking with. Tell us about this innings. Was a slightly unusual innings in that there were only 5 boundaries. You conceived it with singles.
I think it was pretty similar to the other day against Pakistan as well. I think there was about 7 fours when I got 100 For me, it's about just understanding the conditions, preparing my game accordingly, just rotating strike, because partnerships on this pitch are the most important thing. And my only effort that day and today was to string in enough partnerships. I think the time that I got out, the plan was to get 20 more and then try and finish it off in a couple of overs. Usually that's the template I follow, but sometimes, you know, you can't execute things how you want to. But yeah, it's all dependent on the conditions. The pitch tells me how the cricket needs to be played, and then I just switch on and play accordingly.
We're going to play out your innings now. What aspect of it pleased you the most?
Well, I think my timing, the composure at the crease. I wasn't feeling desperate. I was pretty happy knocking ones around. And when, as a batsman, you start taking pride in hitting those singles into the gaps, that's when you know you're playing good cricket, and then you know you're in for a big partnership and settle the nerves down a little bit and head towards, you know, chasing the total down. So that for me, in the game against Pakistan and today, that was the most pleasing factor for me.
Like the chess players think so many moves ahead, in your mind, are you thinking many overs ahead while you're batting?
Well, as I said, I mean, this game is all about pressure, especially big games like semis and finals. And if you go deep into the innings and you have enough wickets in hand, the opposition usually, you know, gives in, and then the game becomes easier. So it's very important to control your impulses while the game is going on. For me, it's what's important is to know the number of overs and the number of runs left. Even if the gap's 25-30 and it comes to 6 and over, I'm not bothered as long as we have 7 or 6 wickets in hand, because then you know 2 set batters and we can turn the game around, and the opposition can only come into the game with wickets. So that was the plan out there.
A century in the last game, a near one today. In your mind, are you playing this format as well as you've ever played?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's up to you guys to break down.
It looked like that for us, but I thought your point of view would always be different.
I don't know. I mean, look, I've never focused on those things. I think I've spoken to you about this before as well. When you don't think of those milestones, they happen along the way towards victory. For me, it's all about taking pride and doing the job for the team. And if I get to the 3-figure mark, great. If not, nights like these, you win. It's a happy dressing room. You go back, you feel grateful for what happened out there, and then you put your head down, work hard, and go all over again. So that's what I've done all my career. You know, for me, those things don't matter anymore. For me, it's just about stepping up and hopefully doing the job for the team.
So you got your partnerships, you got the result you wanted. Well played. You're a deserving player of the match today.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So it is India through to the final of the Champions Trophy. They've beaten a very brave Australian side by 4 wickets here in Dubai. A target of 265 set by Australia, chased down with 11 balls remaining. And I say a brave Australian side because they have been a team that has lacked so many of their big name players, bringing in players that otherwise haven't had opportunities really in international cricket. Take Cooper Conley, asked to open the batting today at 21 years old, and they gave it such a good go, Australia. In the end, their 264 all out wasn't enough. It was probably 20-30 runs short, and India got over the line. 84 from Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer making 45, 42 quick runs at the end from KL Rahul, and 28 from Hardik Pandya, enough to get India home, and they will face either South Africa or New Zealand in Sunday's final, which we now know will be played away from the host country, Pakistan. It'll be played here in Dubai. Alongside me, World Cup winner Alex Hartley and Test Match special commentator Atif Nawaz. Happy faces, a lot of excitement from the India supporters here who now can plan for that final on Sunday. But Alex, first of all, I think about the word brave for this Australian side. You don't often associate bravery being required. They tend to be ruthless and dogged and such a strong side, but they really did have to dig deep to stay in the game today.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the surface, the wicket wasn't the best one that they've played on. You know, they've been in Pakistan. It's a completely different surface. Over here in Dubai, it's a little bit slower, so 280 is probably more of a winning score than 350. They obviously had that amazing chase against England, but the 264 all out, there was just a lot of starts, like Finchy said, you know, a lot of starts, but nobody really went on and got a good score. Obviously, Steve Smith, Alex Carey did. Steve Smith getting out when he did was crucial, wasn't it? There was 2 quick wickets, then Glenn Maxwell. There was just a few soft dismissals in there for Australia, and then at the halfway stage, as soon as you only need 5.5 and over, you just know India are going to cruise to victory.
It felt that way quite a long way out, though. There were a little hiccup or two here and there. First of all, Australia's innings, Artif. We saw 73 from Steve Smith. Travis Head looked like he might do something special with 39 or 33 at the start of the innings. But it did feel that 264 all out was going to be too few. And just the 2 half-centuries in there with Carey scoring a quick-fire 61 as well.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a little bit of apprehension about the wicket itself, people expecting it to turn a lot. We saw a lot of exaggerated turn during the India-New Zealand game just a few days ago, and perhaps sort of preempting that. Australia made some, tactical choices and things like that. Maybe they read the pitch a little bit wrong. They were quite bullish in deciding to bat first as well. But the innings had loads of sort of bright moments. They just couldn't translate them into periods where they could genuinely dominate. I mean, there were some 50 partnerships there. As you say, Steve Smith batted really, really well. Josh Inglis as well. And Travis Head at the top. Even Marnus Namache was in a good partnership with Steve Smith at one point, which sort of stabilised the Australian innings and gave them a platform. But they could never really build any momentum from those partnerships. It was always sort of 40 and out and then rebuilding, 50 and out and then rebuilding, and they could never get themselves in a position where they could really push. Of course, India bowled really, really well, stuck to their game plans, understood their matchups. Rohit Sharma just juggling his bowlers all over the place. Within the first 10 overs, it used 5 bowlers already. So, it was a concerted plan to just try and never let this Australian team settle, and ultimately they never could.
A lot of people will say, oh, this is absolutely the revenge that was sought for the disappointment of the 50-over World Cup final. But this is an Australian side, Alex, missing Mitchell Marsh from that side that won the World Cup, Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, huge names.
Oh, massive names, absolutely, man. Not Cameron Green either. They are missing proper good cricketers that will walk into their starting 11, and I think they've done well, all things considered. I think if you looked at the teams before the competition started, you would say maybe Australia won't actually make the semis. Maybe England will. How wrong were we? Or how wrong was everybody? Because Australia have battled with the best again.
Yeah, they have, and they've been highly impressive. We're going to hear from the 2 captains in just a moment. I can see Steve Smith down there ready to chat to Harsha Bhogle, so we'll be hearing from him in just a moment. But Australia, I think, can leave with their heads held high. And certainly they have given a very good account of themselves in the tournament. And bearing in mind, this is their first game played here in Dubai, whereas India have been here now for 4 matches, which does unquestionably make a significant difference. Right, yes, here we go. Here's Steve Smith.
And a fine captain, Steve Smith, captain of Australia. First of all, congratulations, Steve. First on your own batting, and how you as captain stretched that total to make it seem a lot longer. Did the inexperience of the bowlers sort of bother you at some point? Did you think, oh, I'm missing so many players?
I thought the bowlers did a really good job. They worked hard throughout. Our spinners squeezed and enabled us to take the game a bit deeper than potentially could have gone. It was obviously a pretty tricky wicket to start on batting, and tough to rotate the strike at times. And I thought everyone did a really good job tonight.
Did it start to play a little better as it went along, or was it always a better wicket than anticipated?
No, I think it played pretty similar throughout, to be fair. Yeah, it was a little bit of hold for the spinners, a little bit of spin here and there, and a bit of skid. So, and the paces, I think there was just some too paceness to the wicket, and balls were just sort of holding a little bit. So, it wasn't the easiest batting conditions, probably why the scores were, where they were. Having said that, I thought we probably could have put a few more on. We lost a couple of wickets at crucial times, and if we got 280 plus, things could have been different.
I guess you wouldn't have minded a few more partnerships, because every time a partnership started to develop, you lost a wicket.
Yeah, that's right. It always felt like we were 1 wicket too many down at each stage of the game. And, if we're able to drag one of those partnerships out, that's probably where we get the 280. And then there's a little bit more pressure on the game.
You've had rain affecting a couple of your matches. As you look back at this campaign, what pleases you the most about the way Australia played?
Oh, I think just the way we've come together. As you mentioned before, the bowling attack was quite inexperienced. I thought they did a wonderful job throughout. Some of the batters really stood up and got some big totals. That game against England, I thought we played exceptionally well. And, there were glimpses tonight of, some really good stuff as well. So, some really good cricketers in that change room. And, they're going to continue to get bigger and better.
Yeah, and they'll be richer for the experience. Well played, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Cheers.
There you go. What a fine player he is, Steve Smith, and joined by another fine player. I suspect slightly happier of the two, Rohit Sharma. joins us. Were you always certain that you had this game covered?
Look, till the last ball is bowled, nothing is certain. You know, that's how this game is. And, you know, halfway through the stage, we felt like, you know, it's a reasonable score. We have to really bat well to get that score, because the nature of the pitch doesn't allow you to just come and, you know, keep playing the way you want to play. But I thought, you know, we were very clinical with the bat. Yes, we got the runs at the 48th over, but I thought we were very calm and composed in our chase.
I was going to ask you about that surface. Compared to the other three surfaces you've played on, was this a better surface from a batting point of view?
Yeah, looked better. But look, that's been the nature of the surfaces here. You know, it's very uncertain. The one doesn't tend to play well. The one which we played today played slightly better than the one we played against New Zealand. So the talks that we are having within our group is just about playing good cricket, understanding the situation, and then taking it from there. Not to read too much into what the pitch is doing and stuff like that. There are a lot of experienced guys within the group, so we leave it up to them to make those decisions when they're out in the middle.
It must be such a luxury for you to call on 6 fairly experienced bowlers whenever you want to, any of those 6.
Yeah, that's something that I really wanted, to have 6 bowling options, and at the same time how I can get batting till number 8 as well. So it was a bit of challenge, but when we were just making up the squad, this is something that we discussed at length, how we can have 6 bowling option and at the same time get that batting depth as well. But yeah, look, credit goes to everyone who were involved in making that team. So yeah, when you have 6 bowling options, you know, you can choose from whatever you want, and then depending on the kind of batters who are in, what's the right matchup and stuff like that. So it's a bit of thinking that you have to do when you are out in the middle, and you know, the guys are there to know exactly what is required out of them.
When Kohli is batting like that in a run chase, is there a sense of calm in the change room?
Yeah, look, he's done it for us for so many years. And like I said, we were in the entire, you know, when we were batting, we were very calm. You know, we wanted that big partnership which Shreyas and Virat had, which was really good. And then the small partnerships between Akshar and Virat, and then KL and Virat, and then obviously that match-winning partnership. Towards the end, it may not look big runs, but those shots in the end by Hardik was very crucial.
Going into a final now, and India have had a fantastic record in ICC tournaments of late. You must be enthused by the form of so many people. Shami's come back, Hardik is looking good, KL Rahul has batted really well. You must be enthused by the form of so many key players going into that final.
Yeah, very happy with that. To be honest, when you want to play the finals, you want all your guys to be in form. And having had made impact in the games previously that's been played before. So all these guys have made an impact whenever they've gotten an opportunity. And that is something that gives us a lot of confidence going into that final game. Again, you know, we will not think too much about it. When the time comes, we'll put our thinking cap on and start thinking about what we need to do at that particular time.
So tomorrow, day off or watch intently as South Africa take on New Zealand in Lahore?
Now, look, both are good team. There's no doubt, which is why they're playing the semis. But for us, I mean, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. At the same time, I want the guys to have time off and relax as well, because it's a very high pressure tournament, and you know, you go through so much emotion through the game, so it's always you know, nice to have some time off and just relax and then think about you know, the finals. We've got some time in between, which is always nice, so we'll think about what we need to do then. But yeah, for tomorrow, just try to relax.
Well done, and congratulations on a very good win.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thoughts there of Rohit Sharma chatting to Harsha Bhogle down there on the boundary edge after the thoughts of Steve Smith, the beaten Australian captain. Australia beaten by India by 4 wickets to set up that final that will be played here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. Alex and Atif still alongside me. I find Virat Kohli a fascinating cricketer to watch, because I felt entirely calm about India's run chase when he was just nudging it around. He scored 84 off 98 and played a frankly ludicrous shot to be caught at long on eventually. But Atif, it was as controlled as I've ever seen any innings, almost.
Yeah, there was a self-assuredness about the way he was batting. He knew exactly what he was doing. He talks about it just in the interview there as well. He talked about just having a game plan.